Okay, thank you. You are going to carry it now with the screen chamber.
Attack. I want to see if that synergy has been built between them two. I think that nobody is the perfect initiator to be in charge of these two. I will say I do like seeing Lovers Rock staying in the neon after the nerfs because I hate when we overreact to everything. And he himself was the one that struggled. Him and LaRock, I would say, it's like the duo of like finding your place, finding when you're comfortable. As I said at the beginning of the year, it was all very basic comps with the Yoru, the Jet, whatever you want to put it on the second. And then the Cypher, Soba, and you go on to the basics and you just play raw aim, raw Turkish Valorant. So I want to see how this looks on them because Krevin was doing a great job on the Vice.
Yeah, and I think the EDG assistant coach stepping in here, it's always a tough job, right? But it's especially tough when we get to the second half. You're going to be on that sentinel. Totally. It's your job to hold that site against LaRock and Lovers Rock.
And they will be going for you. They will be going for you.
They will find him on this map. They will find him and do everything they can to bully him.
All right, here we go. Into Lotus is our first match here. It is EDG versus BBL. China versus EMEA. On the call is Tom and Mitch. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Degon. Yes, BBL and ENEG, the stage is set right behind us, Tom. These teams are about to trade blows. Now for ENEG, stepping in with a stand-in, having Jenny as well after that return to this roster throughout stage one, moving on to Masters, had a good taste of the international stage. Well, it wasn't his first taste. He was there in 2025 back in Champs, and now it's to join the greats of the world here. Now look, for BBL, I like what the desk was saying. I like what Kukuka was saying. Lovers Rock sticking on the neon. I thought we would see a change, but they're not overreacting to that. They're going to instead try to adapt to a slightly less powerful agent. And I do like that. It worked for them for so long. And to be honest, for BBL, pivoting off the Yoru, I thought a pivot off the neon here, if we go towards a more conventional, slower comp, that's where they're going to really struggle to deal damage up against some of these other teams. So I like that they're still keeping to their style.
Yeah, I'd say as well for Lovers Rock on the defensive side, because originally they were still running Neon, but LaRock was doing it a lot of the time, and that kind of, I felt like it put Lovers Rock in a weird spot. On the defense, on Neon, on the operator, he's unreal, because you can still have those aggressive peaks and then slide out into a more defensive angle again. You can still rotate very quickly. Quite as fast, but still pretty quick. And so I think it gave him that same little bit of edge. And then they have that sort of proxy of the sort of double dive into the site with pace, which is where I think this team has always been one of the best. On the other side, obviously, there's the interesting turnout of having a stand-in for this event, bringing in one of your coaching staff, who I will say was playing in Ascension as of last year. So it's not like sometimes you see a coach come in and go, they haven't touched the game in 5 years. No, he's been playing. So I think an opportunity for Sign to maybe flex a little bit. But the more exciting thing for me is what we saw in the role swap. Gianni being the person that's now going to take over as a duelist, someone who at times even played as that duelist, I think it makes perfect sense. You give that more defensive role, the role that I think is more comfortable for Signed, and I think ultimately it's going to give them a little bit more balance. Now, will there still be issues? Sure, but I think not changing their composition and just switching roles up a little bit is way easier to use on the fly than trying to reinvent the wheel while going into a match where you do have one player missing.
In terms of power rankings between these two, it's something that I've been thinking about over the last day. The fact that for EDG, they have a sub. The fact that they have Jenny in there. Changes they made going into stage one and Masters as a result.
ഇതിനകത്ത് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് എ ഉണ്ട്, അതുപോലെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ബി ഉണ്ട്, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സി ഉണ്ട്, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഡി ഉണ്ട്. അതിൽ ഓരോ ടീം പ്ലേ ഓഫിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്.
But also we've had in one of the conversations on the desk, we've had people who weren't playing that recently, who were on the analyst desk, who've now gone to playing and had success. I'm not going to doubt his performance or his impact, but it is definitely a piece removed. On the other hand, Neon knocked down a peg, and BBL already knocked down a peg with the change out of the Yoru swaps that had to take place because of the nerfs. It does feel like, I hate to say this, I love to back EMEA, but it does feel like even with that sub, EDG come in with an upper hand. But the one disadvantage glaringly staring me in the face is the fact that they came in today and decided to choose Ascent against a Turkish team. Now, I don't know if maybe the words of advice, the words of wisdom haven't made it across the pond, but that's a mistake for almost everybody in EMEA. You do not want to give a Turkish team that home field advantage.
Yeah, I guess you can make arguments both ways. Like, obviously, going into Lotus, I think that it's a strong map for EDG as well, so I don't think they're going to be too shaky on that one. But there's got to be a reason that they're heading into that Ascent. There's got to be a reason that they've looked at that map and thought, okay, we can have that comfort. That, it might be the decision that actually, you talk about the Turkish Ascent and everything. The attack side for BBL on that map has kind of been stinky even in their wins. Like, they can go in with a 9-3 defensive half and finish the game 13-11. So it's not like it's a perfect map for them by any stretch of the imagination. And also, again, you have to then think of, okay, what map is going to make your stand and feel comfortable? Where can we maybe work with that a little bit of extra flair? Like, go to someone like Kankan and go, okay, you're going to have to carry more. You're going to have to like put up individual stats that are better than anybody else because we now have a player that might not be quite up to that standard. Where do you think you can do that? If he says Ascent, I'm going, all right, we may not play that map, but we're going there anyway because Kankan says he's going to kill everyone. And to be honest, Ascent, for a guy who likes Jet and likes the op, I think it's a pretty good map for him. So I'm excited to see him. And I'm excited to see the rest of the players because this is an opportunity where you go in with a lot less pressure because you have that excuse of RIP. I think Smoggy is a fantastic individual player as well and has been filling in multiple roles. Like, I think he's one of the few players that I can say that you go into, say, for example, like a Split or a Haven, you go, okay, he plays Raze. Okay, and what does he play on Breeze? Harbor. Yeah, cool. Name me another player that does that too often. Marder. Okay, I've named another one, but that's not the point. There's not many. So I think that you do lose quite a lot with him not being there other than just raw firepower. But I also do think that a lot of the time players going to go, okay, less pressure because of that. And also, it's my time to shine. Yeah,
I think we've seen that level of flexibility on this roster as well. I think you're pointing out Jenny is the one taking the raise here. Like, he has been coming in as a flex. And I think it's a more and more important thing as time goes on. Sure, you can have players like a Lovers Rock, who back in the Yoru meta plays only the Yoru, or here will play mostly just your Neon or your Duelists. But it is important for the majority of players out there. If you're not that star, if you're not the guy that puts up the 1% stats on that agent, that you can flex between it. Because we've seen now there's maps where you don't, like Breeze, for example. Teams are steering away from playing a Sentinel. So if you're a Sentinel main, you can't play anything but Sentinel. You're not going to be a very good part of the
I'll disagree with you
Breeze.
for only one reason. And it's not that you're wrong, it's that I think even the players in the top 1% have to flex. Like, look at LaRock.
Yeah, I like that.
I would say LaRock is top 1% in most things he does. He is one of the most flexible players in the world, and that's what makes him even more valuable. Chronicle, again, exactly the 100%. Same. Nats, exactly the same. Like, you go to these crazy players nowadays, and it's like, okay, sure, if you're in a meta where it's like, Neon is massively broken, yeah, maybe you play that all the time. But other than that, if you're one of the best players in the world, I want to see you be able to do multiple things.
But even keeping my head within the Turkish space, I think about players who have tried that, who have tried to flex, like CNET, someone that I wish to only ever see play Jet from now until forever. Maybe a Waylay here and there, but geez, take him off the Omen, man. What are we doing?
I love him, but I don't know if he's been top 1%.
No, but he was at one point. And if he kept with it, maybe he would have been still, man. He was the Turkish Jet, and now he's everything he tries to be.
I think that's maybe a little bit of EMEA delusion.
It's an aged reference, you know? The last few years, maybe he's been knocked down a few pegs or...
Yeah, his jet was still pretty good, to be fair to him. And I think that is also, again, something that we're going to see throughout this series is on certain maps, like I expect it on Ascent, like whether we get that from Lovers Rock. That's one of the most interesting maps actually coming up because, again, you go through the different maps and you talk about LaRock, and what he's been playing. You got Haven, you got Phoenix. Great, okay. You got Split, you got Raze. Okay, that makes sense. Breezy plays Jet. Similar agents. So I have Fracture, Neon. Again, Lotus the Break. What does he play on set? Deadlock. So again, maybe that's another reason they've looked at and gone, well, they're playing one of their star players on Agent that kind of has you focusing on utility.
ഇതാണ് EWC-യുടെ ഒരു മെയിൻ പ്രശ്നം. ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം കണ്ടപ്പോൾ കുറെ ടെക്നിക്കൽ പോസ്റ്റ് നല്ല ഒരു PC ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ട് കിടുന്ന സാധനങ്ങളാണ്.
And I think this is probably the bit that gives me the most faith in BBL in this matchup in particular. Is there are some teams, and they are one of them, that wasn't a Masters World. So they have been practicing solely for this. Now EDG are a team that made it to top 3. So they were playing in that lower final. I think that was on the 21st, so literally like less than a couple of weeks ago. Did they have a break? Did they have a little bit of spare time? They've also got that stand-in. They will not have been solely focused here. They have had to split their focus on this event and Masters London. BBL are just gunning for this event. And that's what makes me think it's like, okay, they could have changed all of their comps. They could have been running a million different things and found the right practice. Also, where was the last Masters? London. So they can prac all of the teams. And I'm sure if you want to see if some of your comps have holes in them, you prac someone like BBL. So they have got everything they need to play at their best. They've got time, they've got preparation, and they've always had players. No one ever doubted that even when they were in the tier 2. So I think that's going to be the fun part about this team in this tournament is if they don't perform here, I'm disappointed because there are no excuses anymore. Like, when we came from Santiago, we had no time to get ready for stage 2. That's why we didn't really perform well. Oh, you had time. You had time. You had teams to play against across the world.
And
let me tell you, it really does. Like from the end of Masters, I think I worked like 2 days after that. So went home, chilled out, a lot of relaxing time. I feel like I came straight here. And let's just say these guys had a lot more work to do than I did in that time. So it really is that kind of, you almost start to hit that burnout when you're coming straight off an event, straight into prepping, meta changes, map changes. It's a lot to onboard for these players. It's a lot to onboard for anybody. And I think for BBL, yeah, this is kind of why you look at this matchup on paper, EDG, clear favorites, BBL have a chance to redeem themselves, to really light the fire underneath themselves. But that's kind of it. It's like the underdog story. But then you think about the stand-in, you think about the timeline for EDG as well, and suddenly the gap between them starts to narrow. And it looks like BBL really could come through. Ascent being map 2 as well. It could be somewhere that they look very good. You could even see a BBL 2-0 here. How do you feel if we go all the way to 3?
It's difficult because I think like, with momentum, I think BBL would probably take it, but that would mean losing their own map choice and then winning their opponents, which is Ascent. Sunset, I think, I just think back to the old.
Group A RRQ versus BBL EDG. ഈ സമയത്ത് പിന്നെ രാത്രി 7:15 ടീം വൈറ്റാലിറ്റി KC പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ മെയിൻ കളി NRG versus PRX. അതാര് ജയിക്കും? മൊത്തം 4 കളിയുണ്ട്. 4:30 ഈ സമയത്ത് 2 കളി ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ബി 2 കളി. പിന്നെ നാളെ തോറ്റ അവര് ലോവർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റിൽ പോകും. ഒരു ചാൻസ് കൂടെ ഉണ്ട്. അതും തോറ്റ പുറത്താണ്. അപ്പോൾ ജയിക്കുന്നവർ നമ്മൾ വീണ്ടും കളിച്ച് ജയിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ ക്വാളിഫയർ പ്ലേ ഓഫ്. അങ്ങനെ 4 ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ നിന്ന് 2 ടീം വീതം ക്വാളിഫയർ. അതെ 2 പേര് ക്വാളിഫയർ. Hi, Tony.
the best out of 100 Thieves for a little while. Of course, they competed here last year, but they were in the group of death, where it's like, oh no, we didn't manage to beat EDG, Genji, or Fnatic to make it. Yeah, okay, yeah, of course
Kind of
we did.
KC vibes this event.
Exactly. But I think in this one, it's like, okay, now you might be able to make it out of the groups. I like their team. I think they made some great pickups from TSM. I think it's going to be very interesting. Nonetheless, though, Mitch, I think rather than me talking about the groups, let's head off to a short break.
Can't hear you, Mike. അല്ല ഞാൻ അത് മൈക്ക് സൗണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ വെക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. അവർ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് their music സൗണ്ടിന് വേണ്ടി കൂടുതൽ വരാൻ പാടില്ല. സൗണ്ട് കുറച്ചാണ്. അതായത് അവരുടെ സ്ട്രീമിന്റെ സൗണ്ടിനെ കേട്ടിയും കൂടുതൽ സൗണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ മൈക്കിലാണ് റൂൾ വരുന്നത്.
അവരെ വോയിസിനെ ഓവർലാപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല.
അതെ ഓവർലാപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ. ഇപ്പൊ ഓക്കെ ആയില്ലേ? ഇപ്പൊ BPL ആയി അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകുന്നു. രണ്ട് സ്ട്രീം ഉണ്ട് ഈ സമയത്ത്, അതേ സമയത്ത്
3 സ്ട്രീം ഉണ്ട്. വാലറിന്റെ 2 പിന്നെ വേറെ ഏതൊരു ഗെയിം നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
അത് മൊബൈൽ ലെജൻസിന്റെ കളി നടക്കാണ്. അപ്പോ ജൂലൈ 2 തൊട്ട് 12-ാം തീയതി വരെയാണ് വാലറ്റ്. ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സ്റ്റേജ് ഇപ്പൊ നടക്കുകയാണ്. ഹായ് മാങ്ക മാൻ, മാങ്ക മണിയൻ. എന്റെ ചാറ്റ് മാത്രം വരുന്നുള്ളൂ.
ചാറ്റ് ബോക്സിലല്ലേ? റെഡിയാക്കാം. ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് സംഭവം ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഞാൻ കറക്റ്റ് തരാം, അയച്ചു തരാം.
4 മിനിറ്റ് വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം ഗൈസ്. വോട്ടിംഗ് തീർന്നു? എൻഡ് ആയിട്ടില്ല, ഇനി വോട്ടിംഗ്
ഇല്ലേ? വോട്ടിംഗ് എൻഡ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ മറ്റേ ഇതിലാറാകുമ്പോൾ എൻഡ് ചെയ്താൽ ഇപ്പം എൻഡ് ചെയ്യണ്ട.
എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഇത് EDG തന്നെ ജയിക്കും എന്നാണ്, അവരുടെ ഫോം അനുസരിച്ച്. ഫോമിലായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ കണ്ടറിയാം. BBL ചെറിയ ടീമൊന്നല്ല. നമുക്കപ്പോൾ ഷെഡ്യൂൾ വെക്കും, നോക്കാം. ഷെഡ്യൂൾ ഇപ്പോൾ RRPയും 100 Thieves-ഉം BBL-ഉം എഡ്വേർഡ് ഗെയിമിംഗ് ആണ് ജൂലൈ 2. ഇന്ന് രാത്രി 7:15 ഈ കളി കഴിഞ്ഞ ഉടനെ വൈറ്റാലിറ്റിയും കാർമൈൻ കോർപ്പും NRGയും PRX-ഉം. അത് ഒരു കിടിലൻ ഗെയിമായിരിക്കും. NRG PRX. പിന്നെ നാളെ ഇത് ഇന്ന് രാത്രി കിടിലായിരിക്കും. പിന്നെ നാളെ ജെന്റിൽ മിക്സും XLG ഗെയിമും. പിന്നെ G2 നോൺ സ്ട്രീമും. പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ നാളെ അപ്പോൾ ഉച്ചയ്ക്കാണ് കളി. ഇത് വൈകുന്നേരം. അപ്പോൾ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഡിയുടെ കളി ഗ്ലോബൽ ഈസ്പോർട്സ് ഇന്ത്യൻ ടീമുണ്ട്, ഇന്ത്യൻ ഓർഗ് ഉണ്ട്. ഗ്ലോബൽ ഈസ്പോർട്സ് വേഴ്സസ് MIBR നാളെ 4:00. പിന്നെ ഡിഫെൻഡിങ് ചാമ്പ്യൻസ് ടീം ഹെർട്രിക്സും AG.AL, അതും ചൈനീസ് ടീമാണ്. ഓൾ ഗെയിമേഴ്സ് AG. ഓരോ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ നിന്നും 2 പേര് ക്വാളിഫൈ ആവും. തോറ്റാൽ വീണ്ടും അവർക്കൊരു ചാൻസ് ഉണ്ട്, ലോവർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റ്. പിന്നെ വീണ്ടും ക്വാളിഫൈ ആവും. ഗ്രൂപ്പ് 4 ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ നിന്ന് 8 ടീം ക്വാളിഫൈ ആയി. ഇത് ജൂലൈ 9-ാം തീയതി തൊട്ട് പ്ലേ ഓഫ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഗ്യാപ്പുണ്ട്. ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സ്റ്റേജ് നാളത്തോടെ അല്ല ജൂലൈ 7, 8 തീയതി. മ്യൂസിക് ഉണ്ടോ സ്ട്രീമില്?
ഇല്ലല്ലോ.
ഇല്ലേ?
എന്തോ ഒരു പാട്ട് കേൾക്കുന്നു.
അത് അതിന്റെ ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് മ്യൂസിക് വെച്ചതാണ്. അവരുടെ തന്നെ. നമുക്ക് വേറെ മ്യൂസിക് ഒന്നും വെക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. ഈ ചാറ്റ് ബോക്സ് സെറ്റാക്കാനുണ്ട്. സെറ്റാക്കാം. എന്താ ടോട്ടൽ പ്രൈസ് പൂൾ കണ്ടു $2 million. 16 ടീംസ് ഉള്ളൂ. ടീം ഹെർട്രിക്സ് ആണ് ഡിഫെൻഡിങ് ചാമ്പ്യൻസ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അവർ ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി ക്വാളിഫൈ ആയി. ബാക്കി എല്ലാവരും ക്വാളിഫയർ കളിച്ച കാര്യമാണ്. ഗ്ലോബൽ ഈസ്പോർട്സിന്റെ കളി നാളെ ഉണ്ട്. 4:00 എല്ലാ കളിയും ടൈറ്റ് മാച്ചാണ്. ഒന്നും പ്രഡിക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല കാര്യം. ആരും ഒരിക്കലും ജയിക്കാം. മാച്ച് തുടങ്ങാറായെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. നമുക്ക് സ്ക്രീനിലേക്ക് പോകണം. സ്ക്രീനിലേക്ക് പോകാം.
വരായോ?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Hi, Max. Welcome. Hi, Mr. എല്ലാം പരസ്യങ്ങളാണ്. 5 വരെ സ്പോൺസറാണ്. വെൽക്കം. വോട്ട് ചെയ്യോ. വോട്ട് തീരാറായി. ആദ്യം BBL EDG. രണ്ടിലും സെയിം പരസ്യങ്ങളാണ്.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
ഇതിലെ എന്തോ ടെക്നിക്കൽ ഫോഴ്സ് ഗെയിമിൻ്റെ ഇടയിൽ അത് തുടങ്ങിയില്ല. ഒരു ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്യും.
Pressure that we have, we of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization, home country, home city, you know. So that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get getting to play also and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff. And for me, it will be especially like I am playing the French org. For me, like it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like I think has been a chance for me because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know. Like I'm trying to stay humble, like work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know. I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first Casey, and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Casey fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP! He did the ultimate on
The trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well. Especially, you know, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last match just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, many boys not in our roster. I mean, obviously I would have liked to play with my brother, but it's, you know, esports, it's competitions. Maris and Winnie are very similar in terms of playstyle. Of course,
There are some technical issues.
But I think as a team we're very similar to last year.
I think there's a lot of good teams here, but
That's why
we're
the
here to
game is
defend our
really-
title. We're gonna try as hard as possible, and teams will remember the form that we were in last year, and hopefully we can replicate it this year.
We're here to defend the title, and good luck to the teams trying to take it from us.
Points.
All right, we're back from the break here at the Esports World Cup 2026, kicking off with Valorant. Just running through a couple little teething issues here on the stage before we kick off RRQ versus 100 Thieves. The start here of Group A, I believe it is, on the B stream. Got a little bit of a banger game. Of course, Americas versus Pacific and Americas versus Pacific on the cast. Whichever one of us will perform better or worse will get replaced later.
Yep,
it's definitely
that's
not
how
already
it works.
decided.
Yeah, no, it's not decided on a rotation. We actually, whoever performs, not only do they have to get off the cast if you lose, you also have to just leave and leave Paris completely. So it's kind of insane.
I'm
But
putting as many croissants into my suitcase as I can. They're pretty light. I can get a lot in there.
true. You
അവരുടെ റൂളിലുണ്ട്
make a
അവരുടെ
nice
സൗണ്ടിൽ
little
കേട്ട് കൂടുതൽ
stack.
സൗണ്ട് വരാൻ പാടില്ല.
There's someone
ruin the
who's done
croissant.
that, and I'm sure a lot of French people are mad about it.
Definitely. But while we're talking about French, we're going to be talking about Paris, because this has been such a beautiful city to host this event in so far. And again, just to reiterate, the prize pool, $2 million prize pool, first place going home with a big chunk of that money. They've increased the money. They've made it BO3 matches at the beginning. And so this is a huge event that we're here for, and we're so excited for, especially with this matchup today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a bit more of a condensed format last year. This year, they definitely are starting to flesh things out a little bit more.
What's
As
up?
mentioned before, the best of three is going to be used for the players. I think it's going to allow them and the teams to really shine. You mentioned the vetoes and things like that, but also just getting more reps in an international event. I mean, I'm from Oceania, so I'm used to going to
രണ്ട് ഗെയിം ഒരേ
international
സമയത്ത്
event,
നടക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ട്
or at least
ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു
supporting
ഗെയിം
a
സ്റ്റേജ്
team
ചെയ്യും.
at an international event. Being the 16th seed,
Okay,
you
humble
verse the
brag.
first seed
and you get banged in a best of one, and then you go home for 20, 30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of three, multiple best of threes. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing round robin or any of that nonsense. And we're just gonna go and send two teams from each groups into the playoffs.
Sounds great to me. And for those of you that are just jumping in, it is 100 Thieves versus RRQ on this stream. And we talked a lot about both these teams, talking about how they're both powerhouses in their own way, and a little bit about the vetoes. And while we're just getting things started here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that I would?
The other groups, because like Group B, C, and D, I feel like there's an obvious standing. You know, we'll do it in alphabetical order just to make things a little bit easier. Group B is absolutely stacked. Like I'm
Group B is ridiculous.
Like the fact that you have obviously PRX and Vitality, two teams that managed to get top 4 at the previous Masters.
Group B and strong group on PRX, NRG, Carmine Corp, Team Vitality. This qualify again on gender. I don't know.
I'm going to be harsh. They were trash.
Yeah,
they were trash. And they turned it around, man. They started to look good, and I thought this could be the redemption arc. And then you see those groups, bro.
They've obviously removed their head coach, and now Zeiss has taken over. And it seemed to revitalize them going into that EWC qualifier where they managed to take down Fnatic in very surprising fashion. I didn't expect that. In fact, if I was like gonna put anything on the line, I'd have gone 100% in on Fnatic to win that game, even with their own issues along the way. It definitely makes things a very uphill battle. Again, like NRG, I think we're a little bit underwhelming over in Masters London. I think it was Kiko managed to carry them through a game or two. I think one of the games they won, he dropped 60 in 2 maps. The rest of the team were a bit underwhelming, but that means they come into this one, obviously again with a bit more prep time because they went out early, but also with a point that they are still that team that managed to win champions last year. And yeah, Vitality, making it top 4. I think for me, there's still... I don't want to say there's a point to prove because I think they've done well, but expectations on that roster are incredibly high. But also they only really beat EMEA teams. Like that's the one caveat I have with Masters London is I think 3 of their 5 games, or maybe it was 6, were up against EMEA. The other team they beat, the one other team, was DRG, who I think we can safely say were probably the worst team in the world. So I want to see how they're going to come in because they're going to have to beat someone good if they're going to make it out of that group. And then, yeah, PRX. Like, one of the best teams in the world if they don't make it out of that group.
It definitely feels like you have like Vitality, KC, and NRG fighting for the second spot almost with PRX in there, but then NRG could be like this is horrendous. And for KC seeing their opening matchup against Vitality, look, maybe there's an opportunity there with knowing them, but after what we saw regionally,
Vitality always beat the EMEA team.
I don't think we're really in that solid of a boat for the French fans. They'll have to cross their fingers and start doing some rituals if they're going to have any chance. Hometown heroes, maybe it makes a difference, but with no crowd here for their opening games.
Edward gaming they are.
Also, yeah, so it's
exactly.
Like, they're going to want to, because that would be the thing, getting to that crowd later on, obviously getting out of the groups will get you there. That's going to be a big deal for KC. They have a massive fan base that will want that opportunity for cheer for their side. And another team that also fits that bill is the Gentlemates. Obviously having a hot start to the year, kind of teetering off when it came to stage 1, but they're back. They made it through again, and another huge victory going through the qualifier. And their group, I don't want to say it's not. Well, it's easier than Group B. It's not easy.
Exactly.
Because you have G2, no matter what you think of their recent form, with not doing the best in the sort of playoff stage, technically not winning a game, but obviously they went straight into the top 8, so it's a little bit different. They always...
ക്യാമറ ഇവിടെ വെച്ചാൽ മതിയായിരിക്കും
maybe
ചെറുതാക്കണം
someone
വേറെ
fact-checking
എവിടെയെങ്കിലും
that, they always make
മാപ്പ്
errors. They're
മറക്കാൻ
always a
പാടില്ല
team that makes it into
സ്കോർ
that
കാർഡ്
playoff
മറക്കാൻ
stage.
പാടില്ല
When we talk about them having a bad tournament, that's still within the top 8. And when we talk about them all the way through the rest of the last few years, them not winning is the fact that it's not a great event for them, because everybody has the expectations that they're always a contender. And I think they're another one that, after not really performing at Masters London, is going to be very interesting, but it's way more interesting that they got XOG in their group. And that for me is a bagger. You laugh at a team when you get to pick them, you're giggling away at the fact that you get to play them, they beat you, and now you get to play them again, and it's almost like that, well, you're not laughing anymore, you're probably going to prep a bit more, and I think that could be a grudge match. And then the last team is Nongshim. Like, the last team is...
They're all right.
They might be the weirdest team this year. You win the first Masters, and then you go out of your own region 7 to 8.
But this was, okay, maybe not 7 to 8, but we saw a lot of teams go from the Masters events to drop down to 5th to 6th, to drop down 7 to 8th. We've seen a lot of the teams that didn't make that Masters event the first time around then have a very deep run, if not qualify, when it comes to London. And I think the way this year shaped up, like the meta changes between kickoff, between the international, between stage 1, were huge. And I think these pivots being made, like, we had teams that were dominant because of the Yoru, then we had teams having to adapt out of that. It tested so many different facets and prep time. I think that's more excusable, but that's where, for me, I have that excuse for what has happened. Now Nongshim need to come through here and show us, oh no, we are a contender, we just got caught off by the pace of everything.
What makes me the most excited going into this event is just one, and I'm gonna be brutal here and say very, 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 very obvious change was so throughout a lot of Pacific, they had Danby flexing away from Neon. It was between him and Francis who played Neon, and a lot of the time it felt like it lent towards Francis. For the qualifier, they went back to him. It was kind of shared, but for the qualifier, they went back to him pretty much exclusively playing Neon, and they just seemed to fly their way through it. So I think that for me is more exciting. The fact that he's back on Neon. At the beginning of the year, he was the best Neon in the world.
Neon, yeah,
and it's obviously the shotgun nerf hurt him a bit as well, because he was the king of Neon shotgun. But I think that for me, that is enough of a change to go, like, maybe they're not back to winning the event, but I still think they should be enough to get out of the groups. And it makes it interesting, because I think that, again, mates will have had all of that additional prep time. They would have been gunning for this event. We know that they, even in the qualifier, they swapped roles. Beepo was going over to Sentinel, which actually, I'll be honest, I saw that on paper and went, right, that's not going to work, is it? And it did. It was great. And I think they were putting Mini on Duelist as well, which was also great. So there's a lot to be excited for. And then XOG, again, they were another squad where I kind of went back into things and was like, my expectations on them are not that high.
Chinese
and they definitely exceeded. Their victory versus G2 blew me away. I don't know. I think players like Happyway is going to be very, very interesting to see if he can keep up the level that he showed at Masters London, because he was so good. And then we have Group D. MMBR, AG, and Heretics. And I look at that group, Mitch, as the random group, because it's like...
agents നോക്കാം വീണ്ടും ഏജൻസ് വന്നു രണ്ടുപേരും ഡബിൾ ഡ്യൂലിസ്റ്റ് ആണ്
I don't think anything's changed.
നമ്മുടെ ക്യാൻ ജെറ്റിലാണ് ഗൈസ്
Got the jet raise on
ജെറ്റ് റേസ്
I can't see anything.
അപ്പുറത്ത് നിയോൺ റേസ്.
There we go. We're just showing again. I think the reason we're doing this is because, of course, it's been a little while. You guys have been sat waiting for the game to start, and you might have forgotten what agents people are playing. So we are going to we're showing you again.
I do very much like the Vice is being used by both sides. I think on this map there's so much value to be had. Those Thorns, I mean, I think back to Benji, even when he was having a bad game on Heretics regionally, this guy was able to have so many rounds that he single-handedly won for the team just with the delay, just by sectioning off some players.
Yes, തുടങ്ങുന്നു guys. First map Lotus.
Strong rounds when it came to the defensive side. I'm expecting to see the same from Krev, and there was something Kakuka brought up on the desk, but he has been sensational when it comes to the Vice, getting to play on comfort. And BBL knowing Ascent is up next. It's definitely a dangerous start for EDG, despite coming in here as a favorite. Like we've said, they have a stand-in, and now with the way that the map goes gone, maybe they can take it when we go to 3, but BBL have a chance if they can start strong. Still, perhaps we have to give the favorite to EDG. As time ticks away, folks, it seems we are ready to roll. Barriers up, and away they go. BBL starting on the defense, and they've gone for an unusual strategy. A 4-man totem pole waiting on the stairs for any engagement. The second Concon rounds this corner, he is gone. There's no way.
Might be underestimating him. Smoke's helped him out already. A back and forth, a firing squad, and Lovers Rock on that defensive side. Neon has managed to give them the advantage. Early damage done, rotation already coming back in for support. They're kind of trapped in the corner though, that's the only thing. And it seems like Signed is aware. Paranoia is solid. The slide out, it looked like maybe he could escape. Instead, the trade's back and forth, and eventually Kraven's there to close the round. Maybe a little bit closer than they would have liked, but it is the round for BBL.
Yeah, that smoke threw a little bit of a spanner in the works, but BBL quick to adapt by just running through it to look for those battles together. You can see Concon still getting his kill, despite being up against the numbers. It does come very close considering BBL had the right read on that play in terms of the boots on the ground. Right position, right time, the right result, a 1-0. Now, here's where EDG don't have a lot to do. They didn't get a plant. There's no chance to really go for a convincing force buy. Instead, they will have to play this as a full eco. The main thing for BBL, though, is they have one pistol. You do not want to see this be anywhere near a close round, and they've already lost the pistol.
Yeah, I guess it's the one player you don't mind losing, but ultimately they're losing quite a bit more. This is getting a little bit dangerous until LaRock is there to close it out. A bit close for comfort, a bit costly, but it's still their round.
Yeah, I think they lose an SMG, a Marshal, and a Sheriff. I will probably pick up the Sheriff. So it's not the end of the world. Definitely, the problem is, though, that to end up on the floor. For BBL, a quick start. Indeed, 2-0, and this is where things get interesting. Coming into the full buy of EDG, LaRock 2 away from a showstopper. Lovers Rock as well could have the finger guns, and those two ultimates, or even one of them, could make a big difference in a round where there's so many weaknesses. BBL have to play this with all those losses in the last round as a super light buy. Barely anything invested. LaRock already close to death.
Oh yeah, there's a hell of a lot of damage that's already been done. LaRock almost gone, Rose almost gone. A lot of the danger of this round seems to have diminished. Maybe if they can give Loiter a gun, that would be nice, but no, it's Concon just cleaning things up. Nice work from LaRock to at least get one back, but in the meantime, he was just selling a ruse, a push, going through to the other side of the map, and Gianni has already seen where Loiter is. His survival seems impossible, but he's managed to teleport back at least a little.
Roses now finds himself a kill. This is a fantastic start, but left alone, he'll have to do all the hard work himself. 1 HP and a Bulldog, a clutch for the ages, and it's not to be. EDG sporting a few bruises, though, and they were up against a very light buy. I think BBL can keep their heads held high exiting that round, and for EDG, the goal now...
They did an unfathomable damage in the first few seconds of the round, and then after that point, plain sailing. But as you said, this is where if that all came online last round, it would have been great. You said that it's come online for this one. Operator for Lovers Rock. That was what I was mentioning about 30 minutes ago. I love his defensive side operator on that Neon. Fact is, though, early utility expended and a TP.
There's the old pop. Oh, he's gonna snipe him out of the sky. Controls the site, and walking through that smoke was a brave and bold play for Rose. Now a 2 versus 5 seconds into the round. You thought the damage last round was impressive. Well, they've basically won this one in the first 20. When Lovers Rock having an operator on there's no way you can throw this at a near unwinnable situation.
No, it's crazy how clean that was on entry, especially Gianni's reaction shot just to be able to get rid of that showstop because it was super dangerous on entry. But yeah, Kraven definitely under serious pressure early in the round, and I like it from EDG. A little bit more direct, very aggressive in their stance, and when you have that operator set up on the other side of the map, the fast pace into A can of course some issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20 seconds.
In the round, kittle entrance. I just altered. Oh,
2-2 is where we end up for EDG denying those weapons won't be possible in the end. So at least BBL got out of there sporting what they were trying to save. But that was such a quick round from EDG. It's hard to even
2-8
imagine from BBL's perspective.
And
the fact that they popped the showstopper, so it's costly not just because it ruins your economy, but it also takes a very big ultimate out of the round and out of the game for a while. Now leaving 3 players onto pistols, it's still a better chance to win than the last round in the 2v5, sure. But EDG looks set to take the lead here.
You need a hero.
operator
Maybe the operator will be the one to do it. Lovers Rock able to dip in, dip out, get rid of Khan. The additional weaponry, not really possible, but they've gambled on the other 2 sides of the map. In fact, just look at where LaRock is already. Very deep positioning, pushing in on that flank. Sure, the rotation to the B side is still possible, but that's being watched by Kreven, so they at least have information there.
France.
However, that plant is going down, and with the time ticking in their favor and still solid weaponry, I think EDG is still favored in this spot.
They think he's here, and they certainly know it now. Now he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out, and well, Jenny comes to try to save the day. The pistols are doing damage, though. This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is, but Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind the showstopper. One man for the kill, though. LaRock ends up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill, the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Jenny. But ultimately, that's a low buy round coming through for BBL. The operator of Lovers Rock, that flank from LaRock, but also just Kreven buying time. Like you mentioned it, like him able to get a kill or 2 in the mix. Important stuff. 3-2. Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG.
Well, we've seen this delay on the C site from BBL work pretty well. Looks like through and deal with Kreven, but this time it's not Kreven. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Initially, Lovers Rock takes the kill. A C's nade thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage, and the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Skyhill comes through. Concon's back up to full, but running out of dash. Wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy play, but it works out. He might die after one, but he plays the space. He breaks the defense and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers, even for now, but the attackers have an easy time. They're going to change direction, and no matter where they go, they have
the Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers after you get 2 kills. One elsewhere, and it was not B. The wall only just getting tripped, but even still, it's a little bit of additional damage done onto Kreven. However, he still manages to win the fight. Puts it back into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the smoke. It leaves it all onto Signed. He needs to try and clutch on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lovers Rock closes it down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
It's just a fantastic idea to come out of the gate with that aggression. We so often see it, especially the C's nade. When it comes to the A site, much more rare to attempt it here. Leaving Rose embedded as well. At least if he's not there and instead is in front of Gen, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
Oh, they love this C pressure. And I like the adaptation from BBL to put LaRock there. He wants to try and fight them on it. Utility being sent out to clear him, and he's taken a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in. The stinger enough for Concan to find the opener, and already Jenny has managed to add another. This C-site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, players on the other side of the map. I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to save. Right now, I feel like Lovers Rock is looking for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro, you're going up rare, leave. Yeah, he could have before, but he can't now.
Have to stand his ground. The good thing is they don't know he's here, and it looks like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps he'll get to keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Not with sign. Oh my God, he is. He's trying it. He's gonna try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time.
Gets
No one's
it.
close by enough. It's gonna be a spam from Signed.
Gets
Has he
it.
got it? It's so close.
എന്റെ പൊന്നോ നിഞ്ച ഡിഫ്യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് എന്റെ പൊന്നോ 1v5 ജയിച്ച്
Someone 1v5 ninja defuse
എന്റെ പൊന്നോ
on map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing. And they all left, Tom. Why did they all leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just
അല്ല വൈസ് ഫ്ലാഷ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോ അറിയില്ലേ അവിടെ അത് ഇൻഫോ വരൂലല്ലേ
this man sticking around for one extra kills, giving him the round.
എന്റെ പൊന്നോ കിടതം
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that. That's
അത് ഓപ്പൺ സേവ് ചെയ്ത് കളിയും ജയിപ്പിച്ചു കൊടുത്തു 1v5
next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again some weaker weaponry in play here.
No,
Obviously
remove
it's
that.
kept through from the
No,
last
remove
round.
that.
I can't
That's
believe
right.
they didn't leave one Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went
എന്താണ്
down.
ദിലീപ് ബ്രോ പറഞ്ഞ മനസ്സിലായില്ല
I can't believe he won that, man. I can't believe he went for it even. Even just that was crazy. But EDG have got to be kicking themselves. Then you come into this round, a man down already. BBL changing up their Vice setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated. And now EDG are
I meant to remove the flash drive for backup.
for 20 seconds, 30
Oh,
seconds.
remove ആക്കി
Finally
ഓ
to
അങ്ങനെ
make a move, but BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position.
Oh,
Of course, they don't expect Larocque to be stood there
വീണ്ടും
with the Vice wall covering his back.
വീണ്ടും
It is
BBL
clear
ജയിക്കാൻ
they left
6-2 ആണ്
completely
നെക്സ്റ്റ് റൗണ്ട്
open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying
You-
off for now.
Pretty hefty advantage.
nobody on the top right
But the second he tries to enter this site will trip the wall, and even then it seems like there were players watching it. Instead they've reaggressed, looked to try and push behind, finding that there's nobody towards C side of the map. We'll gift them a plant. A little bit gambly, but when you're in a 2v4 situation you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that door swings open, and they're already on their way. Showstopper popped. Larocque searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears him apart, at least for the first two. But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade 6-2. What should have been at least a fight back from EDG guaranteed. This game has become much more one-sided. With one little mistake.
There you go. The diffuse delayed so they can get the operator. It has been having impact. Those early picks coming through from Lovers Rock have definitely been causing them issues. I do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that operator. It has been problematic to try and deal with. Either way, 6-2. The attack now have themselves to buy. Of course,
ഇത് BBL ന്റെ map ആണ് അതുകൊണ്ട് പിന്നെ
they lost a round with 5
നന്നായിട്ട്
players
കളിക്കുന്നു
alive. That is a rare occurrence. It's whether or not they can start putting
ചത്ത്
rounds on the board, and again,
Kang
they go
വീണ്ടും
towards
ചത്ത്
the seaside. And this time, Lovers Rock is on that side of the map.
It's the same setup we've seen. Having the C's nade, having the op looking for the opening pick. EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a fight now, though.
3v3
They trade back, and they've taken
okay
Lovers Rock.
3v2
The C site's wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much. Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevins over that gap. Look at the TP, though, by Loida. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu, well, he found two to close out the last round before he died. This time it would be enough to take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it might even work as bait, though. Because you're going to almost have assumed that he had it already. It's a very, very long rotation back from Loiter.
പിത്തൽ ചെയ്യാറുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ പറയും ജയിക്കുന്നു
starting to doubt
Good
where his
team.
opponent would be coming from. You go, okay,
Chichu,
why is he
I
taking
think
so
him.
long? Has he gone all the way in towards our spawn? Has he gone all the way around the back?
ഞാൻ പിക്ചർ ചെയ്യും
Sat in the corner,
അതാണ് ചോദ്യം.
basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible. Timing
Check
taken
it.
away
Ah,
now for
മനസ്സിലായി.
Loiter,
Oh,
and in the end for
okay.
Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Yeah, a big clutch for Chichu. A much needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja defeat.
ചീച്ചു ആണ് പിക്ചർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്
I
പറയുന്നത്.
genuinely can't I can't remember the last time I saw a Ninja successfully found. I think in the last year we've done like 1 attempt.
Not in a 1v5.
Not in a 1v5, absolutely not.
No.
And then you think
1v5
about it, I'm
Ninja
really
ഡിഫ്യൂസ്
fans
സൂപ്പർ
of that.
ആയിരുന്നു കേട്ടോ.
Then you go
ഞാൻ
to
പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചില്ല.
an international stage against a team like this.
Yeah.
That
It
is not the
doesn't
kind of
happen.
mistake that happens at this caliber.
Oh, ചത്ത്.
Crazy stuff already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. While
Oh.
for Gianni, the showstopper has worked out this time, and the wraparound looking to come in from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap.
Oof.
And while Khan ends up
ഇത് ഏതാ ഗെയിം? ഇത് Valorant Max Pro.
Loiter ending up wall banged.
Valorant.
Decides he doesn't want to face into
The 5v2 ഇത് save ചെയ്യും.
Honestly, that's okay. I don't think many people do.
5v5 ആണ്. ബോംബ് പ്ലാന്റ് ചെയ്യണം, ഡിഫ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാം.
Sure, but once you meet that operator, it's time to turn. Nice attempt by Rose to play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught and now all on to Kraven.
Okay.
Guardian got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the
Oh,
first
okay.
one tap
അങ്ങനെ
under
4-6
his
ആയി.
belt, but
6-6
Sun
ആവും. Okay,
puts an end
6-6.
to that. 6-4 now. EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
പബ്ജി ഇരുന്ന് പറയാം. പബ്ജി ഉണ്ട്. ദിവസം നിഞ്ച ഡിഫ്യൂസ് ആയിട്ട് ഫസ്റ്റ് മാച്ച് അതായത് ഇല്ല 1v5
BBL to run away with
ആദ്യം
this
കേട്ടോ.
half, but that potential is slowly slipping away from them. Of course, on a regional standpoint, EDG are normally incredible on that attack side, so I'm interested to see if they're going to have that same.
പബ്ജി
We've only
ഞാൻ
seen
ഷെഡ്യൂൾ
five
നോക്കണം.
events, really.
അതറിയില്ല.
This is
ഞാൻ
DOG
ഇട്ടാണല്ലോ
two
സ്റ്റാറ്റസിൽ.
both times.
വീട്ടിലായിരിക്കും പബ്ജി മൊബൈൽ.
Of course, it's hard to doubt.
പബ്ജി ഓഗസ്റ്റ് 6 തൊട്ട് 16 ആണ്.
Nonetheless, and we're going to see this early aggressive start from Larocque. And actually, he's going to continue his pushing, but it's almost worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia. Chichu on a tear these last few rounds. He's found Larocque.
2-3 ആൾക്കാർ കൂടി വിളിക്കും വാച്ച്പാർട്ടി. വിളിക്കാം. വീട്ടില്
Back into a walkable position. Rose is going to cover corner.
എല്ലാരും ബിസിയാണ് ഈ സമയത്ത്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് വൈകുന്നേരം ഉണ്ട് കളി. PRX കളിയുണ്ട്. PRX vs NRG.
The rest of the squad, but they won't see anyone fighting them as they go through. They're suspicious, but Rose lands 2 in a row.
ഗെയിം സൗണ്ട് കുറവാണ്. അപ്പോൾ
To wait till that wall comes down.
Hello.
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner, and he'll catch Con for 7. The lead locked in for halftime.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much
It's
done
okay,
from
it's
that
okay.
corner. Normally I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall. And because of that, they walk through, one's looking his way, the other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit, he gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL of BBL. They now look to come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. It's kind of what's expected. But either way, operator waiting for Kankan. He knows that a player has likely already crossed his. Rose currently holding the operator, allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. All going to be baited. But instead, they go back towards the C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL is setting up for the retake, though.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, they've got 4 players having pushed up on A. A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this outside, this attacker side of the map. And the idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill, trying to make this uncomfortable for that player. And now the Thorns The ult going through. No more thorns, sorry, for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this. So BBL going to run straight through. Already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand. And now Signed and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu. And Signed is there to close it out.
Okay.
There will be 7 to 5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but NRG not that far behind.
No, another
clear
great round coming out from Chichu. I think you could put at least 2
the
or
last
3.
5 rounds, he's on fire.
You could put at least a few down to him individually. Or just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Loiter already knew that round was over. 7 to 5, a decent recovery, especially when you consider there was a 1v5 ninja defuse in the mix and you didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad for EDG.
You know, often we talk about the pistol rounds in a situation like this, 7 to 5. You're like, oh, the pistol made the difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. Another 1v5. The 1v5 ninja defuse is what gave you the leg up there.
Comeback അടിക്കോ 5-7 ആണ് പക്ഷേ ഇത് BBL മാപ്പ് ആണ് സംശയമാണ് കാരണം അവർ നല്ല ഡിഫെൻഡ് ചെയ്തു യൂഷ്വലി അറ്റാക്കിംഗ് മാപ്പ് മൂന്ന് സൈഡ് ഉള്ളപ്പോൾ അത് ഡിഫൻസ് 7 റൗണ്ട് ജയിച്ചത് തന്നെ വലിയ കാര്യമാണ്
is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position. The team identity looked better. Started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG. That Signed will become more and more integrated into this roster over games. That on-stage experience is vital for any top-tier player. And so he's coming in here with these guys. I don't just mean on-stage experience as a player. I mean with your team, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he's coming in here with a chance to build that day-to-day.
Hi, Pinchu. Welcome to the stream.
I think it's also fun as well when you do have like a coach in the mix. Because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause. So it can give you additional value. Of course, what you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane
Hi, Pinchu. Welcome to the stream.
It definitely I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game, and of course you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just hopping off at the moment and going into the defensive side. We'll have to wait and see what they have on offer. As said, when it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine, but a lot of the time they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 7.
Genuinely, it's the last 5 rounds
and
excluding 1. I remember he got like a 2K out of 4, and a 2K clutch, and a 4K to close it out as well. Chichu's having a game, man. 7 to 5 though. Pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Lee said we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door. And that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. They're all around him. He's going to be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
He did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill and then setting up Chichu, who, I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up. He's just managed to right-click a guy down to 8 HP through half of the bullets hitting the wall.
Yeah.
That's how the classic
I
works.
play
There you go.
games
That's what you need.
I was thinking that. I was like, I'm pretty sure the wall
Usually
ate
make
most of
more-
those shots. I just saw his health
I
bar
only make
disappear.
my friends more. I
Looks in the
don't know who
control,
are
though.
you.
Kraven's managed to get them into the A side. The
Where
thing I
are you
like from
from,
EDG,
brother?
though, they've grouped up. Bar one player,
I'm
that
seeing
one
you
player's
for first
Kankan,
time, so
I'll
let's
allow
hope.
it.
Safe enough pair of hands if he's on his own. Yeah, I'll certainly be believing in him. Plant coming through for BBL. A man down and a lot of HP missing on Loida. He's going to try to be the snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed, but they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind, holding the site proves easy. For the Vice, it is now 8 on the board for BBL, and an injection of rounds in this early half could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
Yeah, that's both pistols under their belts as well, and I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact he gets 2 while on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round.
Yes.
If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto
Sound
the
okay ആണോ?
remaining players
Sound
of
okay ആണോ?
BBL. Instead,
George
it
bro,
gives
sound
Kreven
okay.
a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights. 8-5. Lead extended. Come on. Lovers Rock with a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
Lovers Rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
Well, technically, I said nobody has
Yo.
shields. So
Exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant
Okay.
no player on the defensive side has
better.
shield.
Come on. Try harder.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I
Day
thought,
one
I
is
thought he had a shield
forgivable,
beside
you
his
know.
name.
What's-
But it
what's-
definitely wasn't the fact that his name is nobody.
What's
And it's
your name?
an annoyance. Something, someone, and nobody. God damn it. Well,
Sound like a hater.
it should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side, and in the hands of Kalankon, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
EDG ജയിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നു. ഈ മാപ്പ് പോയി. ഈ മാപ്പ് BBL ജയിച്ചു. ഇതിൽ comeback അടിക്കാൻ ഈ
Flank
പാടാ.
position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of realized that flash has left Rose so blind, but again, a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a 4th. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Kalankon in the back from the corner on C long, so he actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just hiding in corners the entire time. An easy cleanup for BBL, though, and now is where we basically need to
Underestimate ഒന്നും
see
ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല.
the
They will come
breakdown
back, but not this
from
map.
the side of EDG.
Come happen.
Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently. In fact, too much might be an understatement. We haven't seen them play at all.
comeback അടിക്കുന്നത് ഈ റൗണ്ട് ജയിക്കണം. ബൈ റൗണ്ട്.
Yeah, there's something poetic about seeing the IGL only getting kills from positions of...
രണ്ടിലും ഓമനാണ്
Yeah,
ലീഡ്.
you gotta be ratty sometimes.
പിത്തൽസിയാണ് മെയിൻ ഈ
kind
മാപ്പിൽ.
of how he should be playing. Well, for BBL, double digits if they can
Then
take
team
this
back on
round.
it.
They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is another rifle. I say rifles, I mean these ones.
ഓമൻ രണ്ടോടത്ത് 18 കില്ലുണ്ട്. ഡിഫൊന്നുമില്ല. രണ്ട്
Vandal
ഈക്വൽ.
close,
hello.
not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and Loida gets an easy opener. The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
A good nade, but the cover equally as good.
Yeah, with 4 HP.
Nice shot already.
EDG പുതിയ പ്ലെയർ ആയിട്ട് കളിക്കുകയാണ്. പുതിയ
Leaves just 2 standing.
Dave call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice. Now, it's interesting the position of that Vice Wolf assigned. It feels like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup. Again, that's quite a common thing to do with a stand-in. The problem is, one of the normal positions for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. Rose has gone down to the spot. Well, he was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier. You have this round as well, where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
And Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I haven't seen them stand
EDG
up all
ഇപ്പോഴും
too much
ഭയം
so
ഇല്ലേ?
far, but hey, there's plenty
Because
more
the
room
seats
to
are
the
so
series.
comfy.
Exactly.
ഈ റൗണ്ടിലും പോയി.
Monster's got a
ഈ
lot.
മാപ്പേ പോയി.
That was a great hit. We've planned
Put
out a few
convert
of
it,
these for the
balls
day.
in
So
Oh,
the
yeah,
sure.
definitely.
What's next on the script? Well, 10-5, BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this. We spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to blame them the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up. It's a very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle. That's it. That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free. Once that door goes up, and it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the bait. They're ready for Konkon's push. Again, he might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, hello! No! Signed. Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Jenny has his nade primed again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots, but they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation all the way back to the other side of the map and a post plant.
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught. He's on the right agent for it. Quickly able to slip away. Back to the C site. They know the Outlaw is lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots 1, maybe even 2. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida does the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around, they double swing, take Signed down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time against him. A shot landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL. And honestly, I'm surprised to not see like a pause coming through from EDG, even just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like, okay, let's go with the flow. Let's learn a little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by 1 or 2. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. He tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Concon, but we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through, about moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through, but when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah,
right in the nick of time as well.
I think that obviously Signed great work on the timing on the flank, but the big player in this round is Kankan, because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction, but then he starts baiting for his teammate, because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the Signed the opportunity to strike. 11-6. A break back after 4 in a row. But is it the first of many? Or a blip?
Oh, LaRock having no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4. Damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu. One away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C, and then plant with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous round.
Yes. There's the orb. It does seem like this has been thought of, though. Look at Chichu. Chichu is so ahead of the game. He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes to the plant, you thought he had a big brain play. Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been put in the shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map.
Welcome C2, bro. Welcome.
He's kept them in it. And this would have been a very flat first half. If not for him, and it would have been a game over.
C2 ആദ്യത്തെ ഹാഫില് ninja defuse
The gap starting to narrow a little bit again. But the thing is, in the back of my mind, it is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with
ninja
pistols.
defuse ഉണ്ട് BBL ചെയ്തത് EDG 5 BBL ഒറ്റ ഒരാള് with operator.
Couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. Get rid of one of Laroc's weapons, but Khan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but
nice.
It ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far.
1v2.
They need him to win this one.
Let's see you.
Crept up, got Rose. But the first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, Laroc caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far. The win now fills his sails. Again, a necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols, yada yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky after you full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end.
Timeout.
Well, you mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. And I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EWC with the stand-in. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Like a Full Force, RRQ, 100 Thieves. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they can get this one over the line. Because if it slips and then you go into an ascent where, hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it. You can't have prepped anything going into that map. You start to feel pressure.
And for BBL, we already mentioned it, winning this map, having Ascent up next. It could set them up to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there. Or how high up the power creep can go as we get later into this series, but I see the fist bumps from BBL. The timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. We said lights out for Chichu. Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as well. Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that underdog story. It's because they're behind, and he's been the one fighting back in for them. And on this team, that's bloody impressive.
Well, even after 3 rounds in a row, it's going to be an operator with no shields coming into this round for Khan. So definitely a little bit more vulnerable. Okay. See you later, Laroc.
All because of that clutch, you know. Wouldn't have had the confidence to spray otherwise.
Nobody was there. But not nobody. Khan in position. Waiting. Had a teammate to support, but in this case, with an advantage already, he's just going to fall back.
Another pick for Khan. This time the trade is there. It's Rose quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all onto Kreven. 4 to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is hunting him down. He stands reasonably close to it, and okay, he's alive. The smoke fades, a player up top. Good flash, and now a 1v1, surely not for Kreven. But the spike is down, and Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round. Playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's been so long, he doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. Jenny will be there to close the round. It is close to an all-time clutch for Kreven with 5 HP, but it is still the streak of rounds going. Now again, it's incredibly costly for EDG. They were already on the back burner just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator, because of how fast Khan is. The snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Gianni. Having another big round on the Rays. Of course, as I said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him swapping back to it for this. He's looking fairly comfortable.
Good one by Jenny, just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny, not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper through, and he finds Laroc. How? I don't know how he survived, got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL, okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry dissipating. heal onto Gianni as well. So although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. Now for Kreven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Khan. That operator still in hand. And for Rose, well, he's not been having the best of games individually. Might get one for free. The second player would be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly where Khan is. Knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well,
come back, guys, come back.
In the form of EDG, they looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes going through that first half, even a little bit here. But we always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up. I was starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down. Another timeout. The second for BBL being called, and quite quick succession as well, as they're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards the center? It's like, well, you can have Khan with an operator on the defensive side. He might just kill everyone. That's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of G2 up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed, the stand-in at times might not even have to do too much. And right now, well, what's that? 2 pauses in 3 rounds? 2 rounds? Like, you could see that BBL are really feeling that pressure. And you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage,
come back out, come back.
I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row, they took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause. So I think it is literally 2 pauses in
Hi, man of bro. Welcome to stream.
Round 22. 1 round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second win, but it's Khan to fall right away. LaRock said no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage, though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with 1, but still a man advantage for BBL. Now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must-win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed the stand-in, the coach in a 1v4, and with the credits desperately low. Not today.
Listen, maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save. 12 for BBL. At long last, it felt like an inevitability 6 rounds ago, and yet it has been a good streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like, you can't use
was a big old dump.
3 high-impact ults in 1 round. And okay, sure, LaRock got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of G2. Okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything other than slow 1 player down at least a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's and they do have a blade storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely pieces missing here and there. And an immediate 4-player aggression. Khan 1 for 1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter, and after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Khan's dealt with and with the TP as well. He can move to this A side if Noise is hurt, but Sign not yet getting the read and the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in. And in a moment's time, you're going to see Lover's Rock looking for that opening on the up for Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh, no! Lover's Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12 to 11. We're going the distance no matter what.
Yeah, so I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates, and that round, even the last one might have not gone their way. And that There's not how they would have hoped for that
First
one to
കളി
go.
ആണെങ്കിൽ
The
കിടിലം
individual
close
stepping up.
matches ആയിരിക്കും
He
എല്ലാ
has
match.
signed 12-14 right now. He's holding his own within this server. A man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So as said, it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL. Some of the best aimers you'll ever see, and while they're going to try and play off that now. Lovers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're signed. He's now leveled up. 14-14.
4v2 clutch
At OT.
ബാക്കിലേക്ക് വന്നു
It almost feels inevitable at this stage.
I think sign coach
Boy, might be able to get some work done, but nobody is sneaking up on his left, and he has no idea. Great shot from nobody, and we signed on a 3K overtime, locked in. EDG, they I can't stress enough how out of this game they looked at a certain point. The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. Like for BBL, I could see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side, and now that EDG have tightened up the game, it's looking a whole lot better.
I want to go the other way with it. BBL win both pistols. They win, I think, 2 rounds off of straight BS. And now they've gone to OT. This is a choke and a half. Like, they were handed the map.
Also.
And now they are in overtime. Like, the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they lose from here, I'm not going to lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into a set then with a different mind frame than the quasi-advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of Turkey. But you come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a knock. For EDG, a slow start to this attack side. They see so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense. So they wait. And now, push comes to shove. And that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
An attack side operator. He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to trade him. Walk back. Not going to be caught.
4v3.
EG have just completely paused. They have left their opponents with little to no information. The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant, and an advantage extending even further. The lead looking like it's going to be taken. And the Hubert Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it. And it is all but over. 13-12 now. EDG, after being at an insane deficit, now on map point.
And even this defensive round, it doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, the shoe's on the other foot. It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. I said, with this stand-in, I expect them to get better and better. With every map under their belt, I didn't think it would be every half under their belt. The chance for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set, EDG's map pick, and often a hometown map for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage. I think they just noticed he knifed the Prowler. It might be Concom with the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
മനസ്സിലായി Kankan. Headshot.
The attack side going to try and take back that space towards C. Kankan in position once again, and of course he doesn't miss the shot. Leaves them a man down, and the C site failing, but with the opener onto a lot more interesting.
4v4.
The A site is completely under their control. Before they'd had signed on that side of the map. This gives BBO a pretty good opportunity.
Plant coming through. Going to be onto Larocque, still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant. And look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam. It was looked like it was on for the start.
Ooh.
Immediate swap from Kankan. He shoots, drops his weapon,
Oh,
and goes in
yo.
for the fight, but that's not going to work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is
Oh,
tied
we
up
know
in
it, we know
Depot.
it.
BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
The back and forth continues. A much needed one as well. I feel
Yeah,
like that
the-
resets
yeah,
this
that's it.
into an even
അവര്
playing
അവിടുന്ന്
field
രണ്ട്
once
പ്രാവശ്യം
again. I was
fail
just
ചെയ്തു.
worried they were
ഏല്
going
പോയി
to
സീല്
completely
പോയി
fall
വീണ്ടും
out of the
പോയി.
map after it coming all the way back to overtime. But it seems like BBL still have some fight within them.
അറ്റാക്കിലും കാൻകാൻ ഓർപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു guys.
No surprise that Kankan's invested back into that operator once again. The defenders
All that running paid off. സത്യം സത്യം.
looking to reaggress towards that seaside, but Kankan is
Oh,
waiting.
missing,
This
missing,
time not
missing.
missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players already on the walk-up.
മനസ്സിലായി അവിടെ ആളുണ്ട്. 3 പേര്.
Same space take from BBL, this time without the season play. A little bit of a different layer to hopefully allow them to push through, to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A jump spot that they're hearing every couple
Push
of
നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്,
seconds.
push.
They don't know about
Lower
Rose.
stop.
BBL are setting traps
I'm
on
sound
each
കേൾക്കാം.
extremity. Finally, Lovers Rock has walked up. He's hearing the steps into B now. He knows the
ചത്ത്,
play,
ചത്ത്.
and they are none the wiser.
അയ്യോ,
The
അയ്യോ.
shots don't land. That was a huge play, perhaps round winning. The BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
They can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The paranoia is perfect, though. That's the advantage.
One tap.
Nobody waiting in position.
Push it,
Kreven,
is it?
however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory. But still, Kankan and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side for BBL. They need one more attack side round, and they'll finally close out the map that they started.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory that it looked like.
ഇത് push ചെയ്തിട്ടാ.
Mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second. For BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round. Finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We can see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up. Where we've seen Sim playing a nice shot from nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross. All too easy for those
5v3
initial openers. and
വീണ്ടും ഓട്ടിയോ.
Losing 2 personnel off rip.
വീണ്ടും ഓട്ടി, വീണ്ടും
You
ഓട്ടി.
almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side if they're going to turn this round back.
Oh yeah,
ഇവിടെ
they're
അറിയാം.
straight out the
ചത്ത്.
mistakes made by BBL.
അയ്യോ.
Yeah, you're just about going to
1
survive that
HP.
on 1 HP,
Okay,
but
yeah, never mind.
Kankan goes
I was
back.
about to say, Kankan doesn't miss.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, he
5v2.
he hit both shots, and now signed, waiting on the side. Flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't swing. He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped and signed under pressure from that right side. The off of Lovers Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14 to 14.
ഓട്ടി.
Another overtime
വീണ്ടും
needed.
ഓട്ടി.
Yeah, just bear in mind, guys, this is map 1 of the entire tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
You have to wonder, though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him? What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've got
that was
another
what it is. They
teammate.
looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
Crazy, അതെ അതെ അതെ.
14 to 14. Kankan survives, but not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL. Definitely feeling a little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
minute on the clock.
Maybe 5.
And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, dangers averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before from BBL. The jump spot's there from Loida. He sees them and hits the paranoia, but instead he swings out wide. Now goes down. Rose has to have a sensational performance. It's a bit shaky. Could have been 2. But 1 found. At least for BBL, it's just a one-man disadvantage, and they've got the rotates in just in time. Lovers Rock and Kreven are here to hold the line. The early flank from LaRock, but Con just keeps ripping them to shreds. It's EDG with the lead again, and another chance to close this out.
It's just been getting better and better as the map goes on. Like I've been saying, it's a lot of times been
match point
this is him finding a player with a classic, walking into the site with an operator, finding another couple, and then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy gets, the scarier things become. By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles ahead of the top of the board? He's now third.
Concom was 15 and 15.
So
he's had a little bit of an awakening. A small amount. And it is scary to be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side having to be mounted again. That spam was decent. The Rock tagged up. No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement. Oh my god. Look, he's going so fast. And he's caught Chichu completely off guard. And another under Lover's Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. But that makes it even more impressive. Con, yeah, he has had an awakening. But this might put him back to sleep. A 1v4 with an op. You kind of think he's got no chance.
Yeah, I'd say so. Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like, I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking and hunting for an additional kill. They do not. He's still going to get one. Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at this point, and eventually Lovers Rock will close out with a 4K. It's almost identical to the last round. A duelist with a 4K.
Chang 4K Lovers Rock
about to head into round number 31.
First map
the entirety of the tournament is going the distance. But eventually, or at least I hope, we do have to find a winner.
You think so? Tom, we've had some long games in our past.
Don't say that.
We've had some lengthy affairs.
BBL
BBL were one of them.
Yes, they
were.
Not
this iteration. It was BBL. I'm hoping they're not going to do that again, especially with Ascent coming up next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but I'm going to see ourselves a timeout taken, a chance to talk through with the coaching staff once again. Of course, Key was pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and he failed to do so.
Turkish team.
It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds that sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side. And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And well, thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime. And Laurent's going into OT as a board judge.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well. Now, if Jenny hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard, then I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have the OT round kickoff right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Kreven. He's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Kreven's found himself 2. Signs surrounded is dealt with. And BBL on 16.
Yeah, I think that might have actually been a coach adaptation. They've been walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had IGL in that smoke, waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This time you walk into that smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate. And then Kreven just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15. As said, we've seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
But Concon's being the one to find success, and again, he's walking about, pushing up on B to start
Con
with the
Con
flash
chattu.
blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will
Yo!
wait,
He
to
does
walk
miss.
in, but this one,
Oh, miss
an
it, miss it.
uncharacteristic miss. In a very crucial round, he goes in for more and
Arthur
misses
miss
once
it.
more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player, the top fragger on the server,
More
down
can
and out.
just-
Jenny
just-
tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lovers Rock finding sign seems to have sealed the deal.
2v4.
The A site, the planned on its way. And nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's
Chichu
in a tough
clutch ചെയ്യോ?
game, but he
Chichu-
stepped up in the
Chichu-
moments where it mattered.
Chichu
And
clutch ചെയ്യോ?
Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it
GG's.
again.
GG's.
Still so tough to break in on. Flash, ready and raring to go. On the other side of things, the walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peek, and that's what they've done. Chichu, once again, his opponent TP, and they're gonna turn it back! The time looking like it's gonna be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
2v4 clutch.
And nobody's been there in the crucial moments, and Chichu, again and again,
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ, Chichu ആയതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് വിശ്വാസം
for this
ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
team. Everyone talks
എന്റെ
about
പൊന്നോ,
Concon, and for good
Chichu,
reason, but this guy's
Chichu.
been the highlight. Look at him go.
He
How
went
many?
quiet as well, though. That's the crazy thing. He had like 20, or was it 17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit and then goes, oh, you guys need me again. Cool.
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half turned it
ഇത്
up to
എത്ര വരെ
another
പോകും?
level.
ഏറ്റവും ലോങ്
to
സ്നാപ്പ്
keep it
എത്രയാ
alive, and he's
പോയിട്ടുള്ളത്?
done it again. Map
ഓർമ്മയില്ല.
point. And up against BBL going into Ascent. God, that could be series. But now, EDG, they get another chance at this
ആ ഇപ്പൊ
attack side.
കാക്കാൻ മാറ്റി അറ്റാക്കില്
Straight into
ഓപ്പറേറ്റർ
Zeta,
എടുത്തില്ല.
wasting no time on this
Ooh.
run. And indeed,
Operator
wasting
എടുത്തില്ല,
one.
operator
This
എടുത്തില്ല,
guy's
operator
Concon.
എടുത്തില്ല.
He's found his first already. Rose catches. Oh, he doesn't catch the wraparound. Jenny's left on 7 HP somehow.
Oh.
Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it.
Oh.
But it's left all onto Lovers Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in this
പോരാ
scenario.
പോരാ പോരാ ഗണ്ണ് ഇത്
Well, nobody's there
എന്ത്
to close it
attack
out.
54
Swings
runs.
and roundabouts
Okay,
once
okay,
again,
okay.
the back and forth
ഇതെന്താ
of this
പോവും?
game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe Jenny just survived.
ഇപ്രാവശ്യം
Rose was on his
അറ്റാക്കില്
tail.
കാക്കാൻ
Jenny was blinded
എടുത്തില്ല
up, looking
ഓപ്പറേറ്റർ
the
എടുത്തില്ല
wrong way.
അതുകൊണ്ട്
Took
ജയിച്ചു.
a few shots, not even knowing from where. And ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows that should have been his kill, but also who knows this map is slipping away now. EDG 17 to 16. It's a matter of time before we see 2 in a row.
ഇത് ജയിക്കും.
The same
ഇത്
overtime.
EDG ജയിക്കുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ
30 and 31 technically, but they were different OTs. You know what I mean. And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time.
അയ്യോ.
This time another missed shot, but that was a harder one.
അത് പാടാണ്.
Oh, already a much faster pace take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait.
രണ്ടുപേരും
Pushing
attack
them
over
in
attack.
towards Signed, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chichu also with paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are
Uyyo,
past
രണ്ടുപേരും
it.
പോയി.
A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting.
Landing,
One of the danger men gone. A post plant once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 2v4 or
അടുത്ത
4v5.
ഇന്ന്
So
രാത്രി
well,
7:15
let's
PRX
even
versus
things up once
NRG.
again.
That was what should have won them the round, leaving Lovers Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it, and now they can make the way back to the site. Hard to find value with the up breaking through, but he finds it in the choke points. With LaRock down, it's Rose left, and not for long.
EDG.
EDG, they dug deep and delivered. Map
Come
number
back,
1.
come back.
It's insanity. I
George
don't
ഇപ്പോ
think I've
മാത്രമേ
ever
come back
seen
ഉള്ളൂ.
anybody with an operator get that many kills with that position. It makes no sense that Concon is just able to sit there like a turret from above. And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat. You were so far in the lead. You took double pauses in the space of 3 rounds. That is crazy. Nonetheless, we're going back to Digon and the desk.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That
Crazy,
was crazy to have that happen like that. just insane. We're getting ourselves free Valorant off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half a game right off of that one. Welcome back to Destigon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And it's just a great way to have our first round of Valorant here at EWC.
I mean, welcome to the EWC, people. I mean, this tournament has come in with a bang. It was absolutely unbelievable. I think BBL are going to be so upset about how that game turned out. They had every advantage. Their map pick, 2 pistols, a bonus, a ninja defuse for crying out loud.
The ninja defuse was
man.
unreal. And also, it's by the hands of Lovers Rock. We were speaking about him going on the Neon. He wanted to go face-to-face against Kankan, and every single time that Kankan was getting around for EDG in an impressive manner, Lovers Rock was like, I can do that too. I can do that too. I'm going to show you how. Crazy the fact that we got there onto the overtime. And also, we were saying about EDG and playing in with the sub. I think that Tom and Mitch were doing a very good job highlighting some of the mistakes, but also the way they bounced back. Some of the players, like some of the individual plays that we have seen just during this first map of EWC have been unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk about Kankan.
Unreal.
He's the guy for EDG. He always has been, and he has a
Comeback
very
over
solid
comeback.
first half. You know, he's down there towards the bottom of the scoreboard. He's missing his shots. You see the way he activates, and you see how the rest of the team come alive around that. I felt like their defensive side macro was so solid as well, and that's what got them back into the game. So also credit to Signed on his own anchor those sides. Not easy. I think no doubt they deserve that map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was towards the end of that first half where the score was heavily in favor of BBL. That Kankan was like, what if I so many rounds? It's very difficult to even think of like a tool that is so expensive but so effective in so many maps that we have seen across the entirety of Valorant, having that attacking operator that actually I think mentally got to bounce back, because we were talking about the teams being here and the stage getting loud. I have never, and I am from EMEA, heard Loita scream the way that he was screaming at them. The rest we see sometimes here and there, but Loita's kind of like a good boy, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights here, because again, the gameplay required the pop-offs that came out there, especially in overtime. EDG started getting loud, BBL started matching, and then every single round, especially that 2v4 later on, that was game-saving by EDG. And remember, this was BBL's map pick, and we talked about coming into it, the form of these two squads. Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately? They come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments.
I mean, we have to say it once again. ETG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster, and they just won what seemed like an unwinnable map. The level of composure that they have is insane.
I also want to highlight Jenny. We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple of rounds. Some of them were so impactful. The kills across the smokes, having those kind of preparations, they're so important right now. You know, you play the Phantom, you have to spam those smokes, especially the way that BBL were playing. Honestly, the highlight for me was the entirety of the match. I know that it was very of the map. I know that it was very long, you know, but I feel like everybody had their moments to shine. Like that clutch where Kreven was in, where he was 1 kill away from getting like I think it was a 1v4. Well, absolutely insane rounds. And if the rest of the tournament is going to be like this, I mean, the bar is already incredibly high for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I think one thing that jumps out at me is the pause that was used in overtime, the timeout that was used in overtime by BBL to make the adjustment on the C push, where it's like, all right, we're going to sit back with the judge. You can see every single person, not just the players, the coaching staff as well, on point here, because it is so important in this group stage to work your way on out, get that first win.
Yeah, I can't believe this is map 1 of the tournament. This is the type of map that makes you love Valorant when you get into it. The tactics on both sides, the shooting, the individual brilliance of a lot of these players really just coming to shine. But I think now as we move towards Ascent, the question has to be for BBL. You have to find a way to reset here, because this should have been yours.
There is something very important that Tom was mentioning, and is the fact that, well, map 1 was long. If you are from EMEA, you know that Ascent and a Turkish team. It's a hell of a long map for that one. And especially considering that both Kankang and Lovers Rock are leaning so heavily into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams, because we did see BBL playing Ascent during the qualifiers, and we saw them playing with the Deadlock. I want to see if we're going to see that again. And most importantly, what is ETG going to be doing? Are we going to see something very vanilla, very boring? Probably because of the situation that they're in. Actually, that calls for both of them. Like, what would you do? Because you have experience
Well,
coaching. Okay, so what would you do? Would you go for?
thing-
Sorry, would you go for? Okay, we're gonna play it simple because we're playing with a sub, or let's give it something spicy. They're not gonna expect it.
I know that they got something spicy. I want to see them take risks here. This is game one. You know, I think you have a little bit of time to experiment. It is that GSL format, and you're a map up, so they can play that kind of pretty standard, boring comps. But I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is Kankang on the jet. If he's on anything but the jet, I will storm that stage myself. And
What if it's a chamber?
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet because it's Kong. Like also like his ults, everything. What about cheeky Yoru?
No.
No.
You lost me.
I thought that you
Didn't
liked
we
something.
talk about it? The Yoru was one of the reasons why EDG started struggling a little bit. The meta moved away from that.
But that's
now...
exactly something that they're not going to expect. But you are right.
I mean, they won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Well, again, this is the fourth most played map here for EDG on Ascent. I feel for BBL because they had him on the ropes, right? You were just a couple of rounds away. You had so many in the pocket. They tried to call it a timeout at 11-8 to be like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming up a little bit, but we have so many rounds of the pocket from the first half. We should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of a squad like that who had success early on in the league year and now are starting to struggle a little bit?
I mean, you've got to find a way to not doubt yourself. We've seen the PRX players talk about this in the past. You've got to have that short-term memory loss. You've got to have that goldfish memory. You've got to be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of Valorant. It's a question of composure.
Right.
And we know, we've seen them have success over in EMEA. It's not like they're known to crumble. They just have to remind themselves that they are good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter.
മറ്റേ കളി ഇതൊരു സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ആയിട്ടില്ല എന്തോ പ്രശ്നം ടെക്നിക്കൽ ഇഷ്യൂസ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ബിയുടെ
I
കളി
think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out? Because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ബി നാളെ ഇത് ഗ്ലോബൽ
We
ഈസ്പോർട്സ്
are
മേഖലയിൽ
underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, we are waiting.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
everyone. Welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And yet again, we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG, the #1 seed from China, up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualified as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kukuka.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one, also because of the bar that we were speaking about that first Lotus set, but also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult because we have to wait and whatnot, and that might throw you off. They tried to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because, trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it, but Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want, okay? So Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset!
Exactly!
That's what we want to see,
There's
people.
a plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right, let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. Again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned.
Hi, Electron Boy. Welcome to the stream.
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks? Because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation and if they're going to, playing in a different role. So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was first, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he
PRX global esports
to do something like that. To me,
specifically
I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duo. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers route because none of them is scared of the other.
Okay,
so hot in that map point. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that
Argentina and Messi fan ആണ് പക്ഷേ പോർച്ചുഗൽ ജയിക്കണം എന്നാണ് ആഗ്രഹം റൊണാൾഡോയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി രണ്ടുപേരും
work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor. Some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are.
Yeah, I mean, we have the agent select coming.
Chamber!
It's getting spicy for EDG.
Chamber.
And I love this.
ഒരു duelist
do you want to see them play standard, or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that. But on the side of BBL,
Sage, oh god. Okay.
Seriously,
I want this to be an absolute stunt from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough to attack into Cypher deadlock. They have much to really be able to burst through. Not a lot, no verticality. Phoenix there is that solo duelist. So I think this first half is going to be crucial for that double senti of BBL to be able to build up.
Chamber കളി കാണുമ്പോൾ ആരെയാണ് ഓർമ്മ വരുന്നത്?
Again, this is a Group A matchup, EDG and BBL, alongside RRQ and 100 Thieves.
Chamber.
And want to get that great start here. And for EDG, they were on the back foot and showed the spirit of a champion, forcing that overtime, time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done in that last map on Lotus. Here, pulling out this composition that is exciting. It's changing things up. As you said, it's been banned. Ascent has been their ban and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on Lotus. Now he's in the Omen, and it's going to be Signed who is going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what Cheech is going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage. Especially for them on the attack will be to get force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plan and then just play for the post plan. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already one map win here for China as a region. They only had 2 map wins overall all of last EWC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into Ascent, EDG and BBL.
Alrighty, it's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was anything to go by, well, it was, I think we might be in for a long day. But Kukuka says she wants to see a blowout for EDG. A one-sided affair from start to finish.
Okay.
It's kind of mad that we have
EDG
an EMEA traitor in the form of Big Time on the desk, and now Bayer's starting to do it too. I feel like there's a full conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kankan already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We were worried about the entry in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
Rock and Lloyd up with it all to do, and well, for anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Kankan already sneaking up behind. It could even be a knife kill being plated up, but instead he's going to grab the easy one, confirm the kill, 3 under his belt already. And Laroc, with it all to do, should be impossible and proves to be 1-0
map, they are playing for the first time.
A lot of value to this EDG side, as you heard from Big Time earlier on. This first half is going to be crucial for BBL, playing the double Santi. Now, look, we've seen over time, and things do change as different metas evolve. But I think especially the on the attack side isn't
no negative hate comments.
You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the tools you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have its benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to, normally with a Phoenix, you'd expect it to be attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also, you've got a Chamber and a Sage, both of which are always pretty deadly. When it comes to that defensive side, already Kankan has managed to walk into their spawn. Now,
Full shield.
I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collab. It's going to be
welcome.
would have done the trick. Already though, getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary prospect, and another ult that's building up.
Discord.
Of course, Kankan is the one to make that play, and play in the form of Marshall. Be a very clean round for EDG, but I understand BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Kankan really sealed the deal without any danger, exposing his teammates to any. Now, formality out of the way. The first 2 rounds, a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit.
Welcome guys to the like and subscribe.
Comes into the mix. A buy for both teams and a strong third round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but credits, and they've got pretty much a full buy here. McConkan already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, you need to be careful. That's a little bit over aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with 1.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape, and now the contact, I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Reuter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play.
ആരെങ്കിലും പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചാമോ?
Still though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more comfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate. Rose
has to get something.
There's 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It's shot no! He gets nothing!
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the utility before that's a problem. And also, they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with the lurking Concon wrapping around the back, and the re-swing as well. A nice attempt from LaRock, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack. That's a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a loss.
Champions അതിനുശേഷം പിന്നെ അവര് കോമൺ ആയിട്ടില്ല. പുതിയ ആൾ വന്നപ്പോഴേക്കും കൊള്ളാം കേട്ടോ.
And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up, and if this is clean as well,
a lot of credits, no ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them, so now they're built up for this round, and there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the one, even still trading back into it.
2v3.
Slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side. They're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember. But it is a round.
They use that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round. They didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more. And then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey.
അപ്ഡേറ്റിലും മറ്റേ മാറും, പിന്നെ ആ സീസൺ കാണിക്കാനിന്റെ പ്രൈം ടൈമും അറിയും. ഇപ്പൊ ഈ അപ്ഡേറ്റില് കാണിക്കാൻ തിരിച്ച് പ്രൈമിൽ വരുന്നു എന്നാ തോന്നുന്നു. 7-1.
They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well, so not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Exactly.
With him, it's all 3. The Rock, Annihilation is available, but it's picking a time to use it will be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward, and Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner is also doing incredible work. Although it's taken them a little bit of time to get going, this one will be clean.
You can see why this comp is so strong in the defensive side. Ryan Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. Here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well. And then that deadlock utility not only helps on a main with a sonic sensor and get stuck, giving an easy tee up for Loida to slam dunk at home, and then on short as well, you have the
PRX versus NRG,
which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off the rock setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take again, though. That sensor in an aggressive position and executes an ultimate could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear LaRock. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage. And sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready,
ഇത് പോയി, ഇത് പോയി.
waiting for
ഈ
that
round
res to
പോയി.
come through, or for another body to come through that
And
choke
mid is
point.
covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plan, but that's why they've got this man around. Lover's Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Been hitting one here could be enough.
12 seconds.
They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of sight, he could just ignore it, or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. This time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lover's Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lover's Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind, like behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for
ആൾക്കാർ കുറവാണല്ലോ ഷൈ ആരും കാണാനില്ല. യൂഷ്വലി ഇത് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സ്റ്റേജിലാരും കാണില്ല. പ്ലേ ഓഫ് ആകുമ്പോഴാണ് ആൾക്കാർ. കാരണം ഇത് ഇനാഗ്രേഷൻ ആയിട്ടില്ല. ഇനാഗ്രേഷൻ ജൂലൈ 8-ാം തീയതിയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇനാഗ്രേഷന് മുമ്പേ ഉള്ള ഇത് സംഭവം ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സ്റ്റേജ് ഇനാഗ്രേഷൻ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ആൾക്കാരെ വരും. സ്റ്റോറേജ് നേരത്തെ കിട്ടിയോണ്ട് നമുക്ക് നേരത്തെ മാച്ചസ് ഒക്കെ ഇത് ചെയ്യാം, സ്ട്രീം ചെയ്യാം.
Yeah, I think as well, he's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss, but Lover's Rock quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family, and the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just, okay, you're looking at the scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0
last EWC finals week രണ്ട് മാപ്പ് ഡൗൺ ആയിട്ടാണ് അവർ തിരിച്ച് കം ബാക്ക്.
Wonderfully for rebuys, if you want the operator, you can have the operator, and I think for EDG it's going to be fairly important. They break back quite quickly, but this round not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, headhunters on Concons basically in Raz online for Chichu might bring Concon back, so that's an extra every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass to Will. Pass to.
Oh. I know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's
ഞാൻ മറ്റേ റീസെറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഇതുവരെ കളിച്ച് തുടങ്ങിയില്ല. പുതിയ മാപ്പ് ഞാൻ കളിച്ചില്ല. എനിക്ക്
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Previn to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not too early, but playing this very, very slowly.
പാസീവായിട്ട് ആണ് കളിക്കുന്നത്.
Players now for defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems. When you no, it's not. In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL. Oh, the Rock was walking up to it to have a little look.
എന്റെ മൗസ് പോയി ഇപ്പോ ക്യാഷ് ഇല്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ
okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Concon with 2 Previn. He's trying to save the day though. The problem though is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there. Yeah, I was about to say that would just be sending that player into the wolves. Instead, space is being taken. Concon's retrieved the gun. The res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively. He's been spotted, rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
No chances for the res in the end. Plant to come through. Concon goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split an op on the retake as well. Lovers Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Concon in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's been spotted. He knows now that there's one there. Kraven's trying to pull him out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lovers Rock there for both of
Nice
the final
try,
kills.
nice
But
try.
a big round from Kraven gave them this chance.
Oh yeah, they
Yeah,
should have been dead
drifty
to rights.
attempt.
Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Concon. His lurk timing was perfect. Nobody then wins a fight, and then Kraven just turns the round on its head. Mr. Impact himself saving them once again, and oh, it's going to be at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen what they can do in the second half on a on a defensive side. But I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
Pausa técnica, mola. We'll be taking a breather. But what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
Just not about food. He knows nothing about food.
No, absolutely not. Although, ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan of
intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of those sentinels. Kraven, not so much with the utility.
I don't know
no more him popping off.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot in the head.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we got to talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear the... There could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break the wall.
Technical post,
He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there.
EDG channel vote 80% is.
Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate.
Come back on.
But that was a different approach up against an eco, and I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Well, for now at least, EDG do still hold onto the lead, but you're starting to see, as you're sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense, the awkwardness that it can create, and even just, again, like seeing that operator have impact from Lovers Rock, it makes me quite happy, because I think we talk about the pressure put onto players to perform immediately, and when Yoro was nerfed, it was clear that he had to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He was one of the best, definitely within EMEA, maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't have that same effect, he's had to change, and that has definitely taken some time. We saw some vulnerable, some weak performances when it came to the EMEA stage, but he started to get better towards the end, and I think we're seeing that now, leaning more, even more so into the operator, and especially on defensive sides, I think he's a force to be reckoned with.
Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game. EDG setting their seats up, gave that same aura as like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot, oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lovers Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there. If he goes now, that's a beautiful start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting.
No smokes.
Now they take it to them.
Okay, they got smokes again. Rez baited out, but no control gain. Normally you might send a player in, they get traded, res them.
Oh, Odino Sama.
No advantage whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far, been a rough map for Gianni. He was looking very good in the previous. Oh, but this is a different task, and Loiter has got walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful from BBL. Walking up behind, Lovers Rock also then finds another pick. The remaining 2 are in some serious trouble. I think the net catching one, and LaRock finishing his prey.
A very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago. Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches. But this is the read the players had. We want to play a little bit more aggressive.
Wait,
Get back
guys.
to how we
Come
like
back,
to play
come
the
back.
game.
Again, come back.
And as I said, after
Hey, easy time out. First
3
time
rounds in a
out.
row off the back of passive play, I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Nor should they have.
Is this? I can't remember if they took one in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG?
They did take one in overtime.
Okay.
I believe.
In regulation,
Oh, actually,
then.
it could have been because they get them back in
Yeah,
OT, so
yeah,
it could have been BBL again.
Yeah,
You're right.
I think we
I'm
didn't
not
see
certain.
that one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side.
During
but even when they were
regulation,
very
we saw
far
2,
down,
yeah.
I don't think EDG took a single one. But after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the manner which they're losing them. Like losing picks to the operator, irritating, using a res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up A. That's a problem. And it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well, now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own plan. So we'll see if they're going to manage to fix that. Of course, again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with bar if they can get an extra orb for signed.
This is a nice spot.
4-4 on this.
That goes there.
Well, barriers up again after the timeout. Round number 9. Someone bet to take the lead. Lovers Rock. Not going to hit the shot to start with. It going back in. Flash. Well done for Sign to at least get them around that corner. But this madman is going in once more.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much.
It's
He's
an eco,
punished
bro.
massively. This is it's against pistols. And now you're playing up close. Rose, you're a madman. They fall out of flank again. What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the gameplay. They've done pushing on short against an eco. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just to bed. Never mind. He's at least going to be dealt with, but still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh dear. See you later, Rose. And that leaves Craven on this site alone, under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate, and he goes for the player behind, hoping that maybe the second fades. I don't mind his target selection, but I do mind just about everything else in the round.
I think he even realized, I'm going to get traded here no matter what. So I might as well kill the guy that won't come back.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense. Right call. But yeah, this, I think just call a timeout if you're BDL. Because what the hell was that? You have I can't believe, a triple peak.
Well, also
not 3 players.
The third one.
3 peaks back to back.
Okay, I still don't like him, but if he was full HP and he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
But he had his dash on, so he was like...
He had 45 HP, I think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like, that's crazy to try and attempt it.
To then push short as a response after... To also leave the space during that fight for a mid-flank, to then push short. It's... Actually, the short push is probably just... the right play in response to everything else. He just lost the fight.
Did he see the scope? Yeah, he did.
Okay. Well, that looked like a really cool play, but it hasn't worked. Trading. Jenny's just traded himself.
Oh, no,
not so much. He'll be pulling back from what would have been the dead. 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The Cloudburst blocking the op, but yet they find nothing for it except a disadvantage in the end. This time, early aggression favoring EDG. And now EDG just sitting back. They have the advantage. They have the spike. There's no need for them to overthink this. And as time ticks on, the chances of them walking into an open site or 3v1 continue to increase.
Plenty of time to play with. Like this. Craven, though. The odds of you winning a 3v1 on the site, very low. Maybe not for him, but very low. Whereas grouping up, playing it together, that makes things at least a little bit more interesting. Steps will be heard. Bros at the back of the site. Teammate just eating for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching it, but do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not! And that's where the IGL could strike. Again, we talk about him getting kills when the players' backs are turned, but hey, he has to put himself in those positions.
Exactly. He was getting his way behind him, so you can't really fault the guy for it. Wild here. just doesn't work out, at least to start
Kill them,
with,
kill them.
because BBL
Rose.
wants B main aggression for 2 reasons. One, to kill them, to fight them. And 2, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go straight into the A site when they hear all that noise, and they'll go into not just your Cypher setup, but your Deadlock setup as well. They had both Sentinels positioned there with full utility online.
Let's play.
Instead, EDG met them on the push. Found success early on. That's a nasty little spam from Rose. You'll love to see it. And the Phoenix down and out already. This is the only duelist that ENEG have. We talked about their inability to get up and over some of these traps to get by them, and now your ability to fight through them massively nerfed.
The tour de force available. EP just going towards the switch, but almost used as a bit of a bait. A lot of players are known to be here at this point. And it's the jump across. I like the attempt. Not quite quick enough.
And that's what gets him.
Nobody over the top. The wall has definitely been seen. They know that they're trying to play peekaboo around the window, but Pichu hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting just to see if he can find a pick.
Brock's just walled short. Going for the walk up on A main. It's no surprise the wall's there, and Concon's going to go exploring it.
Pichu goes again. It's like the 5th pick over the top of the wall. And Loito was just sat there looking at the window like the whole round. Like, yeah, but I know you're up there.
Oh, they've turned away at the wrong moment.
Oh, timing.
Out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing could be crucial. Concon's being so patient. The trap thrown down. It's Rose's time to go, and there we go. Striking from behind again. Rose just keeps on doing it, man.
EDG ജയിക്കൂലേ അതെ EDG വെൽക്കം ടു സ്ട്രീം
Backstab kills. He's actually
It's wild, bro.
Like, that was just one
ത്രോ
play.
ചെയ്യുന്നൊന്നുമില്ല
He goes, okay, we're not
പ്ലേയിങ് വെരി വെൽ
this now.
BBLN നല്ലതായിട്ട് കളിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്
But even if he died, there was enough time that his teammate would be able to deny the spike anyway.
It's the fact that he waited because he knows it has an activation time. So when you throw it down, you're often going to wait a second to be like, does anyone push? No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated.
The 6-6
he heard it started to tag him, and he stepped through the smoke and took his kill just in time. Great play by Rose. Smart player. And that's the thing. See him hit these heights quite often. For BBL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. It should be good night, sweet dreams. The Con, and that it will be.
He's been the major danger.
EWC on the Esports World Cup. Esports World Cup. Hello, welcome to the stream.
More likely from 4-0 down.
6-6 ആവും EWC എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ Esports World Cup 750 crores പ്രൈസ് പൂൾ ഉള്ള ഒരു ടൂർണമെന്റ് ആണ് 24 ഗെയിം ഉണ്ട് ഇപ്പൊ ഫ്രാൻസിൽ നടക്കുകയാണ്
If he had lost that fight, I might have left.
അപ്പോൾ അതിന്റെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഗെയിമാണ് വാലറന്റ് ഒരു ഗെയിമാണ് 24 ഒരു ഗെയിമാണ് വാലറന്റിൽ മാത്രം തന്നെ $2 million പ്രൈസ് 16 ടീം
And he has 45 seconds.
ഓരോ ക്വാളിഫിക്കേഷനൊക്കെ ഓരോ ടീമിൽ ജയിച്ച് ക്വാളിഫൈ ആയി ഇവർ കളിക്കുക പ്രൈസ് പൂൾ തോക്കുന്ന ടീമിന്റെ പുറത്താവുന്ന ടീമിന്റെ ഒരു ബാഡ്ജ് കൊണ്ട് അത് ക്രഷ് ചെയ്യും എന്നിട്ട് നമുക്കത് എടുക്കാം 3 എണ്ണം എടുത്ത് വെക്കാം ജയിക്കുന്ന ടീമിന് അത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറ്റും ഓരോ കളി കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ബാഡ്ജ് ക്രഷ് ചെയ്യും ഗെയിമിംഗ്
Well, his slow pace has avoided the net at least, but there are 4 players between Nobody and the A side. And there will still be 4 players.
Kelko.
7-5 at the half.
6-6 ഇല്ല അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാ ഗെയിംസും ടൂർണമെന്റ് വാച്ച്പാർട്ടി പെർമിഷൻ കിട്ടും എല്ലാം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല കാരണം ഈ സമയത്ത് ഇപ്പൊ വാലറന്റ് അതേ സമയത്ത് MLBB മൊബൈൽ ലെജൻഡ്സ് ബാങ്ക് ബാൻ നടക്കുകയാണ് ഞാൻ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തത് 6 എനിക്ക് കിട്ടി 6 ടൈമിംഗ് ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ട് എല്ലാം ഒരുമിച്ച് സ്ട്രീം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല
Yeah, I think it's more just the like if you go okay, you're going to get 5 rounds on your attack side with this
എനിക്ക് 6 ഗെയിംസ് കിട്ടി വാലറന്റ്
that's not too bad. I'll take it.
FC 26
If you go, you're going to win the first 4
Street
and
Fighter
then
6
almost only get 1. Maybe not so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that they didn't at least level
Free
up
Fire,
the odds, but I think for the side of BBL, like this is the I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when they even playing in the qualifier versus Na'Vi, a 9-3 defensive half. They then lose the attack,
EWC is not compared to VCT.
They did the same versus Heretics. You get a 9-3
EWC qualification is very different.
And then you lose the next half 3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack side
EWC separate tournament ആണ്.
have been weak on this map.
VCT അല്ല, VCT Valorant മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. EWCക്കകത്ത് പല ഗെയിംസ് ഉണ്ട്, 24 ഗെയിം ഉണ്ട്. എല്ലാം കൂടെ ഉള്ള ഒരു ഗെയിമാണ്. ഓരോ ടൈറ്റിൽ ജയിക്കുമ്പോൾ ടീമിന് 1000 പോയിന്റ് ഒക്കെ കിട്ടും. അങ്ങനെ അറ്റ് ദ എൻഡ് ഓഫ് 24 ടൈറ്റിൽസ് എല്ലാം തീരുമ്പോൾ ഏത് ടീമിനാണോ ഏത് ഓർഗനാണോ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ പോയിന്റ് അവർക്ക് കപ്പ് കിട്ടും. കപ്പ് കിട്ടുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്ക് തന്നെ എത്രയോ $1 million കിട്ടും.
Composition has its drawbacks when it comes to making that push. BBL have their drawbacks when it comes to making those pushes as well. So when we get into that second half, you want to keep your eye out. You want to see Rose keep up that strong performance he's been having so far. A chance on the attack side. Perhaps a little bit more than we saw here. Although that is hard to imagine.
ഉണ്ട് PRX ഉണ്ട്. ലെവിയാത്താനില്ല. അടുത്ത ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞ ഉടനെ PRX കളി കാണാൻ ഞാൻ സ്ട്രീം ചെയ്തിരിക്കും. PRX വേഴ്സസ് NRG. ഇത് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ തന്നെ തുടങ്ങും.
Pinnacle part for the side of BBL, because he needs to be getting the sort of entries in towards the site. They don't have a lot really to set him up. Post plant.
RRQം 100 Thieves കളി കുറെ ഡിലേ ആവും. ഇപ്പോൾ തുടങ്ങിയതേ ഉള്ളൂ.
It is quite difficult, almost like the old school Jet, where it's like dash in, throw a smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get traded. That's
the group play. That will be nice. Always Steven.
Defensive side.
Even in
not holding any sight. Instead, looking for
even
a in the same boat, but showing a lot of patience, so much so that EDG will have to reset all extremities. Of course, they're allowed
പക്ഷേ ഗ്ലോബൽ esports ഉണ്ട്, നമ്മുടെ പിള്ളേരുണ്ട്.
inside B main and a chamber
4
main. So if this was a quick push on the
4
extremities,
ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ട്. ഓരോ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ 4 ടീം. 2 ടീം പ്ലേ ഓഫ് ഫൈനലിലേക്ക് ക്വാളിഫൈ.
Yeah, that was an attempt from Kankan to avoid
Kankan
the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do it. It's going to be everything. It's a quick trade. I think for BBL that's okay. Keep the man advantage alive, and now they head into the site of Gianni.
Yes, ഉണ്ട് ഗ്ലോബൽ esports ഉണ്ട്. PRX ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ടൈറ്റ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ആണ്. ടീം വെലോസിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. വെലോസിറ്റി, KC, കാർമൻ കോർപ്പ്, പിന്നെ NRG, PRX. Top 2 ആണ്. അതിൽ ക്വാളിഫൈ ചെയ്തിട്ട് പാടാണ്.
Other side of the map, miles away. And they're going to be delayed even further. If they decide to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock throw that up. They shift contact up.
Even in a pistol round where you don't normally have it's just so much time bought. The net is going to do the same. You have to take the time to remove it. Paranoia then does the same. And it is just easy pickings in the post plant. An opportunity maybe, but no. It is LaRock who's going to be able to get 4 kills. And that's so much more important than you might realize, because one of the few real entry tactics they have is the Annihilation. That ultimate is so irritating to play against, because say you're a Sentinel, say you're playing a passive position, there are so many, especially because you can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the same time.
Instantly.
And if you get someone, it's going to be very awkward to try and fight to get them safe.
But it's just so much better on the attack, I feel like. At least thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, the chances that guy's there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah, you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half, who's going to be with you? Maybe one guy, and while you're breaking him out, everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear. Great big upside for BBL. Okay. Well, they've lost the duel to a classic, which isn't a great start, but that was one of the pistols, of which there is another.
Just
he definitely didn't expect it to be stood in the open.
Didn't he pull out a shock dart when he saw him? He saw him and then went, hold on, I can get this guy. Old-fashioned, medieval style. What the hell?
അത് റീഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, റൊട്ടേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ മനസ്സിലായി. 4 പേര് ഏലുണ്ട്.
Nobody went from 10 HP dead.
Rose is a man of honor.
If they lose this round, man,
I will not kill him while he's in my drone.
If nobody gets a 4K and wins this round.
He got healed as well, so he's not even low anymore. That's tickled me. That's tickled me a lot. Good paranoia. Yenny's now going to get rid of Loiter. Larocque still going strong. Spams through, doing a lot of damage, but nobody's still standing. Another shot.
Ooh.
He gets Rose!
Enemy kill.
Oh, the free kill. Not so free. There is 15
അത് തിരിച്ചു പോയി തിരിച്ചു പോയി തിരിച്ചു പോയി എന്തിനത് ഞാൻ പണ്ട് ചെയ്ത പോലെ എനിക്ക് ഓർമ്മ വരുന്നുണ്ട്
Down to the second, but works. Nice cross coverage by Lover's Rock. Yeah, that's why he needs that kill. And even getting aggressive. I don't mind it that much, but the timing is awful. Nobody had just slipped past the angle.
തൃപ്തി
LaRock has ult.
ഒരാളെ കൊന്നിട്ട് അൾട്ടടിക്കും
But he's so low. 50 HP effective. Doesn't take a tag there at least. Still not gonna pop that ult. But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate. 20 HP left unsigned, but it's enough. Just let him die. We good.
തൃപ്തി
He's like, yeah, you should have died earlier, bro. Like, come on.
Hi, welcome to the stream.
Welcome.
8 seconds left. He had so much time.
Don't show the Rose one, please.
Both
Please
do.
don't show the Rose one. I just don't. Okay, thank you. Thank you to our replay.
അത് ക്ലച്ച് ആയ ജസ്റ്റ്
See you later, bro.
ഇതാണ് കാങ്കാ
Give him the orb. Give him the orb.
കാങ്കാൻ മൊത്തത്തിൽ മാറി
Yeah, look, and because
ജിമ്മി
of that,
പോകുന്നല്ല
two away. Good orb management.
ചാങ്
Could have had a gun, but
yeah, the credits are a bit low actually.
Oh, Rose. I hate that you also spoke it into existence. He didn't quite get, I think you said 4K. He ended up with 3. But nobody was definitely the difference maker. Very nice. Okay, a molly kill early on. And then the swing out. Oh, dear. LaRocque is still hitting. LaRocque is definitely still hitting on this attack.
Those are weapons recovered now. 2 rifles in the hands of these attackers. And a push up into window. Lover's Rock. It's a little long on the first, but he's left nobody. Desperately low. One away from a Hunter's Fury. He'll at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed by both. Chichu's just swung out. 58 HP and a heal. Priming in his back pocket.
He did.
But he didn't care. He took the risk, and well, it's almost paid off. One more man to deal with. Look at this from nobody and Chichu. They're backing out. The flank here could have been deadly, but instead, they're the ones with the surprise position. LaRocque might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by, ready to pounce. It seems like LaRocque is just... In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's even... That's just changed.
They'll hear him. They'll know. At least giving himself a little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well, so slows them down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information. Looking to try and wrap back round behind them, but nobody's aware. Doesn't quite connect the shots. 14 out, and he's managed to get rid of another. Leaves it down to 1 versus 1. Him versus nobody. And he finds the shot again. Rock is on fire as it stands, and he is dragging BBL through these rounds.
Yeah, he started that with a sheriff. 2 players pushing him in a smoke, and he finds both blinded as well, nearsighted. So he saw the second guy. First one hadn't got a clue. Just saw the kill feed light up to win this out in the end as well. Yeah, Chichu was quite low and probably shouldn't have ran there without his teammate. It was a mistake, a silly one. But especially with LaRocque, 14 HP.
Rose 22 and 8.
Expect that to be how it went. Now, BBL stepping inch by inch closer to a map 3. Could have been a 2-0 that they're encroaching on.
PRX
Facing off against pistols, this could be double digits. Had it for BBL in the last map, and they won round. Just as dangerous when they have pistols. Say the same thing for EDG, and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury. Nowhere to run. Right away. Oh my! Nobody's picked up 2. The Hunter's Fury down through A main. Sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with
timing.
The defense to recover those weapons. Ult through for LaRocque. Hasn't found a target just yet, and when he does, it is the ult that's caught. So if they can break him out, great. If not, he's going to come back. But look who's sitting, patiently waiting. Beautiful play for Laroc.
Bak öyle yeşille de form bekliyor.
To do so much for this team. As said, dragging them, kicking and screaming and going for the ace.
Ace.
Back-to-back rounds won by Laroc. That is 9 kills in 2 rounds. This guy was spoken about so much in his tier 2 come up. But now, he is dominating in this server.
Ace oldu ace.
Especially considering it started with a Hunter's Fury picking off
Bir de
2
geleyim.
leaping weapons
Laroc.
to be recovered as well. The run it back used, Laroc catches him.
Yok değil killi.
Steps in, kills the teammate, waits for the ult, and finishes
Comeback
out.
അടിക്കുവോ EDG? First map പോലെ.
Generational play from this man. 15 is the highest kills on the server, except for him, who's on 27 on the deadlock. Not someone you expect to see drop in the 30. Of course, he is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see drop in the 30. Although, maybe he won't. Lovers Rock and Kraven already down. That's a big start for EDG. Remember, the last round was an eco. And a res online as well. There's plenty of safety nets for this defense.
To be honest, though, I'm looking at... Oh, Rose getting one. But also, Laroc still standing. Rose, in fact, gets another. Okay, maybe an unexpected hero in this round. He's been having a bit of a rough game, but to bring it back, even once again, Yenny, though, re-aggressing with his teammate. Rose has been spotted, looking to almost be the hero on his own in this round, but he's down with Yenny. Okay, that's a wake-up. 4 kills for him now. It seems like we're just creating a highlight montage.
Yeah, it very much does. Whose turn is it next?
Yeah, I don't know.
Gianni. As you said, he had been a little quieter compared to that previous map, but
yeah.
Oh, that's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Gianni. 3 rounds behind.
അങ്ങോട്ട് 4K 5K 4K ഇനി ഇവനെ ace എടുക്കും
Shot from BBL,
EDG ace
4-0
എടുക്കും
down, and then they dominate. Once they crack the code, this is dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Concon's been deleted right away. Overstayed is welcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's almost like the opposite of what we're talking about with The Rock. Like, you kind of expected
Kankan
to
Jet
struggle
എന്നെ
a
കളിക്കണം
little bit
വേറെ
more on the
ഏജന്റ്
attack. I
കളിച്ചിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല
expected to see a lot more coming out from Kankan on this defense, but let's be real, he's been missing.
Wyatt here. He'll be brought back into the
Oh,
round,
yeah.
given a second chance, a second lease of life. B-side, I was going to say given up. Jenny has taken the TP from the shadows straight to the B-side. Sat on the back, he's going to be caught immediately. He was shot, caught by a drone, hit by an ult as well from Laroc.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it into the cocoon because they took him out so quickly. A 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed for EDG.
Yeah, this is a chance to sit them right back down. After a big round from Gianni already, the swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least done well. Bladestorm and the Judge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now. Still 4 players within this site, and maybe EDG can make this a very costly round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL are really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they could still purchase, and it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons. Instead, though, nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side. And an 11th round now for BBL, and everybody goes down on EDG. I'll be honest, I don't think that was worth it.
No, maybe not. I mean, it looked damn close to being a clean and clinical closeout. They could have had all 3 players left alive with nobody having that quick 3K. But Lloyd just did a little bit too much at the end. Kept Phoenix in position, stopped that rotate through market, so he's got to go through main, and instead, because he doesn't have the time, he's caught by the spike. Big damage done. G, struggling now to put the credits together. A couple orbs found, nobody, but he's still 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Yes, the AWP in Concon's hands, but he's been slow. He's not been hitting the way that we know he can.
to see that superstar value.
Moved and shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
Oh, trying to slow them down on the other side. Khan has to escape. Nobody's getting shock darted into oblivion. He's almost dead off that. And now Chichu under pressure. And well, he's at least had a teammate save him.
Third map playing.
He'll back up at least a little bit. Loiter's done well once again. Khan's found absolutely nothing, and Chichu becomes the man who has to deal the damage. And it is only the one. A flash here, not going to hold any value with still being walled off. With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Jenny has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware. Kraven is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close, though. Great work, and Loida comes through to help out. Larocque as well. Yeah, they realized Kraven's in danger, and they came to his aid.
Third map
Make it out of the smoke.
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the smoke. I think it might have stayed in the smoke.
Yeah, that was my thought process as well, because I'm not sure Loiter did touch that at all. I
thought he stepped close enough that it went behind him, but yeah, now seeing it again, I don't think he even got blinded temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible. Unless it was still in the smoke. But, you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though. This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this attack side. It's been anything but. Larocque is having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of Larocque. And if you don't like BBL, you probably hate Larocque because he is horrible to play against. Already waiting, even just taking the flash. This one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure, but Signed is delivering the super sub for 2. They've got a 5-round lead, though. You can see BBL are feeling
they
a little
definitely didn't
too
choke
confident.
one of those in the last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why not? Give him one. See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home. Now, it's a little brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just straight up a mistake, but wanted to close it with style. And now, hard work, sweat and tears to get them across this line in round 20.
EP potentially being set up. Wall has gone down, and that leaves Chichu isolated. Already getting caught up. Of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the site. Loiter taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in favor of this attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate. It is a slam dunk for BBL, who will take map number 2. Both teams winning their map choice.
Yeah, we got to say...
opponents, I should say.
We got to say sorry to anybody out there who was hoping to see a blowout in favor of EDG. All of the traders put in their place from EMEA, and now BBL have a chance to take this 2-1. They've got another opportunity, but this is almost tragic, Tom. Sunset feels like a strong position for EDG, and when you consider how things went in map 1, this could have been over already. But now, it's all the way to the 3rd map, isn't it, Degon?
That's right, it is, Mitch, as BBL find their form at the right time, battle back, and as Tom said, it has been wins on the opponent's map choice, which has been so fascinating here, given how much form EDG had coming on into the current map rotation, as we bring back our analyst, Kukuka, and Big Time. And y'all, you talked about it. This is a Turkish-made map here on Ascent. BBL held up to that expectation.
Yeah, I mean, we had questions, right? EDG picking a map that they've previously been banning. So whenever a team does that, you have to ask the question, are you actually that well prepared on this map where you just kind of scrim demons a little bit? And this is what it felt like. They come in with this kind of interesting-looking comp, you have to say. It's something new and something different, but I don't think they were really fully prepared for what BBL were doing, and it felt like they were always behind the 8 ball a little bit.
I also think that for this side of EDG, if you think that you're playing in with a sub, you are not very sure of your chances, that can also be a way to prepare yourself for what you China. Ascent is a very important map and is the kind of one that you want to get some reps on. In this kind of situations,
ഈ ബ്രേക്കിൽ നമുക്ക് മറ്റേ
They definitely do not. As again, a huge victory here for BBL,
like you said,
the
Mitch,
third
none
qualifying
of these
team
players
out of
have
the
a
EMEA
means of
region,
kind of
taking down
playing
the most
around
recent
this
third
awkward,
place
being able
finisher
to
at
push it
Masters.
back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Once again for RQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall. Paranoia's exchange on both sides to give both teams pause for thought, but in comes the run it back and the curveball from Asuna. Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timotino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timotino just flying in from heaven. I think 100 Thieves, man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. The drone, the IGLing, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. Bit more of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards Tiles. Does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone. It's a full Cypher setup. But once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side. Jemkin very low on HP. Separated from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active. And the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xfero caught on the cross. Now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here. But the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They know that they don't have any information here unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A. We're going to go through that cat. But both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Does have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and Bang bringing at least 1 dark cover into the retake here as ROQ up to play on site.
Kind of crazy they're playing on site with the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken by 100 Thieves here. But this 2v2 retake, Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side, they get the pick. But Cushy ends it, and RQ finally another round to end this half.
Yeah, look, a big dry spell. Got to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of nice mid-round adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game. But RQ, especially running through a brick wall with that Veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. A nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least 4 rounds on this attacking side. That's not terrible given the comp they're playing. Now they're going on to defense with, you know, this double Senti comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1 Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of A timing. But for these players from 100 Thieves are also moving up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here, and it's looking a little bit interesting. Now again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Hi guys, welcome to the stream. Like again,
That's very North
100 Thieves
American,
versus
I don't think I've
RRQ
Actually, the
പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ്.
North American meta right
Third
now
map
is
start ആയില്ല, start ആകുമ്പോൾ അതിലേക്ക്
4 sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely like a, you know, fanatic Gen G look from back in the day. Just buy like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the bandit has been a lot more prevalent in Americas over the frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often, but for this team, I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team, and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. There's the Thieves getting ready for some A-main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A-main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A-main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A-main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Asuna, he's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is getting able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A-main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timotino. This A-main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit here. As they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky little high-low now that they've cleared out middle, so he's definitely going to have to peek into 2 players here.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They've now won both. But 100 Thieves, they have some rounds to work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that tree space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into A-main. And then they punished as well because that spike got dropped. And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timotino try to go for a pick off that Cat. Now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jemkin on the line, waiting out that Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. In comes the paranoia. Oh my god, crazy! That is a big problem, as Kushi at least able to deal with the Phoenix who was going for the orb. Xfero finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest smatter in the works thrown in by an Thieves, who are now starting to filter into a B side. No Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Kushi able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds. Not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage wall went down. Unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of these players for RRQ are looking to be a little bit aggressive towards this B main.
The B main scrap on the cards here. Kushi ready with the shock dart off the back of Zan's contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveball. Zan up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these 2 duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from RRQ, but it looks like that re-aggression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. In comes the dash onto Switch. Timotino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ. Gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. But if anything now on the bonus, just looking for a couple of guns in damage as Xfero closes in on this B main flank.
Trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but Looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits actually towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick, but this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense, giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself run back online, so that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round.
Victory here because you want to kick off this tournament with a victory, given the fact that it's
Okay, final map.
You've got 2 other teams in your group.
EDG.
Yeah, one thing I want to highlight for this map 3 is in situations like this, it really falls down a lot to the IGLs. You can't have any prep going into this. This is a new map. Neither of these teams have shown it since it was last in the pool, of course. So now it's all about how can you adapt in that game. You know, I think the IGLs take the large amount of that pressure, but it really should be committee. You need your duelist. He's the one in front. You have to know how are they adapting these setups. This is all about a test of how are you moving on the fly as a team.
I was going to disagree with you because I was going to say you should know that for your IGL is going to be hard enough as it is to try and interpret all those things. So what you have to focus on is doing your job as good as you can. BBL helps out not only the deadlock again, but some Viper and EDG decides to double down on the same composition we just saw on Ascent.
That's a little bit crazy. Like, okay, I see the logic. I see how the maps can be similar. But they
It's
are
very similar for both of them. If you look at the interpretations, yes, like Kreven is not going to be on the Cypher, but technically Viper is a Sentinel. It will allow them to have way more control, especially over the mid part of the map.
And I worry a little bit for EDG here because they struggled to attack into the kind of double Sentinel. Hard stop there the BBL had, and now it's going to be hard yet again.
And also, think about all the orbs and all the ultimates that we've been seeing. BBL have to be on top of that starting from the defense.
All right, here we go. Decider map of our first series of EWC 2026. It is BBL and EDG both getting 1 win, but looking to close it on out. To call it, let's send it on over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Degon. Yes, it's time to get our third and final map underway. BBL and EDG trading out each other's maps, and now we're all the way to sunset, Tom. This will be the end of the series. The ideas that they're bringing, I love what I'm seeing on EDG. Again, very similar, as the desk was saying, to what we had on the last map, but this is a very unique composition when it comes to this map. Over on BBL, a little bit more standard, I guess, with the kind of double Sentinel, having that Viper there, quasi. But exactly as I think Degon said.
Who?
The host guy.
That guy.
The one who was talking a bit more than he should
seems
be.
nice.
That guy was talking about, and I'm not sure if it's right, but that it was hard for this defensive side. It was hard for EDG against this defensive side, against, albeit a little bit more of a stopping power comp, and a lot of it was Larocque on the deadlock, which they're keeping here, which I'm very happy about after the performance he just had. Let's see if EDG can crack the code. Already picking up the pace towards this B site. All 5 players in main.
Sensor waiting for them on the other side. Net thrown out, but after taking the orb, they have ground to a halt. Of course, with a snake bite down, you don't really have a choice, but there are already multiple players here walling off the cross, but Larocque, he hasn't stopped. He's still rocking around the clock with everything. He's got 3 players, nearly a 4th through the smoke as well. 2 HP remaining and a chance to be the pistol round. He will do it. 2 aces already, and we're only in the first series.
If this tournament was a blank space, he's come in to write his name. The ink is permanent. Unbelievable stuff from Larocque. Perhaps the deadlock main from now on out. He looks unbelievably comfortable. And here, the utility to slow, I like that they threw the net with the snake bite. Sometimes you'll stagger those just to delay, but the idea was catch them and they instantly have to pull it out or the snake bite's going to take them out of the round. And then you can spam in. Didn't catch anyone, but it delayed. And as soon as the snake bite fades, Larocque finds everything. 5 kills under his belt. Stepping towards that ultimate in the very early stages of the round could be very impactful for this squad. But the start from EDG is kind of what you'd expect. Slow as they play for the extremity control and fight for those orbs, as Kukuka said. This is a big part of BBL's defense, will be denying those orbs from finding their way into the hands of EDG when this composition has so many powerful ultimates.
Already seen them manage to do an immense amount of damage with just pistols, so they do have to be careful. However, this time, Lover's Rock, Rose, LaRock even with an extra little bit of spam. He's now one away from his ultimate, and Rose is on the climb to get towards his. BBL 2-0 comfortably. And now we wait to see what EDG have got prepared on their attack.
Well, this is definitely where things are set up decently for EDG. They found a few orbs onto Signed already. You can see he has 2 deaths, yet 4 orbs, which means he's been finding some around the map in each round. Now you move to the next one. If you can just find those orbs again, or get one and get the kill in the opening, there is an opportunity for that run it back online, post-plant or pre. Reminder of the score of the previous map, 13-7 is where we ended. It's not the score right now because we wouldn't be playing anymore, so keep that in mind.
He is telling the future. Probably not. Kankan already managing to put things into a decent position already, though. Lover's Rock being set up with an operator might not necessarily be expected in this round. Creven gonna put himself into the corner. That's as easy a kill as Creven will get all day. However, for Lover's Rock, this becomes a bit more troublesome. His reposition, though, might just be sublime. Oh, the timing not quite working out for him, but he goes out for a little bit more. Kankan with a 4K. Not quite the ace of his opponent just moments ago, but it will still bring them the round no matter what.
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, a round is a round for EDG, and Kankan being online early on is exactly what we want to see. He said it in the last map. There were moments where he was a little quiet. You think back to the first map. Second half, he was a demon. In the first half, he was good. I mean, it's funny because you'd almost say he was quiet in the first. It was 15-15. He was doing his job. He was helping out in the push. Right. But for him, that's awful. That's dreadful. That's the worst day he's ever going to have. The guy's got such a high ceiling that seeing him anywhere near the floor, and his floor is still bang average. The ceiling is so much higher. Don't worry, BBL haven't had this one just yet.
Premonition.
The future.
We do it backwards. We tell you who's going to win the round and then we show you it. Even though in the last round it was wrong. But, you know, you can't always get premonitions right, you know?
That's
true. You go to a Mystic Meg and sometimes they'll say, you know, are you missing someone with the first letter of their name being M and then maybe the second being M? You go, no, unfortunately, he's still here. You didn't see where that was going, did you? Thanks, Mitchell McBride.
Yeah. Well, Tom's just bodied me to start out this round. That's fantastic. First pick, first blood, me. As we move towards the A site, a little bit of a split here from Chichu. Spike spent back in the other direction, but it's Chichu cutting off the rotations. No one's challenging him from the left side as well, but Creven's got the angle on lockdown. Now moving towards A. These players have lost the second leg of their attack. The smoke that went down on short for a moment kept that player back, but now we see him walking forward, looking for the battle.
Running out of time. So many angles left unclear. One of them is still that backside. They're doing well to fight this back, though. Nobody doing a fantastic job, but there is still the judge in the darkness, sitting, waiting, biding his time. Lover's Rock is going to clean things up. A costly round, and there you go. See, I told you.
That's
Premonition.
This is the problem. Sometimes, Tom, when I'm rubbing your crystal ball, I see the future. I get visions, of course, but it's like silhouettes in the fog.
Which is better, mine or Clinton?
I haven't. I'll have to do some more research on that.
Due diligence.
More groundwork there, and we'll get down to the nitty gritty of it a little bit later on.
Is rapid with the comms. He's definitely getting into this one. Of course, we know that this group's going to be tough. EDG have already shown that you give them even just a little bit, and they're able to start coming back. And Lover's Rock, he just loves to stick around just a little bit too long. Maybe that's what the name actually means, because he loves to be a rock, stay in the same place.
It could be, yeah. I would say it's almost definitely what it means, Tom.
Good. I'm glad we're in agreement.
So, let's never ask him. Way to go about this. Drone destroyed. They haven't seen Larocque in that close corner still. Paranoia has gone out, but still they're not pressuring him. He's behind the wall. Now the vision comes back and he's ready to fight. Finds himself 1, 3 in the end. This guy, unbelievable performance all series long, and he's done it again, man. You just can't doubt him. They hit that Paranoia to deal with him, but the Viper Wall gave him enough room to just wait it out.
It's just, he's got some of the shakiest aim, but like it's so accurate in the way he does it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Insanely high sense.
Most of the stuff he does. 9-1. As I said, we're in the first series of the entire tournament, and this man already has 2 aces. So I think it kind of tells you the form that he's come in. One of the brightest sparks in Turkish Valorant. Still incredibly young. There is a massive career ahead of Larocque, no doubt.
Ahead of this whole team. Well, most of them.
Wow, that's just brutal. wow. There was
Hey,
no
Angel
need.
lasted a long time, actually, to be fair.
No
Rose,
need.
Rose could probably go to at least 40.
Rose is like 23. Like,
Ancient, man. He's up there with you now.
Oh, yeah, no, we're definitely the same age. I'm not like 8 years older than him.
What you're not knowing at home is Tom did just shed an actual tear. I've just seen it hit the table.
No, that's sweat from the bald head.
We'll polish it in between the series. Well, EDG picking up pace towards the B site. Run it back is online. Need to break that wall first, and then Phoenix is going to come sprinting through. Delayed the play, though. It's delayed them way too much, so the guys in market, they get isolated, dealt with, deleted, and now Sign doesn't stand a chance. The Hunter's Fury honed in on him. Another round for BBL.
Yeah, they were taking so much damage. I think it was genuinely through their own problems, because they put wall down to section off the angle they could get caught from. Then they just get absolutely owned by the snake bike, holding them into the corner, and then they start getting spammed out and obliterated by Rose. 5-1. This defensive side looking impeccable thus far from the side of BBL. And we're yet to see some of those superstars on the other side really wake up to the table. Chichu was one of the major reasons they were able to get through map number 1 with a victory. He's yet to get a kill.
But remember, he was missing, and then he was found in a big way.
On map 1.
I have to hope that it's the same story here, and not a more tragic ending. A little bit of damage traded out. This isn't a strong round for EDG, so of course you're going to send your headhunter to try to find some picks. Chichu's got the rifle as well. As you said, slower game for him, but they clearly still believe after what they saw in the first map especially. Second. But the problem is they're pushing in, still a minute on the clock, but they have to get past Loida. Paranoia is going to buy time. Smokes are online as well. That Paranoia was almost way too late. In fact, it was. Jenny managed to slip past. Luckily, though, Rose is finding 4 people in A-Main. Big picks across the board, and Chichu, really? I really didn't think he'd put the rest through, but now it looks like a great idea. He's tagged Lover's Rock to 28.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of desperation, but if they can make it work, they can make it work. Lover's Rock desperately low, but they've only got 25 seconds of the flank coming through from Larocque. He does go down eventually. Chichu with no friends left to play with. The cross is definitely not going to be easy. He's got 15 seconds. If they just tuck in the corner and don't just wait for him to plant, there really is nothing he can do from this scenario, and that's exactly what Kreven does. It is another round onto the board, a little bit shakier in the middle. But again, we're seeing the step up of the IGO. We mentioned it. He has a couple of bad maps, and then you see what this man could do. An impactful 4K. And I believe that, I don't know if it does or it gets him very close. He might be on the same kills at this point as Larocque.
Yeah, there you go. 10-3 from Rose. And you look at the first map, even the second, the guy was only killing people from behind. Yep. He was struggling even then, missing a lot of shots, like it looked messy. And we talk about the value he brings even when that's the case. Oh, that's brutal. Kong looked like he was far enough forward. Great sidestep coming through from Loida. And he's made the team P up top, Lover's Rock, finding one in mid, and Loida's even they're not going to expect him to be here. That's a Not an ideal fight for Lovers Rock. They've just gotten the man advantage back in the neutral territory. B-side certainly looks under threat. Kreven's trapped. He's been taken by the Collector.
It's back. Leave it even, but Rose once again strikes LaRock in the corner. They're walking backwards into his angles as if he needs the help, and nobody. Oh, he's got to try and sidestep, and he will. Plant available, but look how fast the flank is. I don't even think he's going to have any idea that someone could be here so soon, and well, not quite the cleanest, but he had so much time to find that kill. 7-1 from a very close first map that could have easily gone BBL's way to what is looking like a dominant finish. 7-1 in the lead, and I'm yet to really see anything that makes me believe EDG are going to turn this around.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Again, we talked about EDG with the stand-in. That definitely knocks them down a peg. But for BBL, in my mind, you're looking at the first map slipping away like that. I think it's already over. They bounce back to a relatively dominant map too. Like 13-7 is nothing to turn your nose at, especially not against EDG, especially not on their map pick. And now they come into this one, and it looks like Rose has got some performance enhancements. Like, I don't know how he's bounced back this quickly, map to map. Same stage, same setup, but a different man, it seems. 7-1 now for BBL. EG struggling to get off the starting point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the next game we see them, they might go back to the comp from the first map. Obviously, that was clearly based on just it being a stronger map for them, but we're yet to see the signed Phoenix show too much. But also, it's more so the other players. Like Chichu was great when playing Omen, has struggled elsewhere. Gianni as well. Haven't really seen too much from him on the Omen. Maybe a swap will have to happen, and well, it seems like speak into existence. Chichu's gone again. Lovers Rock, okay. He has been caught. His mid pushes haven't had too much success. A little bit hit and miss. Dead though. EDG have got it even, but look at the ultimates that are online, and they've got to be careful. They don't
last
into LaRock.
1-1 ഒരു map final decided map.
Playing his way behind A, hoping to catch this player on the right side of mid, but there's no one there. It's a very passive play from LaRock, the sensor. They could have walked past it, but they didn't want to risk taking a fight with it online, but it does give the indication that maybe there's a bit of trouble brewing for Loida. So he goes running up, takes that space, now regroups with his teammate. A nice adaptation to being surrounded like that. And now they can pincer from both sides on the retake. That's very early.
I think it's just to have it primed and ready. Oh, it's not pretty. He's caught the ult. That's not ideal. I like that from Nobody. He's going to break it free, but instead now Loida strikes. It's a quick, well, doubles technically, but it's more so just the impact that it had. Another resurgence in a round that looked like it could have gone the way of EDG, and instead they survived with 3 players.
That looked like a really good idea from EDG. The openings were there. The TP for the flank up, the split through mid. And I understand why they break the sensor, because again, if that player peeks and you're stood there, you fire one shot, you are dead. Both of you, you're getting stunned up and gunned up right after. And so instead they break it to run through. But that's when immediately Loida goes, oh, they're behind me. Well, I can't just stand here and wait. I can't even go spawn to retreat. Gotta go forward. And, well, it worked wonders. 8-1. I'm going to scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing. BBL winning this series was on my cards. It was possible, but not like this on a third map as well. Yeah. Still plenty more rounds to play with, but EDG need to find their footing extremely quickly because they are slipping, and it's a long way down.
Denied by the early utility once again. Weaponry is not great in this round. They have some rifles to play with. They've found some space for Kankan in mid, and LaRock playing on the edge of the smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade for him just yet. He's still in this smoke. They still need to clear him. And surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging out. A second kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their run, and it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact. He seems unkillable in the first few fights. Everything's working for BBL. Rose has entered another gear, even with LaRock showing up. He's still just one behind him. And for EDG, everyone's gone missing. Chinchu was putting out belters, 4Ks, everything you want. Concon's had more than a few rounds where he was dominating. And yet, this attack side has been quiet. Even as hopeful as it was about the comp, they've lost two through the wall. And there's no stopping BBL. The push continues and pushing up to 10.
That round took about 15 seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was just a full all-in fight. And they dominate it. The initial from Loiter, and then they just continue their aggression. And this has always been the most terrifying thing with BBL is the moment they're confident, it's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays, and they all pay off. 8 rounds in a row, looking for an 11-1 defensive side half. And unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG. A desperate attempt to open the round. Blind fire. Nothing found. And the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen two. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play. And they'll find themselves more than a few. A 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ult at least sidestepped. LaRock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
They at least know he's behind, but looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up the joint. Lovers Rock ult popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk. Know exactly where their opponents are, and
sandwich.
Even having to just drone to try and clear some of these closer angles. The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination. A singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe.
No,
the series we've had so far.
They didn't call it
BBL ascent, like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against a Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we've given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL performance. Got players popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption. I think we've had a load of paranoia assists. Flanks have been perfect. I think all of the Viper utility as well. Okay, maybe not the most kills Kraven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his Snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked. The later Lux, even though they can walk into Concon's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like, coming here to Sunset, it felt like even with the stand-in, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous. LaRock 17-5, Rose, more importantly, 16-4.
Well, look at Loiter. 12, 5, and 16 assists. Yeah. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually
got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias, yeah.
A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round. Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol round.
ജയിച്ചത് pistol round തൊട്ട് ജയിക്കണം.
Having
ഒരു round
to
ഇനി തോക്കാൻ
force.
പാടില്ല.
Well, I guess even if they win the round, they are going to force. But yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
Well, they're certainly not in a rush. Towards Concon now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence not quite there to stick around, and as Rose takes one, the sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight as you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plank can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Unfair ask, but it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box, or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already, though, it's being watched, waited for. Next one goes his way as well. A chance for the stand-in to pull off the clutch, and Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans.
സ്പോൺസറിനെ മറക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, മാപ്പ് മറക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, സ്കോർ ലൈൻ മറക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല.
Crazy round from Signed. The super
പിന്നെ
sneaky
വേറെ അവിടെ വെക്കാൻ
side
പറ്റും.
B main.
അവർ കാണിക്കുന്ന ഈ സ്പോൺസർഷിപ്പ് മറക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. പിന്നെ കില്ല് കാണിക്കുന്നത് മാത്രം അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇവിടെ വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത് ഇച്ചിരി കൂടെ വലുതാക്കിയാൽ
But still,
പ്രശ്നമാവും.
for Signed to
അവിടെ
capitalize on
റൂൾസ്
those
ആൻഡ് റെഗുലേഷൻസ്
opportunities,
ഉണ്ട്.
he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that.
Come back out.
The smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically, gonna have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead.
BBL നല്ല കളിയാണ്, കിടിലൻ കളിയാണ്. ഇനി അടുത്ത കളിയാണ് കാണാൻ നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Signed.
Not the one, they're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own. Lovers Rock and Kreven, the ones to come out ahead. The pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A side. Gonna be a crunch. But it's Concon that you're up against. And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just yet, but they know it's a possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Gianni's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior.
Come back, come back.
But they did.
11-1 ആയിരുന്നു, 11-3.
They need many more
തോന്നുന്നില്ല
as this game goes on. If it goes on, feels like a matter of time for BBL, and look at how much they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages. We want to see them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next. And ult online here and now, though, for Signed. The problem is looking at the map. It seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
They'll at least get the heal. I mean, he gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back towards this B site again. It is being watched by Gianni, and Dart at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn. Run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but a save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
the problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't down them for it. But when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have one rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
Very little. Stand-in has an ult and a rifle. Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round. And the opposing side have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG. And, well, just look at the paciness of this early move. Kankan, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a labored trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
First part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose, the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Jenny is all that remains. He just
bye
die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B side. But as of right now, Mike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know maybe that's 1 for 3. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3 to maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually forced to go down with 2 players waiting on the other side with traps set ahead of him. He's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually Larocque is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL, and one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know what to expect going to Ascent, knowing that it's a home ground for every Turkish player and certainly every Turkish team out there. We knew there was a chance for BBL to win. When they took it dominantly, I didn't even think that would
PRX
carry
versus
over to this
NRG
map
ഉണ്ട്.
because we're leaving Ascent.
Team with
We're going to
Vitality
Sunset.
versus
We're going
Carmine
to Comfort for the old EDG, and now they were decimated. BBL warming up into this series and looking red hot in the end. Isn't that right, Dagon?
Absolutely a huge upset victory here by BBL, the youngest squad at EWC.
കാണാം സ്ക്രീൻ കാണാം ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞു ഗ്രൂപ്പില് ടീം വൈറ്റാലിറ്റി വേഴ്സസ് കാർമൈൻ കോർട്ടും NRG versus PRX. ഇതാണ് എനിക്ക് കാണാൻ കളിക്കാം. പിന്നെ നാളെ ആദ്യം ഗ്ലോബൽ സ്പോർട്സ് വേഴ്സസ് MIT ആണ്. രാത്രി നോൺഫിൽ വേഴ്സസ് 3-2. ബ്രേക്ക് കാണുമെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. എല്ലാവരും വെള്ളം കുടിക്കണേ. ഗ്രെയിൻസ് ഉണ്ടോ? അവരുടെ സ്ട്രീമിൽ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. അവരുടെ സ്ട്രീം ബേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
For Larocque, for Lovers.
So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way that they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over on Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start out on that attacking side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer. But I'm seeing Harbour Neon. Yeah, okay, there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash, man.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
I'm getting whiplash. Okay, let's just focus on the task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings that takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves, who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
Yep, really nice execute here, taking that backside space. Jemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves, make it 4, and all of a sudden Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planted for him, and Vora going to get that final pick onto Crazy Guy, and now that 100% pistol win rate for RQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though. That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbour. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk, throw up the high tide, and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately they've got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves, and for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're going to farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on, the dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough, taking that A main space. The orb is going to be picked up by Cushy. Now looking for another A execute again for this side.
Yep, bang, spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Suna looking to, once again, try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. Bora silencing that for the time being. He's being tagged up, going to dash back into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferro himself, but Cryo with the late lurk on through from middle will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good, able to just dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not over-peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there. He's always rotating. He's always ready with a plan. And now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another... Oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD. But we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The op online for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. He's having to think about actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ looking for a pick in middle. Just sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read at what they're playing against now.
Yep, 2-0 again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting, not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through that nest area, the Neon.
Dirty trip set up there. As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo, completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left. And RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there. And pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang. He's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
It's going to be pretty rough. A Bulldog, though, trying to go for at least one more weapon down, because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peek gonna get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang, bang. Sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's gonna go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So exits going here.
Yep, see what he's able to fashion for himself. Nicely timed peek from Jemkin, denies any chance of catching those players darting back off the site. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun route, and then a really good B execute just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the site, really kind of making them guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, though, switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. The run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's going to punish Cushy. Zahn getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2-1. For 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards his mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, yeah, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, yeah, on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players, so I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan, going to pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. It's Throw still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw one man back. He walks back. He walks back and get the pick. Okay, back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here. 400 Thieves. They don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is going to go down. They're committing to playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A. But of course, RQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher setup on A. They've ended towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows, but Xfero gets a pick onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them. And honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round. Maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings it felt like where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that midline for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timotino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay bolt. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy Guy going to deny Timotino get his hands on it. It's a messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ there. 100 Thieves, definitely some potential shoving their way into A main there, but now they're unfortunately going to be put in a bit of an awkward situation. It's just Cryo on this B site on his lonesome.
Really good read here from Zan to tap the orb, try to bait any of those setups, and they're out onto this B side. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind of low, 41 and 20 HP total for both of these guys. Using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero is actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Sphero getting both those picks onto Bang and Vora.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature Jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timotino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets a pick onto Timotino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Sova ult, trying to get as much information as possible, but Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site, so as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information, and the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
See RRQ just really slowing this down around down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor ult though. Arson has found one. Great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy Guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the Neural Theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that site. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick onto that Zan while he was falling back. And it just felt like both these players understood the aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of that focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam through that harbor wall was kind of crazy too, because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round, 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons, but it's kind of crazy because if RQ loses this round, they might be forced onto another Thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Applies a little bit of util pressure to that B side. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here with the paranoia. Blazewalk goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Cushy, he's walked all the way up mid. Vora unable to get traded by Timotino yet, but RQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timotino turning around at the wrong time, but as I say that, he gets the pick onto Jemkin, a 1-for-1 trade, and now all of a sudden, the numbers are equalized.
RQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid-round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo retake on that B site yet again here. While the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility, you've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timotino finding that opening. Big bang inside of the bunker smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Cushy tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him, and Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant, but Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time, even if Crazy Guy gets that pick. And RRQ, unfortunately, again in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
Yeah, a struggle. But it feels like 100 Thieves so quick to collapse. Their rotations have gone a lot quicker here. They're kind of just walking around through mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is given to them to the point where they're comfortable rotating. That being said, Vora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of a change maybe towards their clearing that mid properly before they do those full rotates. And now, still able to buy. Getting that operator on the side of Jemkin. They're looking like they're just going to go for another round of these slow peaks, but this time towards elbow.
Runner back secured inside of A main for Asuna. full information for 100 Thieves as Cushy once again looking to try to clear the Cypher trips. One of them dealt with. Up goes the Cage. Inside of the smoke is Timatino, hiding in the opponent team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of a trade back from Zan as the Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence, and RRQ will take this A site.
That's a really good zoning out from Cushy, just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or take his one. The drone's going to give so much information that these players are on site, but they still don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Suna gets the big onto Cushy, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back site, and Jemkin with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but Asuna, they were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from. And now Jemkin being locked out of this round by the High Tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that Cloud Burst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gotten very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post-plant situation for RRQ. The delay is so good on site. They're able to get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks and just delaying for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Boras zooming, running and holding W through that site. And of course, the flank, of course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of take that timeout, because now they've lost a couple of those rounds that they should have won. It feels like they've had a numbers advantage, position advantage, but it's just been kind of throttled by the way that 100 Thieves is reacting.
Yeah, a little bit of a dry spell here for RRQ that they're going to try to digest a little bit with this tack timeout. Start to make some adaptations. They've been mixing up the pace most of the time, playing quite slow. That little bit of a faster pump towards B was one of the faster rounds that we've seen from them, but it's always a little bit telegraphed by the Sova drone and the fact that they have to actually take their time clearing a lot of these Cypher trips. So that's really kind of slowing them down, even if Cryo's not having the best of fragging impact so far. I think the Cypher utility has been worth its weight in gold so far.
Yeah, and he's been switching it up almost every single round too. When he is on that B, yes, he has a couple of the same trips, but the Cage has just been really annoying. He switched up his position. You never know where he's playing. And then he's also switched over and over again from that A to B site. So it's been working really well for them, but we're obviously jumping back in now. 100 Thieves, Timatino walking all the way down elbow.
Yeah, has a decent timing here onto Zan. It's a very easy pick to kick things off for the defense, and RRQ post-timeout, that's where you just throw all of your plans in the bin. The opposing team already found the opening pick and tagged your jet off the line, forced to defensively dash. So you've got no map control to speak of in a 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression. But again, 100 Thieves not giving it to them. They're not giving them those easy fights anymore. Full A main control here. They're hoping that someone taps the orb or at least walks into their crosshairs with that off angle. Timatino now trying to re-clear towards that mid. Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
Contact play in towards mid doors, has to find some impact here. Xfero, if he plays this one in first, is in for a rude awakening. That's a brave TP for Crazy Guy, and we'll leave it at that. Vora turtling inside of the site, trying to play the crossfire with Bang. It's a beautiful little recon dart in from the Sova, and even if he's pinned into the corner and dealt with, Jemkin on only 50 HP has not much to do here. Timeout completely ineffective from RRQ, and 100 Thieves slapped them away with 4 alive.
Crazy Guy living up to his name with that TP into Nest, huh?
They didn't have much going for them, you know? If you don't make big plays, you don't get big results, Athena, okay?
Well, I think there also was a really good timing from Timatino's part because he did just cross into Nas. But yes, this opening pick, really nice. I love that Timatino is able to go for those as well without requiring too much support. Bora's on the other side of the map. There's no one really following up with him, which could be a little scary if he does get picked off. But he's just so confident in those peaks that it's kind of rewarded them. And now RRQ forced onto this weird by 3 stringers across the board, 2 sheriffs, and they're going towards this B main.
Oh, that Phoenix Molly is really doing them a number here as RRQ looking to dive into the site. Beautiful little spray control from Asuna, and the curveball's even better. Up inside of the dark cover. Crazy Guy has TP'd up to try to get something done, but Asuna is all over it. Only 1 bullet left in his Phantom. Xfero's in the back lines. They're very much trying to give Asuna the ace here. Reloads the Phantom and he'll get it done. Beautiful defense there from 100 Thieves. The Phoenix is all that's needed, really, to shut down that attempt from the Stingers on RRQ's side.
Those are the types of rounds that when I go home, I'm like, maybe I should play on high sense like Asuna does, because he does it so good. He's so consistent with it. It's kind of insane.
It was super important because RRQ with the Stingers here, if they get in the site and get the pit down, that's actually a losable round for 100 Thieves, especially with the comp that they're playing. So cannot understate. You know, there's some anti-eco aces that you're like, yeah, that didn't really matter. But that one actually could have been a bit of a problem for 100 Thieves if he doesn't put some multi-frags together there.
Yeah, he absolutely shut down their winning condition for that round. And we're going to see early double drone from both sides, getting as much information as possible. Vora getting spotted out by the drone. They're not going to get any more information on the 100 Thieves side now, setting up for some sort of mid-fight. 3 players here situated towards here. Vora about to get peeked by the op by Jemkin. He's just holding, playing passive. Who's going to make the first move?
Minute and 10 on the clock here. Very tense stuff. RRQ are set up in elbow. Down goes the operator. Kushi looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Ness. RRQ putting a lot of pressure on middle. Oh, he's hit him with a little bit of a bouncy dart there. Nicely done by Kushi. Asuna's really going looking for him with the run it back. This is messy stuff. Zan's been able to time him inside of heaven as he comes off the back of the ult, and a big 2K from Crazy Guy to open up B. I cannot believe that RRQ has put themselves in a winning position as the spike gets scooped up by the IGL.
That's insane. Zan actually getting all the way up into Nest when Timotino was opping through that tons. It's insane how he actually got that timing to get in and punish Asuna. But a bang. In this 1v3, it's not looking too good. We have 3 of these players ready on site, and Sphero ready with that flank peek. Kind of insane that round. I thought it was going to go down in shambles for RQ after that initial pick from Vora. Obviously, the dart, nobody was able to trade Vora, but it didn't matter because they had this mid setup. But it just didn't work. It wasn't there, wasn't flushed out because of the players that were towards elbow.
I think this is just a round where, I mean, I've been praising our 100 Thieves for their patience for the majority of this game. They very much just try to crunch middle, and sometimes that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the runner back and didn't quite find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens, but RQ now on 4 attacking side of rounds, even if the last, however many, I feel like the last 5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, and we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing their due diligence at least. Blazewall and Storm Surge gonna secure A main control, going for the orb is bang, in goes the relay bolt. RRQ looking to punish, but unable to do so.
The A main fight coming in. Asuna getting the pick onto Zan, and he's gonna fall back, not trying to give too much away, give another peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden, that's their Neon down, but they still have this op online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an opening pick so far, especially towards this B site where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his cam. Vora, though, uses drone early. It's going to have to use that dart at some point to get some sort of information because RRQ, again, slowing it down in their mid-round.
The dart's back up for the attackers as well. Xfero does have the pip for the afterplant. Jemkin looking for a peek over on elbow side, and RRQ kind of waiting for him to get in the mix. As Crazy Guy going to go for an information TP. Asuna here's that all being picked up. They know that there's at least 1 or 2 players for RRQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks. Bang able to trade one back, though, and he rips his ult. Timotino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves. Just perfection from the Neon and the Harbor to stop RRQ. Any inroads getting into A.
That was such a nice setup from them. Really good positioning. Timotino as well, not being phased by all the pressure coming out of A main. The players knowing that Bang has his back on site, just being able to focus towards that mid doors. These are the kind of the small plays that I really like to see from 100 Thieves. But of course, these are so nice to watch. The 3K for Timotino, and now we've jumped into this halftime. Looking at the scoreboard, 14 and 14 for the double duelists on 100 Thieves.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves. As we once again have the cinematic music really egging us on in this series.
It sets the tone.
It does.
Another 8-4.
It does what I couldn't. As RRQ, they've got their work cut out for them once again. Down in rounds at the half, moving on to the defense. Pretty similar to what we saw over on the Ascent side, but 100 Thieves calling has been pretty excellent today. And they're not playing that different of a comp stylistically. Again, double duelist, couple little different bits and pieces. I'm interested to see actually how they approach this attack side. They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of value out of the fast lane and the cages, I'd imagine, because they're only playing the Harbor as a single controller.
Yeah.
Which is not too common. Usually you're seeing that kind of paired with a Viper or something like that a lot of the time. Or you even have Astra or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they've switched on to the stronger sides. The weaker sides. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and using that smoke to block off those choke points instead of using them to actually execute into a site, especially when you're playing with a Viper. Once you put that wall down, it's gone. You can no longer move it. So it's almost impossible to commit to a site like B when your Viper wall is on A, and same vice versa. And then on the other side of 100 Thieves with that double duelist, it's going to be a lot harder to execute because the retakes, once they use a lot of that util on that retake, or at least on the execute, they don't have that harbor wall again for quite a while. They're going to have to cycle, like you said, those Cypher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe the firewall from Phoenix here, but kind of crazy. I'm looking at these two double duelists to kind of keep up the synergy, but for RRQ, they're starting off with 3 players towards the safe side, trying again to get this A main pressure.
Xfero retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible. Spots out a couple of players on the side of 100 Thieves, but will just back his way over towards Elbow and play behind the Harbor wall. Cryo trying to keep Jemkin in check. He's having a little bit of a look in towards Elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards Elbow. They know Cryo's holding it, but they're walking up. Timotino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets 2 here, dropping 3 players from 100 Thieves, and all of a sudden a 1v1, Sheriff v Sheriff, Vora versus Xfero, holding it down, tapping the spike, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going the way of 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the offense. Dealt with Jemkin inside of Elbow, and despite some heroics from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed, coming back in on that retake for RRQ. 100 Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was necessary. That's their second pistol here. 2-1 by RRQ at the first map, and 2 by 100 Thieves. Should give them a lot of confidence. They're already up 8-4 in the half. They're switching over to attack now. It's going to force RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know, I haven't seen anything too inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form, but this is a nice B stack at least.
Yep, 5 players from 100 Thieves opting to go for this. They're not holding back. They're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic, but Crazy Guy left in a 2v1. This is an expensive round here for 100 Thieves, but they're able to get that spike down, not taking any chances, just playing together on that site, high-low towards this. Tons. The peek is in, and Cryo gets the pick onto Crazy Guy.
Yeah, nicely navigated at the end of things, but the B stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So that's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make the economy breakable as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest kind of buying around these 2 rifles, but you don't feel too bad bringing 2 Phantoms out of things, especially when Asuna has a run it back into the anti-bonus. You're still probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
Yeah, and they're grouping up once again. I think at this point, they're just taking that double duelist comp and running with it, trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control because, like we talked about, when you have just the harbor, it's hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop the execute. I say that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
Plan going down for 100 Thieves. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. It's Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main But Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here, and waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things. Like, this is just a nightmare to retake into for RRQ, and the curveball is where the first move will be made. Xfero was ready for it, diving in out of the Cove there. RRQ, what a gorgeous little retake as Jemkin puts 3 together. I did not think that they were going to get back into that one. But that was very much necessary to start to close the gap of rounds here on this defense.
That was insane. I mean, every single kill felt like it could have been part of a frag movie because that was kind of crazy. But 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the Harbor util is actually the final piece before they try to do something a little bit too aggressive. And it ended up not working for them. But that being said, both teams with their guns on, with their guns online, and a super aggressive start here for RRQ.
Yeah, Timotino under pressure. Jim gets dashed into the window, and he certainly wasn't ready for that. Bang. Inside of the dark cover as Vora, I think, spraying Crazy Guy straight through it. That's a nice pick back for 100 Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting. And now Arsena taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy. Trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out under a lot of pressure here. The shock dance, the Phoenix Molly, he's pinned into a corner and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of RRQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into 8.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately to help out Xfero. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire here, gets 2, peeks for the 3rd, but Asuna is there to trade instantly.
That's rough for RRQ. Try to go for something a little bit aggressive on elbow side, and honestly, it kind of worked out until that
ഇതിനകത്താണ് PRX versus
and I think the mid round is excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid space, they isolated where that solo A player was playing, and as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much. Great little snake by, shock bolt and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much RRQ could do there.
The util has been so good, especially when you're looking at a player like Osna. We've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups, his wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see a lot of these small little things, these micro plays that they're using that ends up making them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade and set up those crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how Asuna keeps playing on this Phoenix, especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting. Tailwind active. Cryo, beautiful little peek on in there. That definitely needed to be where RRQ found some success, and the Neural Theft to follow up. They can read this setup nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Sad trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for RRQ. And now with the high trade across yellow and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
They've taken all the space. They have the numbers. They're forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall back. They have to save these weapons. This is not winnable for them. 2v5. They need to buy around these guns, of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force push by 100 Thieves. They're just running it down at some point. Still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W all willy-nilly, but they're able to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for, but Jemkin just goes looking for information in the mid-round a little bit too early there and gets caught on the timing. If he finds an op peak, dashes away there, that could be a completely different story, especially with the overdrive and the Hunter's Fury coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on serious point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into this series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze. But Timotino going for that initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him. And now 4v5, just like that, RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map control back. They're trying to equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here. But Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer, and they have all this information. Just holding for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino diving into the site. Flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's angle. Hunter's Fury really zoning the rest of the rotators away. Blows up Cushy on double doors. And Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. We'll catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for 100 Thieves. They absolutely demolished RRQ.
That makes sense why this is their map pick. They've been so phenomenal on maps like these, just taking their fights. But I think today they've shown that they have all this really good understanding of how they want to play together. The synergy, the way that they're coming up with these strats, and the mid-rounding from Vora, of course, has been phenomenal. Feels like they haven't been punished for a lot of those plays other than a couple of trap setups. And once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
Yeah, I felt like for the majority of that series, 100 Thieves, definitely the better team. RRQ, once again, a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow at an international event, given that they are still betting in Zan very recently, picking up this player heading into this event. But
Okay,
especially all of the Pacific fans know that RRQ can play a little bit better than that, and in the lower bracket they'll only have one more chance to do so.
Makes a lot of sense. I think also coming off of that Masters run as well, they're still a little bit tired, but I still think I see a lot of faith, especially the way that Xfero was playing. Man, he was a beast today on that Vito, playing really, really well, constantly getting...
Okay,
Even if they don't know just quite how much damage they've already been able to deal. Sayonara, quick little tap at Haas. They never fragged up for safety. Taps here from Avis, just barely. Not connecting on a Chronicle. Would have certainly had him dead with that Ghost. But now it's Curveball out in the garage. Narrate instantly able to find one, but will be felled. Chronicle able to take him down. And look at them try to recover some weaponry here. And Profik, bounding his way up in a window, is able to displace DOS9. So suddenly it is a 3v3. The Vandal recovered into the hands of Profik, who's still at full health.
Still chance now.
Swing around the back here from Avaz. Some consideration going to be lent to this, but it's going to be Levin able to find the first. Sugetsu looking to hold his own, gets that elimination. Profik now having to do it all. Would be a 4K, and already this is an immense amount of damage dealt here by Vitality on their eco round.
1v1.
Marshall.
1v1.
Fast lane, sprint and slide available. Profik trying to see if that rewrap has come through. Levin just staying tucked away. The C-long cubby, so the smoke will come in. 13 seconds remaining. He's going to have to make a go of this, so the scale forward now from the Neon is going to be coming in. To fully commit onto this plant in back sight. Going to push the issue, just wants to try to catch him off guard here, but it's going to be Profik dead. The Marshall able to find the one shot, the Vandal will be recovered, but it's one player surviving in the anti-eco.
Yeah, just able to work the map here, even after it looked like Vitality was going to be kind of shut out of a lot of this map, but a lot of the start of this. They're able to get those kills, get those gun upgrades going, and then Profik, who, you know, he's one of those players. Everybody on Vitality can absolutely go crazy on this team. Like, obviously, it's been talked about all year, right? A super team. Profik's a big part of that. I mean, I think back to the way he was playing Brimstone on Fracture, even though that gets banned here by Vitality, he's an incredible individual player in his own right. That 3K there, almost into the 4K. Very, very close. So Vitality already feeling pretty comfortable in his KC. You're going to be coming into this bonus with only a couple rifles. There is a Bucky floating in there for Narrate. Durka.
Chance to do quite a bit of damage, but once again, Durka going to be slowed down to the start of the rounds here when he really wants to try to up the pace. Isn't going to get picked, though, so still 5 players strong.
Still seeing a lot of early congestion for some of the like smokes and some of that early main space by KC, at least with just the spams to try to keep Vitality honest. One of the things I really like about this Vitality comp is using the Waylay to get info, to cause distractions, to make it hard for your opponent to guess. Are you actually just diving in to get info? Are you actually using this to clear space? Are you using it to sell fakes? And on the entry, Levin takes down Sayonara.
Tries to work his way in there, and Durga just cannot steady that aim fast enough. Abbas is able to find him, and now suddenly it's a two-player advantage. Might be recovered. Perfect, just TPing into the back of hell. Now trying to slowly scale his way forward out of this position. He does manage to kneecap Levin there while trying to take down that recon dart, but a lot of this pressure now onto Yuppie's shoulders, and he is able to bear the weight. Kills found in just right now with a Bucky in hand. Spotted out. Should fall. No, Chronicle. We'll find that one. Blazewall to be situated. A curveball to be sent through it. At the ready. And for now, forced away. Talk about the previous round being damn good for Vitality with the damage they found. Now the very much to be sent for KC. Yampi will be able to get the 4K, get the round on the board, because they deny the bonus conversion, but it's, again, significant damage dealt by the team with the lesser weaponry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very happy that you're able to get the clutch, but this entry here, Aves able to step to the side into the cubby, avoid a lot of that initial util dump, finds a big kill. DOS9 there goes for the TP, try to catch Vitality off guard. Does not work at all. Yampi, Johnny on the spot, hyped up behind us. The big one. He's able to keep that in check, but look at Levin. Knows the econ situation. All but one player. Be one tap to that outlaw.
Recon to scout this one out. Profit unable to get away from that one fast enough, but Dirk is there on the scale forward. He gets himself on the board for the first time alongside Sayonara, who's able to find a rate. Levin only able to peel back that one kill. Chronicle will continue to have a little bit of a rough go of it here, but Profit now forward into that smoke, trying to scale. Ends up eating some damage, but Sayonara is taking names. He's looking for another one, but Sugetsu beats him back. Gets this into a 2v2. Very winnable now for KC. Forward onto the site, the Hunter's Fury. Really going to be a consideration from this position. Onto the one in the window. It's the back pedal from Durka playing this one safely. Yampi will be able to find that first fight, and Durka challenges in to take down Sugetsu. So 2-2, Vitality managed to tie it up.
Yeah, and a nice, simple little execute here. It's been a lot of pressure
ഇത് ഞാൻ Vitality
over the A site now that we've gotten into some of the rifle rounds. 2 rounds in a row. This time they just used the TP from Profik. Sure, he gets spotted, but that's okay, because this time your entry duelists of Durka and Sayonara get in there and get the job done. Clear the site, gets a little scrappy in there. Some good punch back from Sugetsu, from DOS9, but it's just not quite enough, and that's really what this comp is built to do. Just make it so hard to track what's going on the entries. Again, you can use the Waylay to get some info, sell some fakes, and a good kill for Sayonara.
Down there. Damage suffered in exchange. DOS9, though, the scale forward is going to grab that gun. Finds himself a second as Yuppie will fall. Damage suffered, has to backpedal away. It's going to just be taking a panic call to back into the B site.
Narrate തിരിച്ച് കേസിലേക്ക് പോയാ.
And this all is to play Sugetsu forward. Spotted into one. Durka a double take. Can he find this kill? No. He ends up getting sat down. Sayonara able to find the one, but DOS9 just rescales it. Finds that elimination, and suddenly KC back into this. Profit, the one that needs the clutch.
So sharp early.
Ended in the previous round, does not
Profit clutch അടിക്കുമോ? Clutch.
Timing on that might just be bad. He just missed Aves coming up through a lobby.
Forward the spike now recovered. Aves continuing to work his way in onto this flank. Profit, can he swing the corner fast enough? The answer is looking to be no. Forward towards that A connector side, though. Sight sees that things have been cleared out. Smoke now plays the plant to come through. But is he ready for this very fast scaling from Aves, who still has a full kit available to him? Want to give away his own position, though. He's going to try to play this quietly, but Profek snaps on for the headshot. And now it's just DOS9, and he will fall as well. A massive clutch, Vitality. Bringing these rounds together one after the other.
Oh, and man, you can see Narrate a little frustrated with that one. This is such a great open. DOS9 able to scale forward, unchecked through window. Gets a couple huge kills, but Profik again. So steady in this moment. Nice turn onto DOS9. Takes him down. Getting by the skin of their teeth, and you gotta kind of wonder here as KC, have you thrown some of these early opportunities on your map to really set Vitality back?
Obviously, you're still playing this one pretty damn close at the moment, but now the crunch getting ready to come through.
Oh.
Forward, and Yampi's able to get Levin on the retreat. Durka takes down Aves on the front lines. He's up and over top of the box, and DOS9 is 6 feet under. Gets to in right now who have to try to save to hold on to these weapons. The ult economy looking good for KC. The actual credits sparse at the moment. These weapons will have to be retained. Vitality might just go on the hunt. Either way, they're moving up 4-2.
I'm loving some of these set executes we're seeing from Vitality with some of their ults in play. We saw it early with Profik, using that to tee up the duelists to make the players on A side uncomfortable. Here, another simple, setup. You throw the Convergent Pass, you throw the Hunter's Fury, you're rushing in behind that with Durka, and they just absolutely knock it out of the park. So I think you're seeing a lot of the early ideas from Vitality and their coaching staff being implemented very effectively by the Vitality players. And again, nothing too crazy, but it's working. It's catching the KC players in moments where they're not ready.
It looked like Vitality was a bit asleep at the start of this one, but they have certainly woken up across these last 4 rounds. All of them now.
Vitality JQ, guys.
That's an operator lost in this for KC, who might be needing to call a decently early timeout into this map. Get the course correct before things really spill out of control.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think you might want to talk about this just a little bit. Sure, it is your opponent's attacker side on Haven, but it really is starting to feel like you're letting some things slip through the cracks. And especially with the ults in play, you've got Levin's ult. So you've got the overdrive, you've got an ability to kind of have a game changer where you have to buy down a little bit here, but they're going to let it ride.
Still on the table. But for their number to come up, Sugetsu just going to go backpedaling away. Aves going to be spotted. Looks like they have heard this Cypher and just pretty privy to where he would be located. So a little bit of spam over, but connection not to be found. Good damage off the shock there. Sinar does get tagged down to 39 on this entry, but now a 5v5 for the post play. The Hunter's Fury opened up to try to kill somebody here on the side to right, trying to push his way forward, but Hunter's Fury is able to find the one. Sinar going to be finished off now. That neural depth going to be infested. Onto these players, the drone goes out and over the top, spotted the one, DOS9. Now the one that cannot try to go for the stick. Turned out to the open, Yampi able to find it first, but will end up getting taken down as Sugetsu finds that elimination. Time continuing to bleed away. Chronicle going to be good for the one, has to go for the reload, tucks back around the corner, and he's the last one standing.
Oh, 30.
Picked apart, and the round goes the way of KC. Finding their first here after a 4
മറ്റേ കളി 9 മിനിറ്റ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യും. സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അതിലേക്ക് പോകും.
5-on-5 retake.
NRG versus VIT.
They completely bypassed the overdrive early. They've shifted to the other side of the map. You throw the overdrive at A main to try to take control of that space. You do, and that allows KZ to get into pretty quick position there. Set up that Hunter's Fury, clear out the 2 players on site, and then they have such an overwhelming numbers advantage there. And with the help of the Cypher ult, kind of know where the players are, and you can just lock it down. Exactly that. Hit some nice shots too. Durka operator. Gonna have any targets early. It's just a relay bolt to kind of thwart Vitality, and then they're looking again to try to see if Vitality was going to double down on this C hit early. But it's just a scoop of an orb.
And gets Yampi one away from having that next Hunter's Fury online. Chronicle similarly right there, ready for that first lockdown to be coming through.
You've got a good opportunity here if you can get that Killjoy ult on, because Aves just used that Hunter's Fury, so be a good opportunity to clear some space, set yourself up for the plant. But Vitality's been pretty aggressive with their tempo early, been pretty
Spike drop.
but they want to just take a breather, try to feel out the map a little bit more. I think maybe some of that early aggression from Levin previously has set them to kind of alert mode where, hey, we need to make sure that we're not giving up that space, that we're kind of clearing the map a little bit more efficiently, more effectively, get into some more favorable post-plant scenarios.
I think they're just going to go for a double dash, interact, and drone fake onto this A site. Try to bait them in.
100%.
Oh, there's the saturate, chucked in towards Hell. Sayonara.
Very.
Forward, trying to see if he can spot anything. Drone reveal onto Aves. He's already backed up quite a bit. Meanwhile, Narrate just facing forward down towards C. He's able to find the one. Now it's just Profik left standing with a spike in hand. AC just keeping their players in position. Might just the undoing of Vitality in this round. Sayonara built of a shot on Sugetsu, and now onto Aves. It's getting these taps. Yampi now running them down, is able to find another and left. This one standing knows that they've eaten some damage. They are a bit tagged up, but
2v1, 2v1.
Isolate and pick them apart one by one. Both players tucked into the corner. Bolt try to isolate. This is going to be a jump onto the window. While he will be able to find the first, he cannot find the necessary second.
5-3.
Not be able to get it done. Ravik will be thinking his lucky stars that he managed to have that ultimate online in a critical moment.
Well, this is one of the rounds that I love to see from this composition, where you have options available to you. You can sell those fakes. I talked about it earlier, using the Waylay to sell the fakes. This time, they integrate the Sova into it as well. And then you have the bailout of Profix ult, because he's been able to get into another one. Had a really good start to this. 8 kills already on the board for the Human. So you have that little bit of extra layer to this. So now you're starting to see the playbook unfold for Vitality, the depth that they've been able to create with this new composition on Haven.
And maybe just some quick improvisation coming through.
Sure.
Felt like with that double stack, both duelists still remaining on C, that would have just been the round going over to KC and things tied up. With a nice little bow on top, but Vitality now out in front by 2 rounds. Hunter's Fury, King Reveal still there on a Sugetsu, and he will just get spammed down. Dals9 at the same time, able to scale around the back, out in the mid, finding the first. Durka not quite ready for the angle, eats a bit of damage, but does manage to escape with his life intact, but Aves cannot say the same. Sayonara able to intercept him there at garage window. 4v3. Slow and silent approach. Meanwhile, Sayonara with a quick check back in the mid and narrate. None the wiser, not ready at all. Caught on a timing. Falls to the wayside and Sayonara. I mean, it's
4v1. 4v1. ഇത് വൈറ്റാലിറ്റിയിലെ മാപ്പ് അല്ല, ഇത് KC മാപ്പാണ്. എന്നിട്ട് അവർ ഡോമിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം.
He wants his ace. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. Dals9 escaping back through sewer, re-wrapping into A. So this would have to be one hell of a quick hunt here if he wants to be able to find it. But Vitality, explosive way to move up to 6.
Well, this is exactly the player that's been promised. This young, up-and-coming superstar. This round right here was insane. He's going to have another convergent paths already. Just takes over for Vitality. I get a bit nervous there for Vitality, because Dals9 gets so quickly into the back lines, almost gets Durka as well, but Durka able to escape, and that's huge for them. Makes things a little bit confusing. Oh man, just sharp as heck, and okay, finally gonna get that timeout.
And it feels like this is still quite late. There's an opportunity, of course, to recover this half, but getting brutalized by Sayonara and Yampi in those last couple rounds. Ult's still working against you. Aves only halfway to that next Hunter's Fury, and Chronicle just hasn't had a chance nor a real need to invest this lockdown quite yet.
Yeah, if any opportunity kind of presented itself, it's been thwarted by Casey's really aggressive early play, and I think that's why a couple rounds ago we saw Vitality slow things down to try to look and figure out what was going on. You know, KC was starting to take risks early with Dals9 pushing out, with Levin pushing out, things like that were causing a little bit of problems for Vitality, but their recoveries were really nice. They were able to use that individual skill to turn some of these rounds on their head. Now for KC, got to talk about how you want to avoid. You don't want to get caught in another conversion paths like you just did a few rounds ago. You just lose 2 players on site and it's basically GG, go next. Going to be a Marshall there for Levin, Sugetsu, Bulldog. Dals9 did carry the gun over, but a couple pistols otherwise. So let's see. Looks like no early convergent paths this time, so Vitality reading that KC had learned their lesson. Spread both.
Hello. Welcome to the stream.
Top of a box with a trip underneath him. Timing there. Bit tricky for him. They're leaving him, giving him a lot of trust.
Knock might just clear that trip, though. It does.
Come back and you. Yes.
The little things, Achilles.
That's just value for investment. And oh my God, Durka! Woo! It looked like he was asleep at the wheel. Adrenaline kicked in. He jolted away.
Durkയും Chronicleൊക്കെ ഫാനാറ്റിക്സിൽ കളിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇല്ലേ?
Hears himself crashing out of control.
We're able to scoop that gun up though.
Available, but Sayonara is just going to try to play himself in here. He did not see
കണ്ടില്ല.
but they haven't seen him. That peak, and Levin, he just doesn't have the angle for this one. Needs to jump up onto the windowsill to be able to have it. And a couple shots are not connecting. Sayonara fast adjustment. Cleans up the headshot. Narrate now boxed into a corner. As okay, the timing will be found. Narrate able to find that elimination. Only have 15 seconds. They do have to commit forward into the site. Narrate absolutely needs to try to hold the line, but Chronicles here on the backstab. He's got the elimination secured.
Okay.
Now it is just Alves on
7-3.
the approach. Now noted. Attack at 15. Finds the first. The recon sent. Might just connect onto the player, but either way, he will be
7-3, 7-3, 7-3.
down in sewers. 7-3. Vitality confirming a lead at the half. Now looking to make this potentially 9-3.
It just gets really weird in this round with everybody kind of having to rely on those instant reactions in this case from Durka. That is crazy stuff. It's staying underneath Levin's nose, and then Levin not able to find those Marshall no-scopes. No damage really done there, and then it's kind of fall apart piece by piece for KC. And then the scarier thing here is KC, you're getting into another alt cycle, but Vitality was able to hang on to those. So you got some of those big counters available.
Look at the stack here for Vitality. This could be another quick hit coming through. There's the reveal. Convergent pass to intercept, and Advez. Let's get clipped by this. Tripwire to try to slow down the approach. Durka will absorb that. Meanwhile, Sinar trying to get the scale forward, but the quick pivot arc is coming through as KC get 3 players onto this A site. Be taken back out towards safety. So far, kills to be found, but Prophet has been tagged to 1.
That was a nice stall out. Able to tuck far enough back. Looking to try to triple face him.
They know that he's in this corner. The lockdown now going to be invested. He's able to find the first, but cannot scale forwards. The space is going to have to be respected as Narrate will backpedal away. The site able to be taken now as the spike is going to be ushered around towards long. However, quickly can get it on an angle. So running back is going to be popped immediately. He's able to find Sayonara. The spike now down on the floor. Gets the wall bang shot. Prophet at 1. Stood no damn chance as Narrate dropping out of heaven, able to find the kill, and now it is all down to Yampi, but he will be noted. Sugetsu,
Okay,
wise to it, turns back, finds the kill. KC hit up to 4.
That's huge. That's so huge. I mean, the convergent pass and the lockdown using that round, and you get through it with the win. Unbelievable. Love the confidence we're seeing from Narrate there. Beautiful play. Uses that flash to drop down, get another big kill. That was exactly what the doctor ordered here for KC. You're going to have a Hunter's Fury available. 1 away from a couple other big ults there for KC. Meanwhile, you're not going to have any really available for Vitality. Maybe Prophet's ult comes into the mix a bit.
Widely, the ult well has run dry here, but Durka, he's going to be able to find 2 there in the mid. Eventually, the Hunter's Fury from Aves will clean him up, and they need a hell of a lot more than that. But it's going to be Aves able to find Chronicle at the same time. Flash going to go out, Narrate able to steady the spray. Prophet going to be taken down. Now suddenly, just 2 players standing for Vitality. Getsu quick on this scale. Actually, if he had just peeked in towards that A-lock side of things, would have been able to get the intercept and kill off Yampi. 1 player with that full health, but he's been making noise. Aves well aware of this. He's more concerned about where that second player could be, but it's going to be Sayonara now found on the opposite side of the map, but they know exactly where the last player is. The kill will be there. Aves able to get 3. As KC get up to 5, rescuing this half in a pretty big way.
Yeah, nice little bounce back, a nice little change up with some of the Cypher utility at the front of A there. Saw that stall out, the convergent pass round where they tried to execute off of the catch onto Aves. That actually slowed them down enough that they weren't really able to get there and, you know, punish that catch that they had with that ultimate. But that round there as well, gonna identify Yampi, make him an easy cleanup. Don't give him any chance for that clutch. And ended up being a really close half. You're a little worried there for KC on their map pick, but they rallied there right at the last minute. Got a couple big rounds to go their way. Vitality having some absolutely explosive ones. You know, some big hero multi-kill rounds. Yampi, Prophet, obviously Sayonara was lights out there for a little bit, but recovery available. KC becoming I would suspect feeling pretty confident they've got a real shot.
PRX versus NRG.
Solid pistol. Very good start, but if it goes the other way, if Vitality are able to find that win, those start to slip further and further away from their grasp, which is going to be a bit concerning because Haven, this is the map that KC I think really do want to play. They're going to be very happy to have this one from the outset. It was either that or this fracture, I suppose. Probably be fine to play on that one as well, but this is where they want their bread to be buttered.
Now, still though, I mean, I think you're seeing some really good ideas from Vitality with this new composition. At times, again, some simple executes that really work to treat, but the depth, I think, in understanding how to kind of push and pull the map a little bit, not always there. We saw it in one of the rounds, but outside of that, it was a lot of pretty static hits, and that did give KC some ability to make some of those fast rotates. Did see it early in that half on the pistol round, and then beyond that as well when they finally got their footing. Able to get in there and do some damage, but Vitality gonna spread the map a little bit here. Pretty wide open. Eye on Kron with that turret over at Sita. Try to hold the line if this just does turn into a aggressive hit, but Spike's still on the ground as the barrier's about to drop, so this doesn't feel like a full commit. Maybe if you get the kill onto Kron here, you can just scale forward as KC. He's trying to play off that turret, trying to use it to kill. Can't do it.
Well, not really able to play behind that one. Not much damage going to be found either, but Sayonara eats an immense amount. Double scale forward, going to be coming in, but Sayonara now going to be finished off inside of the garage. DOS9 able to hold down this flank. There's going to be that second layer as Profek still sprinting forward, but has no idea where this enemy Omen may have escaped to, and he is misreading it completely. DOS9 able to get the better of him, gets himself a weapon upgrade in the Sheriff, and now does Yampi in a 1v5 to try to stop this pistol from going into Casey's hands.
Hell of a way to pistol round, but odds are not in his favor.
Not at all. Tripwire as well, situated outside of the garage. Getsu in that corner. Might be able to jump this, but will do so, but it's right into his demise. He still does manage to get one, so stops it from being a flawless. We'll get
KC comeback അടിക്കുന്ന ഇനി അവർക്ക് ഈക്കോ ഇല്ല.
It's going to be KC potentially roaring their way right back into this.
Yeah, I like the way that KC leads with the drone here, so that has to be cleared by Kron first, and then they're able to avoid early opportunity that you would normally get with that turret in that position to play off of it as Chronicle. DOS9 all over the map as usual. One of my favorite players to watch on Omen just because of how creative he is, how hard he is to predict where he is and what he's doing and when he's doing it. Just a really intelligent player who's willing to take risks, force the opponents into bad positions. They're kind of guessing exactly where that Omen ended up. Let's see, a couple rifles in there. 11 with the Outlaw.
Oh, Durka didn't see him on the first peak, so has to go back in for a little bit more and pays the iron price. Easy kill, but okay, high-low setup. Chronicle able to find one. Flash in, however, Narrate will find two. Scale back in. Yampi able to find an immense amount of damage just with that classic and doesn't need anything in reply. Give a bit of pause here to KC, who otherwise wanted to quickly scale their way forward into the C site, but Sayonara getting a little bit too curious.
PRX match എന്തായി? PRX match start ചെയ്തില്ല. Start ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നു.
Try to see if he can find any additional damage.
Be simple stuff.
PRX match start ആയിട്ടില്ല. അവര് സംസാരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. Start
Really
ചെയ്യുന്ന
impactful with those flashes.
മറ്റേ
Gonna have
stream.
his ult going into the next round too, so gonna be a really scary bonus, assuming Yampi doesn't do too much more damage. You wouldn't think so with the trip here, even though Sugetsu pretty weak, but he's gonna be making noise. Should be oh no! The jumping click. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, just a jump right click. We'll just chuck that bulldog over the side, make sure they can't swap the Spectre out for it. Of course, does need to die and shall do so. Able to find that kill. So Parity found between the Sobas as far as the ult charge is concerned, but Parity also found on the scoreboard as Casey tie it up.
Yeah, and again, this should be a pretty scary bonus that Vitality are going to be facing. Cute little high-low setup there, but again, really nice curveballs from Narrate. Been doing a great job finding value out of that. 3 players with 12 kills now on KC.
I mean, it's been a massive rebound for him. Narrate starting things off. He was down at the bottom of the barrel here for KC. Last few rounds found for the squad on that opening half. Oh, well, to really bolster the stats. Sayonara. Okay. He just rolled an at 20. He's able to find 2 players through the smoke. That shouldn't be allowed. Quick cleanup. Swing in will eventually get punished, and the trade back is going to be good, but Nava's still going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Regen armor will go back up to 25, but total of 32 health. Exactly where you want to be on your solo.
That's one of those moments that would tilt the Dungeon Master, to say the least. Absolutely insane. Goodness.
Supposed to figure that one out this early into the campaign. 3v3, still an opportunity for KC to make a go of this. Will get cleared, just trying to instill some doubt, keep some interest on that C side of the map, so Profik will rotate over.
PRX match start ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ
It's a 1-1-1 fan out from Vitality, no one playing together at the moment.
You're going to have to be good for at least one here as Profik. Smoke's about to drop. That paranoia maybe? Yeah, here it goes.
Paranoia to go through, turns back, clears the recon, the drone now coming out. Not too much time to try to go for a pivot here, and Chronicle has reinforced this position. They know and read that TP up over the top from DOS9. Staying situated now on the drop down. Will end up losing his line. Profik able to find one. Durka keeping him covered. Cleans up Sugetsu. Finds out his.
Bonus convert ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല.
Lose out on 3 players, but they will play anti-bonus.
This is one of those rounds where it feels like the luck is just on your side as Vitality, and that you're going to have a really
The group of death എന്ന് പറയും. എല്ലാം strong team ആണ്.
Phoenix ult to off the rip.
ഈ ഗ്രൂപ്പിലാണ് NRG PRX ഉള്ള. രണ്ട് ടീം മാത്രം ക്വാളിഫൈ ആണ്.
At the point of attack. You got to feel really good about that round as KC, though. You did a lot of damage again in the bonus round, even though you don't get the win. But Profik's protocols really effective in the heat of the moment there to prevent them from really scaling forward. Good recognition of what could be going on behind it. He buys time for Durka to get there, and they can shut the round out.
Knocked out on 11 right there at his feet. Ball down to 50. Durka at the same time able to find Avaz.
Oh!
Again, and it looked like Sugetsu was going to be dialed in for the angle, but Chronicle just a little bit faster on the trigger. He's able to find that kill, and this is looking very good for Vitality as Narrate will be surrounded. Flushed out. Just 1 kill found as they move up 9-7. The lead again now getting bolstered.
This is a great read from Vitality. I mean, the early scouting done by Sayonara doesn't give you too much information, and they're still willing to hold the line here. Kron holding the door, and then they're going to be swinging together to crunch into grass. A great call from Yampi. He is absolutely letting KC know. I've got you figured out maybe now. Sayonara has another convergent paths early.
We have another timeout call by the look of it here. Their opportunity not given over to try to utilize that, run it back. Widely can come through, but this is one of those moments where you'd really love for Levin to have that overdrive online. Not to be. Likely going to end up being a little bit on the weaker side of the buy, as it's a timeout.
It had time in the word.
That's true.
We got halfway there. Yeah, I mean, I think here as KC, it's tough to say exactly, what is going wrong there. Maybe just being a little bit too eager to pull the trigger in that previous round on the execute, not kind of identifying the trap fast enough, or like when Chronicle gets that kill into Sugetsu, that might be the moment that you need to, take a step back, guys. Like, they're clearly still ready for us to be aggressive, even though we waited out that waylay refract clear in grass.
Okay, Sayonara. Nancy with it, pushes forward. Nope. Sayonara does end up going down to 5 HP, but it's going to be 2 kills found back here for Vitality as Levin's only able to clean up Profik.
What?
Okay, DOS9. What? Chronicle. In mid. Suddenly, round win right back on the board here for KC.
A lot of guns on the floor, too, and just Durka trying to protect them.
Durka feeling like he has to try to make a play. He absolutely has. Oh, swings out a little bit too wide too quickly. DOS9 will be able to shut him down, but grabs the Vandal, the spike in hand. Now looking for the TP into the back of C site. All this KJ setup meaning absolutely nothing. Chronicle dead on the floor. The plant to come in, Yampi.
PRX JPG team, thank you all.
Doesn't sound on this as drone will now go
JPG
out.
team season.
Couple points to try to reposition for DOS9. Up a bit of a caterpillar smoke and looks like he's not going to be spotted.
Still should be rather suspicious of it, but I think he went to the other side.
PRX കളി ഉടനെ തുടങ്ങി അവിടെ സെറ്റ് ആയി ആൾക്കാർ ഒരു മാപ്പ് ബാൻ ഒക്കെ ചെയ്തോണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ് അവര് NRG ഫ്രാക്ചർ എടുത്തു ലോട്ടസ് PRX ബ്രീസ് അവസാനം
just play ring around the rosy here. The spike still over at back plat. Yappy trying to swing in, trying to get there in time to shut him down. Taps the defuse, cannot win that fight. No, does it in fact, but he cannot win the round is what I mean to say, as KC will be able to persevere with no one left alive. They keep things tight-knit, just one round separating as they pull off a clutch.
Feels a little nostalgic to see DOS9 put clutch.exe into the command prompt here.
Insane Afu.
Very, very good in those scenarios. Just plays ring around the rosy, using those smokes so nicely to keep himself.
Practice on the late ball.
Again, the thinking on the fly, incredible from this man. Durka, operator available, Bladestorm to back it up. Narrate, please, my man. Gotta use this run it back. We gotta.
Game.
They've just been getting like beaten at the point of attack so often by Vitality that it's slowed it down.
എപ്പോഴാണ് മറ്റേ കളി തുടങ്ങുന്നത്?
Will be able to have it here for the entry. The spike is going to be in his hand as well. So he wants to try to just get this situated while the ult is
Rising Star game എപ്പോഴാണ്?
the shutdown. Now the spike right back out of the site. Paranoid going to be sent through. Levin able to follow. Timing turns back to clean up Profit as well. Quick little 1-2 punch, but Sayonara still nearby enough. Gets rid of both duelists and keeps this into a 3v3.
Tomorrow. All the best, all the best. അല്ല പ്രൈസ് പൂൾ പറഞ്ഞാ അവര് അറിയില്ല പ്രൈസ് പൂൾ.
Actually trying to make an exit.
PUBG World Cup തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളെല്ലാം വരണം കേട്ടോ.
Gonna have Chronicle a spot out onto the one.
വീട്ടിലായിരിക്കും.
Way over.
നമ്മൾ ഒരു ദിവസം പോകും EWC അല്ലേ? Come back on.
Cleared out as DOS9 goes scaling forward aggressively. Wanted to try to take this fight, but the timing is going to be found by Chronicle. Goes diving in, gets cleaned up. Pop Chronicle able to find another. Going to be Sugetsu. It's not planted for him, and Durka has the angle with that op in hand. Double digits established. Vitality now up 10-8.
That one's starting to make you sweat a little bit if you're a Vitality fan because you just felt that looming presence of Sugetsu. It's just a matter of if they could clear the site in time before he showed up to the party, and they do just that. And what a read from Durka, holding that angle immediately with the operator. Sussed it out, kind of pieced it out. He's like, well, I came from Long A, and he never came there. I bet he's rapping through Link. Absolutely nails it. Finally got that Phoenix ult to go, and you don't get the round, and you're back on an eco as KC.
Gonna have an overdrive behind this one, but Durka quickly able to take position down to the sewer, hold this line. It's gonna be a faster exec now over onto the B site. Chronicle going to be Levin just trying to disrespect that, but does get ripped apart down to 47. Now the Hunter's Fury going to be called out as well as Yampy, just disrupting, stopping them from getting this plant in play.
PUBG Kerala Rising. Kerala Rising. Rising Star.
Expecting to be a little bit deeper towards the spawn, so Sugetsu hits a belter of a shot. Ultef now going to be invested. Sayonara, an attempt to try to run him down, but will not be able to do so. Sugetsu slips the net. Double dash around up into mid. The spot on the one. Knowing that he's boxed in. Swings the corner. He's able to find the headshot. Ava's going to be taken down. Lockdown now out from Garage. Not going to be able to be cleared as Sugetsu will fall. All of these players now having to try to make their exit over towards this A connector side. They're just going to be detained. DOS9, he's able to find the one, but they're not going to be able to win this fight. Levin is just completely isolated here in backside. They know that he's somewhere. They will suss it out. Yep, he will collect the kill. The defuse goes in, and Vitality move up 11-8.
Just brilliant timing from Chronicle on that lockdown. Knew exactly how long it would last to give them the time. This is a great play from Sugetsu. Able to best Durka and get that big ult available. But it's an even better response, and a little wry smile there from the KC players, knowing they just got outdone.
I mean, at the end of the day, you do get those ultimates out. You get the lockdown. The Bladestorm was used previously. Now the Hunter's Fury out of the hands of Vitality. So for it being a thrifty attempt, it's not that bad. But Vitality now one away from locking up map point on your pick.
Exactly. It's just like too little, too late. I mean, even though you're doing damage, map's kind of already slid so far in the wrong direction. Sugetsu gonna try to scale up, try to use that camera, but the drone identifies him, and he's gonna have to back off momentarily. Wants to maybe re-challenge it. Again, looking to see if someone from Vitality is gonna try to
PRX എപ്പോഴാണ് മാച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞ ഇല്ല തുടങ്ങാൻ പോണോ
so far I think
തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല മറ്റേ സെക്കൻഡ് സ്ട്രീമിലാണ് അത് സംസാരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അത് തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ അതേ വെക്കുള്ളൂ, അതേ പ്രിഫറൻസ് കൊടുക്കണം. അതുവരെ ഇത് വെക്കുന്നേ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല. മാപ്പ് പിക്കും മാപ്പ് ബാനും കഴിയും.
Sugetsu still here in sewer is able to find Sayonara going on a walkabout. Dirk at the same time, he's looking over towards his garage window. He's able to find the one, but he cannot escape. Abbas is there. Finds that punish, keeps them traded up in position as Chronicle just fishing for a bit of damage that will not be found. Spike now to be planted. Paladin have to try to get this retake started, but Sugetsu going to be intercepted. Yampi very patient. To shut down that potential flank. Still another layer. Ooh. Narrate here in B, but they're just losing on all fronts at the moment. Vitality just finding these individual members. And them limb from limb, the curveball going to be sent in, and Yampi, who's already facing away from it, swings to the side, finds a headshot, Narrate now dead, and DOS9 to try to clutch it out, but the wide swing is there. Chronicle gets the clean up, the defuse will be in, and Vitality will move up to map point.
It's so heartbreaking for Carmine Corp. I like the way they play a lot of these rounds, but then some of this individual prowess from Vitality comes through and just takes them over the line. I mean, they're breaking angles, they're getting into these aggressive positions.
In this time of day? Yes, sir. Absolutely you will. I mean, PRX, Jing, this is the man you want to be watching on this
Jing റേസിലാണ്. ഓക്കെ, ഒരു ഡുവലിസ്റ്റേ ഉള്ളൂ, അപ്പുറത്തും ഡബിൾ ഡുവലിസ്റ്റ്. ENCയിലെ ടീം കണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ENCയിൽ കാനഡ ടീം ഒരു രക്ഷയില്ല. ടെൻസ് പിടിച്ചതുണ്ട്. ടെൻസ് കാനഡയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി കളിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നാഡ, ടെൻസ്, ജോണപ്പി എല്ലാം ഉണ്ട്. രണ്ട് ഒരു രക്ഷയില്ലാത്ത ടീം. Esports Nations Cup. തുടങ്ങി.
What they've already kind of shown so far, Fade versus Sky into the mix there as well. One of the few maps you're going to end up seeing something move over to the Brimstone from his usual jet position, which I'm sure for the rest of the BO3 he'll be comfortably moving back on towards the jet. But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the Rays, probably one of the few players that you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it, a few of those over in Americas, one in the Swiss stage of Santiago, which is a very, very tight game versus Foot, whereas PRX, this is a tried it true map for them. They have been picking it a lot, and they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening group stage win here against NRG here at EWC.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far on Arcade. First up will be Jing. Beautiful shot onto Kiko and a follow from Divide as well. It's going pretty damn well for PRX, you would say, minus the fact that Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, Brock and Scuba trying to contact their way upstairs. Out comes the guarding light for Forsaken and pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested there for something.
4v1.
No opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round. Looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
Yep. Tapping away with the Bandit. See if he can farm himself up a neural theft, but if he will put him down. A nice setup there on Arcade from PRX. Jing in the perfect little off angle tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start your defense.
Comfortable. PRX, a team that we expect to go very far in this tournament, had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second place in Energy. Really competitive from North America. Didn't quite do as well in last year's EWC. I'd like to make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Top 4.
PRX on the other side of things have taken a main control Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the Turret has got Dish on lock.
Being stalled out by some of the utility coming through from Divide. Grenade from Jing as well. Oh, big damage actually onto Ethan. Put down to 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one. Flash is coming on through. Divide swings into a triple kill. Beautiful stuff. Brock the only one that actually gets the kill. And PRX handling this anti-eco with near perfection. direction.
Yeah, I mean, they cleared out all the bottom side. They had double nanos on Dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were all over. The information game knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had the perfect utility. The perfect positions. Saying that though, for NRG, not much in that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown of Divide going forward, and now PRX into what looks like a pretty clean bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department, 5 and 1. 3 away from the lockdown. Let's see what kind of
Something smoke കളിക്കുന്നത്.
round of rifles coming through NRG. Going back over towards the B side. Information there from Forsaken. A big stack though from PRX.
Yeah, progression smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scoop as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage over on the other side of the site. Envy inside of this.
Oh yo, distance. Yo, welcome to the stream.
The Phantom of Forsaken's got him covered nicely from stairs side. What a nice pivot in from PRX. This bonus round looks like it's there.
Bonus roundum കിട്ടി.
Yeah, I mean, expected even that Envy was going to get
3-0. Something usually plays smoke one fraction. Something Initiator ആണ് usually കളിക്കാറുള്ളൂ. Initiator അല്ലെങ്കിൽ duelist.
2 players still alive. You take that bonus.
Forsaken ആയിരുന്നു കളിക്കും.
A rough one to start with.
Yeah,
Forsaken initiator. Forsaken എല്ലാം കളിക്കും.
Having a loss versus the bonus.
Bonusum കിട്ടി. അങ്ങനെ 3-0.
Locked in, smiles on the faces is exactly how you want the opening of this game to go on your map.
Hello. Welcome to the stream. അതെ. Something usually smoke ആണ്. അതെ. പക്ഷേ usually initiator duelist ഒക്കെ കളിക്കാറുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പം തിരിച്ച് ഇപ്പം Forsaken initiator. Forsaken എല്ലാം കളിക്കും. ഓ, ചത്തു.
Not to be able to use in this particular round. Stemmed up Forsaken, taking advantage of that one.
Ooh.
Not expecting too much here. Rifles versus nothing. Forsaken earns. We're just getting prepped for the next round as well. Ethan taking whatever he can out of this map.
Flying around as he's often liable to do, and despite
flawless.
Ethan, that is a flawless anti-eco for PRX. They are really running away with this game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off, but can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack
എനിക്ക് ആ മൂക്കിൽ ശ്വാസം വിടാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള സാധനം മേടിക്കാം. മൂക്ക് പുറത്തുനിന്ന് നിൽക്കാനും മതിയായിരുന്നു.
For that to happen, we'll start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
See what they put together.
വോളിയം കുറച്ച് കൂട്ടുമോ ജോലിയോ? ആ എന്റെ വോളിയാണോ അതോ ഗെയിം വോളിയാണോ?
That helps you simplify things a little.
Open line as well. Mara wants to get
game volume കൂട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
Really getting thing on board.
ഓക്കേ ആണോ? ഇപ്പോ ഓക്കേ. എന്റെ വോളിയം കൂട്ടാൻ പറ്റില്ല.
That stairs line does seem like PRX are heading in that direction. Sky Smoke, little satchel up on in, and now you got the showstopper as a result. Does clean up Marta despite the refract. Ethan at least able to take Jing with him. But it's a good start for PRX nonetheless, and now they're trying to read the position of the rest of the attackers with these Seekers.
Seekers will reveal the bottom side of the map pretty comfortably so far. Scooper kind of gets away though. He wasn't one of the players that actually got revealed by the Seekers. Still 3 players alive for NRG, so work to be done here. They can get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off somewhat, minus something which is in play, and he's got a double S! Unbelievable spray transfer. He'll die for it towards the end, but the rest of the players, no issues there for PRX. 5-0 and something unreal with his ability to get that 2K.
It's disgusting off the back of the breach flash, diving in through the smoke despite being at a man advantage. NRG not quite able to get comfortable. And they will take a timeout as a result. This has been a bit of a battery to kick off this game of Fracture from PRX, a map that they're very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over an America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Well, they certainly are from the north side of America, and that side in this particular game right now, 0-5 is the scoreline, but what a way for PRX to handle that aggression that we saw from potentially Marta setting up a bit of a line there, trying to catch a player up from PRX, and the instant util coming through, the stun, Jing wanted to get in, the showstopper, completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You've seen them mostly lean towards that arcade side of the map, and mostly hitting one side. Hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel like PRX have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
We saw that one round where they had an eco 5-man up dish, completely slowed down by all the utility coming through, particularly from Divine, Nano Swarms, everything else. There we go. Again, a lot required here from NRG. Still waiting for that run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here, but Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
Pushed towards the dish early on here for PRX. Once again, it's the guiding light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to walk their way into A main and take some map control.
Yeah, first time we're really seeing anything from balls. Let's see what we can sort of find here as PRX wanting to make sure they retain control of ropes. Information found, and okay, decent kills. Mana and Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, I would say so far in this entire half.
Fault line, a jump spot from Envy. NRG finally starting to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in the mid-round from PRX. Puts them at a pretty massive advantage. Spike will be scooped up there by Brock to join up with the rest of NRG to have taken this A main control earlier, but Forsaken and Envy are already on this A side of the map, and Device on the rotate.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to move off, so it does still have plenty of util to relay back into HB. Nightfall coming on in, taking no risks here. Envy will be spotted. Flash as well, he's got no chance, but a better flash potentially against NRG. And Envy now will be able to at least trade his own life. 1 versus 4 now, Divide with a lot of work to do. No ultimate, and all of his util still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba.
First point availability, guys.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG. Punish all of that mid-round aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So a successful timeout. Will help them steady their economy going forward, because they're going to have to make their way to a lot of gun rounds against PRX, who have had a bit of a blinding start here. Fracture.
The smokes there also cutting off a couple of players from PRX, making sure that the breach of Envy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from them against basically all 5 from NRG, who some around on that board. Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side, you'll say, is. Let's see what we get done from NRG. Back over towards Arcade.
Yep. Forsaken on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Gonna throw out his guiding light, but Kiko is all over it as see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG just to try to zone them away, but in the meantime, you've seen Envy be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him. With PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that. Cage should keep him alive for the time being for a little while. No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
It's one tap from something though. That does not feel particularly good for an NRG, who are now getting ulti dumped on the side. Out comes both the breach ult and the brim ult. Kiko's been able to find one, but that's a nice flash to set up something. Talk inside a tower. Very low here. The lion's share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the brim molly tries to delay the plan for a little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for this. First tap on the spike. All fades. Device looking for targets. Something on Brock. It's just Kiko left alive, and he just can't quite hit something. Doesn't even matter that he's not on a duelist. He'll find the end. He's got the sharpness of it. So how sharp that was up against Scuba. He'll make sure he'll finish up the last 2 players of NRG. And despite the spike being planted there, no dice for the round.
Yeah, very nicely navigated by PRX. He pushed bottom side through A main right from the get-go. I think this opener was fantastic from Kiko, using the runner back just to be able to set up NRG for success, but PRX mid-rounding their way out of a bad situation. The ulti combo on that site really helped them kind of narrow down where NRG were playing the post plant from. And then something 9 and 2, just a phenomenal multi-frag from him.
And even the utility usage, I mean, you look at the orbital strike, completely isolating Ethan. You had the nade coming through, paint shells from Jing, followed up by a flash as well. Now something. Just going to fire a couple of shots into holes, but here come the rest of the players. Almost had a collateral there. No theft now from Scuba to reveal the rest of the members. The rest of the members are coming in nice and quick for PRX.
Scuba inside of the cage. NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punish the flood so nicely. Read it with the neural theft, and they knew that PRX really wanted to try to get in and take that fight before the spike even went down. It's all down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A site. A second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the flood coming in through from PRX, and for the 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. They've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 to 5. We'll say it's an okay half for them, but otherwise PRX Looking for that 7 to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
Be a big round for NRG. Money is starting to get a little bit dry for PRX after their landslide of victories.
PRX map pick
Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Marta. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing in and refracting in on the entry. Ethan's taking dish here. A lot of moves being made on the map by an NRG, who is just waiting for a reaction from PRX. Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
We'll see just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements starting to flow over from both of the teams, you'd say. Well, Forsaken wanted to make that play happen. Not going to be the case now. As time starts to run out, that smoke comes down just as Marta had the line of the op.
Jing v Scuba on the bottom of the map does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A main push in check, and I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a PRX who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map. They've got the A info line, but that's about it.
I mean, that's his huge kill because now PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side, something waiting. But as time starts to dwindle, it looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A, just something to slow this one down. Rest of PRX. To stack over towards B. And there's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt wall spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there. Conversion pass, you should expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression though from NRG because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems. The Vi's on there as well. Stops coming on through, and that just isn't enough.
Kiko really needed to win that last tool. Lockdown invested there from Devi just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those tools, could have really created some magic for PRX. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage that they had, grouping up together, and even with the clock running down, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised PRX's economy was. And winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get that last kill. And Devi falls just in the nick of time here. So still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit is going to be NRG in first time. We're going to see PRX really in the eco. Haven't really seen their money run dry just yet, as they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map. 3 players stacked up so far, and NRG walking to the turret.
Yeah, just Devi here. Doesn't have too much help. Really out of position. Not much for him to do. Over on the bottom side of the map, though, that's a nice opener from something. Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding Light will enable that, and Paint Shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, well, here it comes now. One go to Jane. Guess what? That's ultimate ready to go. Be sure that that could be a big one for this round as well. Something's also one away, but might even be playing for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Soaking up on the line, tapping away. He knows kind of where Kiko is, but not quite able to deal with him. The Seize is going to slow him down. PRX not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressive play punished. They're very much keeping NRG pinned into this side. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time PRX out of this round. Showstopper invested. Envy is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan, and Marta closes it out with 2 outlaw shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you. But that definitely would have gotten expensive for them.
Showstopper kind of gave away false info there as well, because I think Jane thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability.
Yeah.
But 4 now found for NRG.
Very patient there. Money not fantastic for NRG, but they've definitely made a big dent in this round deficit that they accrued early on. So things down on towards the bottom side. Once again, Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
Devi back on A. Helped a little bit by Forsaken. Both teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well. NRG looking to scoop them both if possible. So plenty of decent ultimates on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Does Marta have the patience to get the shot?
Now comes the Seeker's going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line for Forsaken. Gets legged out by the op as the Prowler pushes in back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. He'll catch maybe one player, not quite perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time, and the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it, Scuba down. Onto site now, Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Doesn't know going down. Tomato, some damage come through from the Orbital, and NRG is still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
Careful here.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the Blaze Wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the plan.
Nope.
Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swing, and
5,
doesn't even get a
6.
shot off.
Come back.
Dangerous situation, and we sort of remember the round where Divide ends up going down just before the time runs out, and Jing has to be very careful we're not just delivering his own life away before the plant comes on through. But a difficult 1v2, but yeah, we're really getting into the weeds of NRG's comeback on this first half now, because they were down by quite a few rounds.
Yeah.
NRG comeback.
4
5-0.
in a row. Very good resurgence after the tactical timeout. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG there.
6-5.
Paper X
6-6
now
up,
really
yeah.
being made to sweat here on Fracture.
Yo.
Keiko has got the Outlaw. Juggling that with the Vandal. Maybe he kind of rethought his purchase there as they're really trying to isolate Scooper on top side. He's made it out of dodge though. Investing the cage, and now you're seeing NRG speeding up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Scuba's going to get crunched on, and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still, look at Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank, though, from both Jing and Forsaken that NRG have to be a little bit careful about. First up, Marta versus something. Smoke starting to fade, and somebody will get that shot in first. Ethan, no response.
It's very tense here. Forsaken's found another one. It's a bit of a landslide of frags for Paper X coming back in on this retake. Brock still alive inside of the site. Gonna drop the orbital. Hits 2 players from Paper X, but unfortunately Divide with the last second shot, and Jing ready for the flank of Scuba. It's a 7-5 here. Paper X with their nose out in front at the half.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. Thought the orbital might have done a little bit more, but Divide too quick on the trigger finger. As we close out the half there, this will still be PRX.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves, but you've got to give a lot of credit to NRG. I mean, that's what we know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff, so post-attack timeout, after they made the adjustments that were necessary, is a much more competitive half from there. They are not scared of Paper X's fracture here. They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
Upper the 4-0, Vitality 4.
The aggression well as well.
AC 0.
That, okay,
Second map
first 2 rounds,
Vitality
came off the back of Paper X wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and NRG all too happy to receive that and punish.
I think NRG is the kind of team that stylistically we see a lot of the times when they play each other. They often force Paper X to slow down a little bit sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles, and wait for Paper X to make the move in the early to mid-round that they're looking to punish. I think you saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Marta with the offensive operator.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op. Unfortunately, you sort of mentioned that, but Marta didn't have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. Particularly on the op side of things. I mean, the first round that we saw the op, he instantly got util pushed out.
Yeah. That's just attacking side waylay things, though. You know, you're not really going to be the fragging duelist on the waylay often when you're playing. You know, Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be following up what is a dash refract a lot of the time offensively. Definitely want Keiko in this comp to be the heavy hitter, the one farming up all of the run-it-backs. But NRG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half. Kind of halted the momentum of Paper X as they head into their defensive half now.
Definitely a bit better showing from America's team against PRX on this particular map. NRG the confidence to move forward and start to get the lead in the second half if possible. That should be underway fairly soon.
Let's see what we're going to get here from NRG on their defense. Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again. Here we go into the second half here. PaperX mostly set up on bottom side. Forsaken, I'd imagine, will just be applying a little bit of pressure here. He's got full utility on the Sky. Breach on the other side of things as Marta on the line with the Sheriff Refract active. Ethan opens up the door. He's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Devi, and there's Marta. Oh, that is such a quick shot from Devi to get the opener.
Now we've seen that from Devi before. Now Marta finds out. 5 versus 4 early on, calling over Ethan, also Brock.
Stomping away. Ethan almost caught on the cross.
Okay. Smoke to try and slow things down. Stun to cause a couple of problems. When do we get the explode? Finally comes on through, but just into the meat grinder. Both Ethan and scooping all the kills. Brock likes dink into the kill as well. Not just Devi. He has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one. Of this potential clutch, and he's got another as well. Devi versus Kiko, and Devi's got the hot hands. And I'm not talking about Phoenix here. Kiko's the one playing that. Has he got the capability?
Mike hasn't been tapped yet. Kiko knows he could take his time with this one. He's looking like a little bit of a raid boss with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a molly. Devi really waiting for a mistake, but he's the one who has to make the first move here. Turret's back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Spike will be easy here. He doesn't know it, but he doesn't quite know where Kiko is standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through, and Devi with the 4K and the clutch. Instant headshot. He started out with that one on Tomato. He'll finish it onto Kiko. For another pistol for PRX.
Yeah, you're kicking yourselves as NRG. They rotated so well despite losing that opener on Tomato inside of A main. They were ready for PaperX to execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Devi very sneakily able to construct himself a 1v3 on that A side. He opens up the route for PaperX and he gets it done by himself.
The smoke coming down from Brock, and then the meat grinder, Scuba and Ethan just doing work. But Devi coming on through and just diffusing the scenario. We get another early pick. It's Marta down again. Unfortunately, something is just going to make mincemeat of him. Ethan will at least get the orb away. That's all that NRG will get so far.
Trailblazer. Let's at least find the buy onto Scuba. Two players spotted out over on that B side of the map. So they're going to get the pivot back across.
Bonus.
Something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest of PaperX relocating to the bottom side. They meet up with Kiko.
He's going to have to hide there, and that should be a little bit of info, but do they know it's the exact corner? They absolutely do. They see the hands. This will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't even lose a single player to Kiko despite the wonky shots from Jing. Now the crunch over on towards A. Brock to try and hold on to this one, but pistol not going to do you too much good. Ninth round here for PRX, 5 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Might not even lose a gun. Indeed, they don't. 5 rifles through into the bonus is a very, very good position to be in. As PaperX, NRG once again going to have to play the opening part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how their first defensive gun round does look, but I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worry was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus, which is, and then that ended up being 5 rounds in a row for PRX. An opportunity here, potentially for Kiko to at least drop one gun down. But honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough. So the bonus looks like the PRX this time around. Really want to win the first gun round of this half. Prowlers will get their mark.
Know that there's at least one player hanging around outside of A main. That's a molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off Jing up there with the Trailblazer. Keiko under a lot of pressure, pushed out by the utility, and that's an opener for Devi inside of A main. He's punished the push from NRG on the other side of the map when the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are reeling in their first gun round here.
PRX they can just abandon B at this time as well if they want to go towards A, but slow things down.
Last match
so it takes us from NRG first.
Last match is
more if he wants to, but on the other side of the map is Envy and Jing. Yeah, they've just completely dominated. So we're seeing
Vitality versus KC ആണെങ്കിൽ Vitality first map
yeah, for NRG just can't
Group A ആണെങ്കിൽ BBL ജയിച്ചു 2-1 against EDG. പിന്നെ RRQ തോറ്റു against
been in some excellent form as of late. When he takes over a game for PaperX, there's just really not much he can do. Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Not spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save. My man just wants to stay alive.
Down and out.
He's been spotted. Devi, he's going to go for a little bit more. And, well, just saw the back of the player. Brock at least shuts him down. Devi's got locked down either way. He'll be happy with one. Brock's going to convert another kill.
Yeah, don't feed him an orbital. He's only one off at this point. If he's able to get one more kill, he'll have it. And I think his respect has been earned here as PaperX hitting double digits. Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank at the moment in terms of where this lead is going. You got Ultimate starting to come online as well. You got Devi winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just cannot happen if you are NRG. Would love to see if we can get a POV of that one, but NRG taking their second timeout now, and I think they need it.
Yeah, and see what they're going to construct here around this singular save Phantom. Got to be some level of investment here for NRG to try to keep things interesting. They did manage to take some guns away from PaperX. They'd love to do some more economic damage, if not give themselves an outside shot of winning this round. But if things go the way they're expected, PaperX will be up 11-5 here on Fracture, and it's going to be a difficult position to come back from if you're NRG, given just how strong PaperX have been looking on this map lately.
And there's the PRX off out of the starting gates and into the immediate sprint. We saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. But this one is definitely more competitive, but at the same time as well. PRX are here for a reason. They know they can just take this map away and get that immediate 1-0 in this BO3. NRG looking for answers.
Can't have a slow start for either one of these teams. You would be honestly a little bit upset that this is the opening game of EWC. It's a very stacked tournament, of course, but PaperX and NRG would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Well, half buys coming on through. Obviously, Brock did save over.
Hello.
See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
Main taken again by NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. PaperX playing it very slowly. Not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to clear once the lockdown has concluded. Obviously, we can see that NRG are going to be late to the party here a little bit as Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down, though. Doesn't hit anyone. The Showstopper again. It's Marta and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX left hurting. They're the ones with the guns. And still NRG coming out ahead on that one. Not Scuba, though, because Devi is still managing to land these clean shots.
They isolated him nicely. Utility invested. In comes the Nightfall, though. From NRG, trying to complete this retake in from Gen side. Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Devi, but that player on the site has gone down. Devi now knows something on the wraparound. Could have a really good flank timing here as we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is, but the movement is a little bit too good. Clutch needed for PaperX, and NRG will be kicking themselves, Kev. They put themselves in an excellent position there post-timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They came through with the lesser money, just came out of the timeout, start with a 5 versus 3, ends up being a 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was. So 2 players looking in opposite directions and no ability to trade. Fast enough to once again dragging that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead of the others. And far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of PaperX, though. It was only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the orbital. I think that's just going to kill one player outright. Ethan following up super nicely. And again, it's a 2-man advantage for NRG.
So this time, you're hoping the NRG will be able to navigate this 5v3 a little bit cleaner, but Devi is still alive. Something's still alive as well. 2 of the biggest fraggers so far that we've seen in this particular map, particularly Devi. So the opportunity is still there. You start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot, curveball to follow up. Everything going the way of NRG until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar story to what we saw in that last round. PaperX volleyed off. Too much fire in the way, and they're going to pivot across the sand.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left wanting here. It's something going to cause a little bit of noise, might cause a little bit more. You start to see for a second take the spike away, so it might end over towards me, but for the time being, something wanting to sell this one. Won't sell it for very long because of the Neuro Theft. As NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side of the map. Still going to get past this trip.
Forsaken. Still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for PRX. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba over on Heaven's side. Ethan very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes the runner back from Kiko, but it's not even needed. Scuba getting it done himself, and NRG capitalizing on a two-man advantage that they weren't quite able to in the round previous.
Still a dangerous amount of players end up going down there for NRG, which goes to say, you know, even with 3 for PRX, still very highly capable. 5 versus 3, and 2 will survive for NRG, but they get the round, importantly.
Yeah. Let's see what we're going to get here. NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit battered and bruised for PRX. Couple of rifles to mix on in here. Orbital and Seekers at the ready as well.
Rolling Thunder 1 away. It's a big round for ultimates for PRX, but not much else at the moment.
7-5, come back.
PRX grouping their way in towards A main, joined up by Forsaken here. We'll see how many ults they're going to throw at this round. Trying to make their lives a little bit easier. You can see that NRG are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B players are playing retake, leaning in spawn side.
Doors open. Kiko on the Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from Robes, and looks like PRX still want to challenge this one, but they're just challenging into their own deaths. At least Envy is going to make his way over towards the site and get this plant. You'd imagine if he goes for it in a timely manner, but currently 1 versus 4. NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crouch peak is a little bit faster. That is 4 alive for NRG. And 11-7 honestly is not that crazy of a scoreline to overturn here for an NRG who is confidently finding their way into advantageous situations round on round on round. Last 3 rounds in a row, they've been up in numbers quite substantially.
Yeah, could have been a dangerous round as well. I mean, we saw the trap set up over towards Ropes, but an opportunity for PRX if they were able to make their way into sight. Well, they do nibble on that hook that was put out there, wanting to really challenge for Ropes as we get into the timeout here for PRX, seeing what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up map 1.
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where they're behind in numbers, they're keeping things kind of on a knife's edge. The individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get PRX. But still need to close here against the NRG. That can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. I feel like Keiko's in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run-it-backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult prospect.
So it's about breaking that early chain of rounds that PRX have, and you see what happened in what we'll call the second quarter here, but the second half of that first half where NRG start to get it together. That time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here. Economy is starting to look a little bit safer. PRX were the ones that actually had a slightly broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round are still available now.
Absolutely. That's what I got my eyes on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a BX. Mana looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light, though. And NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball, as well as the Prowlers, just trying to zone PRX away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as PRX look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of youth were being thrown back and forth, plenty of flashes, and Mata will be the one that ends up falling there. This Forsaken will keep things busy over on the B side of things, including the Seekers. Wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brooks sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the site. Scuba's first down, trying to dodge away from the ult, but running to the hands of Devi.
Yeah, he felt like he had a timing there. Brooks spamming away. As PRX have done a really good job this round. Kiko, though, pressure from the flank could start to cause some problems and throw a spanner in the works for PRX.
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A-main control being taken away. NRG working their way up, still have Forsaken to clear on the top side as well.
Great stun. Honestly, still peeking down for Brock. Just jiggling away. Honestly, that's a decent haunt. They know where PRX are playing from, but killing them is another story. 1v1 here for Kiko.
Kiko versus Forsaken again, the player that was unknown for the time being, and Forsaken will run the clock down. He's going to start making some moves away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock and still gets the headshot anyway. NRG put that one close.
Short round win by PRX.
Every XVX is so incredibly close. Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged the Rolling Thunder so nicely,
Ah,
peeking through the
very
Sky Smokes. I'm surprised he doesn't even get one there. And that is courtesy of Divide just being able to hold every angle. Play patiently exactly when it's needed. 22 kills for Divide. He's got a lot of help from the rest of the boys. I mean, whenever Jing is on the raise, that's who my eyes are on. But honestly, he's not needed to do a whole lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, when Divide's killing everybody, everyone else is just kind of scrambling to see what pieces they can still get in there. Speaking of which, Marta would like one of those pieces on his side of things. Operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of story here for PaperX. A lot of pressure in tower. What a util combo onto Ethan. Not much he could have done there. And that's an opening pick for a PaperX who have a little bit of control towards A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG, pushing Forsaken on straight into the open arms of Marta.
Marta's in there. Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns is ultimately the runner back nice and early, but guess what? PRX are gone. Nobody's home. On the other side of the map now is where we got to play.
Marta scaled in. Orbital won't catch Scuba if he's going to play in that little corner there. He's dodged it nicely. This has to be hard cleared here by PaperX.
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill just yet. Jing, though, wants to send out the rocket. He'll find Scuba. Still, though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here, and this is looking like it should be a good round for NRG now.
Anticipating a flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shells with the satchel to work with here, and this is very winnable. But Brock and Marta are a little bit worse for wear. If anything, it looks like he's saving.
Economy's not good. Look at the money. 200 in the bank for Jing. Most of the players
I would have expected him to go for it, I'm not going to lie. It's Jing.
He does have a good round leading, you know, it's 12-7, but
that's
I think
that's very sensible for Jing.
Sensible and Jing, something we'll have to get used to.
Let's come back and
see how
do.
the future rounds go. NRG claw one back.
Another lockdown for PaperX in the back pocket though. 4 more needed to push us through into overtime. Definitely doable for NRG. Marta's having a tough time getting into the game though. I feel like he's taking this arcade line a lot of the time and he's constantly getting pushed away.
Yeah.
I think this tower side play has been very successful for PaperX. Either they're catching the waylay. Last round they caught Ethan with just utility. Honestly, NRG was able to recover from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba. Pixel perfect positioning. Doesn't get caught by the orbital. That's what you want to be seeing from your anchoring Cypher on defensive fracture.
Talk about arcade. I mean, that's where NRG under pressure again. It's Marta once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX will start moving out from. That Prowler didn't get to see much, so good information for Ethan.
As he execute over towards B. Jing. Straight on in towards Canteen. I'm surprised he's even alive. Brock has found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going well for PaperX, and Kiko was undiscovered. Nice reaction onto Devi, honestly, and Brock has got him back. This is just going nowhere fast for PaperX.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with there. Now Forsaken has to do a lot, and he couldn't land the shots or something, doesn't have the gun. So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots in there.
One gun. He's just jiggling in the corner. Molly down in position. Nicely done for NRG. A great anti-eco to give them their 9th.
Chipping away at it. 3 more to go. NRG getting a string of an hours. PRX desperate to find this last map. Will take the final time out. It does seem like it just keeps slipping away from them.
Yeah. Yeah, all 4 timeouts used in regulation. Giving NRG the respect that they deserve. These 2 teams relatively familiar with each other, even if it's been a little while since they last played.
Just to show that NRG are not out of it, despite how behind they were on the rounds.
Totally
both halves.
I mean,
really.
PaperX have had phenomenal starts to both halves, and yeah, I totally agree. I think NRG have been pretty good.
Puckett's just handed me a drawing of the US flag, so he's NRG all the way in. Puckett might just be right.
I guess Onus is on PaperX to close out this opening map of Fracture. It is their map pick. Left in the veto by NRG. Will have known that PaperX will be liable to be picking that, especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what PaperX have drawn up here. Do still think that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
So that's going to have to be something that they're considering for NRG. I mean, they have the orbital to potentially cancel that later on in the round. Don't think that's something they necessarily want to have to do, but if it comes down to it,
Last time we saw the lockdown Divide used it quite aggressively on B side, just from the tunnel.
Again, pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG, and conversely for PRX, very much just trying to make some noise over towards Arcade. Cypher dealt with, and Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
Mata patiently waiting for Divide as well, who, as a reminder, Divide got a double kill here not too long ago. And in fact, a couple of pings going on towards A-Halls. This could get dangerous for PRX.
Mata changing up his angle of approach. He is very much on his lonesome here. There's a couple of kill trips on the side, but that's about it. Jump spot out from Divide. Fault line onto the line is perfection. He's just being given nothing.
Yeah. Has to think about saturating that one.
Regardless,
and throwing a shot out there, but still low HP. Nightfall coming in defensively. Ethan arriving to help out the fellas of NRG on this defense. Oral as well being dropped into smoke.
Something in the meantime. The players in Sand are starting to get in the mix. Infi has cleared Mata out of the side. Scooper
what are we doing?
through the smoke. Checked nicely there by Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to zone Kiko away. Make sure he doesn't even have any chance in hell at closing out this round, and he'll have to respect it.
Yeah, minimum. He's going to have to wait this one out. And then he's going to clear absolutely everything.
GG's.
Turret in Sand. Alarm bot in Hall. Obviously, Kiko doesn't have to worry about that part. But he does have to worry about walking to the high-low. Envy and Forsaken ready to go. They know the positioning now. Three of them will swing at the same time. No chance for Kiko, and PRX will take map one.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, credit to NRG trying to overturn two pretty big deficits at the half. They put together some good rounds of their own, but PRX have been really, really hot on this map as of late. I think NRG putting up more of a fight than we even saw in the recent Masters Grand Final. And PRX, I mean, map pick win for them, but we do still have Lotus up next for NRG. Honestly, I would really expect this series to go to distance. If this is just a 2-0, I think that would be the unexpected outcome, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a more dominant showing from PRX, I'd be a little bit more worried for NRG, but just the resilience, the tenacity of NRG to keep that one competitive and really pushing it to a potential world team. And we got close, despite the deficit that NRG
Rogue.
I knew it.
Speak up,
got
Bucket.
me again.
Come on, man.
Got me again. Sneaky audio, man. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup from PRX's side of things. Smooth sailing bright and early. You're up 6-1, 6-2, and then all of a sudden NRG came back. Can we talk about that first half? What did you see early on from NRG? Was it simply winning one round? How did they draw their opponent break?
I think it was a tack timeout. Like, NRG's known to have really good leadership, not only...
break സമയത്ത്
How Dirka's paint shell got there. He wanted to just check back rubble either way.
PRX family pick family pick
Right of this wall.
ഇപ്പൊ വൈറ്റാലിറ്റി ഇത് ജയിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എനിക്കറിയില്ല ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ബിയിൽ ഇത് കളിയില്ല ആദ്യത്തെ മാപ്പ് ജയിച്ചു
Will go to scout it out. Dirka swings in, however, and he's able to find one Sayonara, gets the other, a 1-2 punch from Vitality to try to knock out KC. Allstein tucked away behind the box, will be able to get the jump. He similarly will get caught off guard. Tucked in there at upper. Spot of the one, gets himself a wallbang shot, but Sayonara is still alive for the moment, but Narrate wouldn't fall down. Will up with the headhunter, but they're outnumbered. A lot of this now rests on the shoulders of Aves. If you cannot find a kill from here, both likely need to try to go for the save, and for that reason, they just send out the Nightfall. See that trail, and Chronicle follows it to find the kill. Now backpedaling away. Cash here on the side of Vitality. They want this gun out of his hands. Humpy with the right read. Narrate dialed in on the angle. Can he hit the shot? Swinging out a little bit wider, and no, Yumpy will get aligned, will get the shutdown. The operator lost, and Vitality up to 10.
Just the individual form of Vitality. Chronicle and Sayonara. Really damn good. This is, somewhat of a fair fight there for Levin and Sugetsu, but they just get outdone. DOS9 again, taking these unusual positions, but little did he know Sayonara already up in towards top mid there, and that was basically round over, and KC needs to take another time out here to talk about it. Vitality hasn't had to use any of theirs yet.
That's the final call. Burn that first one after the 5 round win streak that Vitality accrued at the start of this map. All in gamble to try to turn the tides of this. It is still recoverable. You're only down by 4. Feels like right now Vitality kind of have every answer to every question.
Of them. Come see me in matchmaking.
I mean,
In the
will
meantime,
say Vitality
Bull-
is giving a few opportunities over to Carmine
Very-
Corp, but they're not able to
Up 6-1.
again, fully capitalize on them or really kind of lock out some of these rounds where they have huge advantages early without taking a bunch of damage themselves. And you can see it in the kill count. In Narrate, DOS9, 10 kills each. That's max. Sayonara has double of both of those players. More than double. Now you're back on another eco. Got that headhunter. Sayonara going to go for the outlaw. In this corner. Keeping this very, very quiet. Our Vitality. They haven't made a peep just yet. Maybe they try to make a little noise on the way out to see if they can bait for that outlaw a little bit. Sayonara just going to do it himself. Sound. Anybody from Carmine Corp. Usual position, taking a risk.
Rays, you're looking for the chamber up on that position. Wow, speaking of which, no raid. Just fast enough to be able to get away. DOS9 similarly, having to backpedal out, using that TP. Gets the reposition. Sayonara looking to be intercepted here, but no, it's just too fast on the draw. 11 will fall. Considering that scale forward instead is watching for a flank that will not come through.
Hello. 13-9 ജയിച്ചു PRX.
Be sent out. Snakebite going to be layered in, just trying to hold him in position. The raid trying to find anything, trying to be the hero, but he will fall. DOS9 going to take them now. It's just Sugetsu and Ana is left standing. They're here on the seaside. They're trying to shut it down. And okay, pack it up. It's a flawless. I think that this
No
is
scope,
done.
no scope. ചാടി.
The bunny hop. I'm going to assume it's a no scope with the outlaw. Just a little. I mean, he was moving either way. It's icing on the cake. That's very true. I mean, this one right here, the quick scope.
It was a no scope when he was just
No scope.
there. And they're just having a little giggle about it.
ഈ വൈറ്റാലിറ്റി പഴയ ഫെനറ്റിക്സ് പോലെ ക്രോണിക്കൽ ഉണ്ട് ഡെർക്കെ ഉണ്ട് ഇനി ബോസ്റ്റർ കൊണ്ട് വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതാവും ബോസ്റ്റർ
And I've got a showstopper in case, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no.
റിട്ടയർ ആവും ഫെനറ്റിക്സിന്റെ വേറെ
Yeah,
ടീം
enough money, maybe they just bought both. Suspicion is, but we'll see. Narrate does have the tour de force. Long A, again, not really feeling confident right now to try to take that rubble space early. A lot of times you'll see the
second map
chambers
start
maybe go by the
ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴേക്കും
door and see if they
അതിന്
can
മുമ്പ് ഈ കളി
cheat up.
തീർന്നാൽ മതിയാണ് ഇപ്പൊ തീരും രണ്ട്
Extremely safe. Has that rendezvous.
കുറെ
Back towards
പരസ്യമുണ്ട്
spawn to
ഇവിടെ
get
ഗ്യാപ്പ്
out.
ഉണ്ട് മാപ്പ് കഴിഞ്ഞ അടുത്ത 10 മിനിറ്റ്
Connector
ബ്രേക്ക്
or
ഒക്കെ
even into tree. This is a very passive level of play.
Yeah, I mean, you can dodge some of the early util. You might be able to catch them kind of not considering this angle, but you know, if they're just waiting for the toxic screen, you're not really going to get good opportunities, I feel like, from this spot as Narrate. Have to wait and see.
Up or out. Durka, can he find anything? Forward, nothing spotted yet. Sees there at Narrate's feet. Showstopper just going to be sent towards upper. No one there to receive the damage. Same time, he's exiting towards stairs, and Durka looking for a potential flank position. These rotations coming through. He's able to find one. So gets going to be taken out. Chronicle finds two at stairs.
ജെർക്കെ ഒരാളെ കൊണ്ടിട്ട്
DOS9 now trying to prevent this from going up to rather to map point, match point at that. As like a nigh impossible task. The spam not connecting. Except on 11. Bit there on the approach. The overdrive to try to fish is going to be rewarded for one. Yumpy be struck down, but the remaining players still not scouted out, still not spotted. The push forward. Chronicle also able to find one, but Sayonara greets him with that shorty, and that's 11 now packing it up. Rotating out, trying to retain his weapon. Vitality will move up now 12-6.
Sayonara goes down to the spike, but that's okay. Plenty of money there for Vitality. Just Super smart, super aware stuff here from Vitality. Kind of slowly taking this space, realizing where Narrate might be. The Siege lands right at his feet. They're able to clear out the danger of that tour de force early. Get yourself into this pit, you know, kind of recognizing that there's a pretty good chance that Chamber is going to be on his own. You can scale forward off the back of that. Durka's going to send a bit of a fake towards B to gain some space that way. Just completely force KC in towards their spawn. Set yourself up for that pit. Basically lock the round down, and now you're confident. You got a steel guard and just send it.
Yep, just storm their way forward into the B side. The trademark now going to be cleared out. The end is nigh. Okay, Paranoia will go across, will connect. The two players are going to be taken down. Sayonara just trying to play statuesque inside of that smoke.
Situation
back across probably at upper, making his presence known, but it's going to be Sayonara. Sign able to find the one. As Obvious will fall. Durka now getting on the scene, pushing his way forward to the connector. And Project is a hair off with his spam, but Durka able to still strike. Finds Sugetsu. Boombot now trying to further scout. As Dawson is going to be taken down. Lemon able to pull off of that defuse. Finds himself a second. And Sayonara is going to be taken down. Lemon coming away with a massive 3K. Keep Carmine alive. Just more back of this clutch to try to send this into overtime.
incredible clutch.
Well, he's had a couple nice ones today. Has 11. That's another one into the books, but you start to feel like it's too late. Who knows? Still another round where you get a huge advantage early. Yes, it's a quick plant from Vitality, but then you get 2 fast kills, and it's 3v5. You should be no problem at all. And then Sayonara, Durka, everybody's swinging around from angles they're not ready for. 11 very ready for this final layer here, though. Just barely.
You know, getting a little bit frazzled, which we have rarely seen from them, but it has cropped up a couple times in this round.
Sure.
That first death goes over. You don't need to be swinging one by one. You know that he hasn't gotten the hold up to half. On that defuse. I'm going to try to bring this one to an end. Durka's there to try to peel one back. Gets that kill. A 1-for-1 exchange so far. Durka also going to be eating a bit of damage, so overall, KC still coming away favored.
You know, the rotations thought about, but no full commit here from Vitality, so have to go into more of a default setup. Map a little bit. Sugetsu back over to the other side. Meanwhile, one-way setup for DOS9, and he's going to be able to gain a lot of info here, so already cheating over is Aves. Like this from KC. They've got a really good idea of what's going on in this round right now.
They read narrate is the big question. He's playing in front
And
of
then
the wall.
he
The jumping out, he gets a headshot, and he finds himself a second. And he gets out scot-free. Continuing to fill this space. The final 2 eliminations. And Carmine Corp still hold on by a thread. 4 players surviving helps bolster the economy as they need 4 more rounds.
A nasty stuff there from Narrate. Really good macro for KC. See this the whole way through. Use that early aggression to gain a little bit of space, gain a little bit of info, gain a little bit of map control. Now your players hit some good shots along the way. Sugetsu with that Guardian. Good for the final 2. I wonder if we're going to see a time. Yes. Yep. I think this is a great time to take one. Don't give them any more chances, any more opportunity.
There's enough going on that Pal's like, okay, boys. Boys, let's have a quick chat and try to just bring this one.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe just, I think what you might see a little bit here, maybe potentially from Vitality, is okay, let's be a little bit more cautious at the start of the round. Let's not let some of the neon cannery get into us and just do anything. Maybe just, I think the cannery get into us. I think that's some of when Vitality's at their best, is when they're kind of reacting to what their opponent's doing to them, when they can rely on those individual protocols, the team play that has really gotten over the line in a lot of these rounds.
One from a Nightfall, one from a Showstopper. Have a bit of a half investment from Vitality. Pulls a Sheriff, a Bandit. Evan looking to take some forward space, and that is an instant headshot as Prophet will fall. Nightfall, having them both contained back around the corner, but Levin not looking to overstep. This is great restraint being shown at the moment here by Carmine Corp.
They're trying to use the boom bot against him. Trying to drag it out, make them think they can swing that angle. Trying to set up a bit of a firing line. Cute little play from Levin. Find too much value. Still though, another nice start for KC.
Now 4 players clustered here on B. Levin watching that angle into A main.
Save.
Feeling pretty confident to at least just give up the space and get a solid retake onto the C side. But tap of the door in the rain, able to backpedal away fast enough, clears that corner. Only a minor amount of damage going to be suffered. And he's reaggressing. He's looking for more. It's quite unfortunate that he's not able to find anything off of that.
And now you got to worry about the showstopper. What in the world? Neri doubles down.
Oh, he just keeps going back in. Just tapping the door over and over again, keeping it revolving. Finds that elimination. Suketsu going to be traded at the same time, but so still a player advantage. Now expanded upon us. Dostine with a critical shot is able to find Chronicle. Happy now, dead. Durka, the last one standing, and what a clutch this would be. Finds the first. It's the up and over. The drop down onto the side. Dostine is trying to play with his foul, but Durka locks in for that shot. Swing in the corner. Cannot find that fourth. He's even damn certain that showstopper would have been flying. A solid effort. But a solid enough retake here by Carmine Corp, who are now just 3 away from overtime.
Okay. I mean, they're getting there. Still never feels quite comfortable, but do find their moment. Neri plays that nicely around that door, keeping Vitality guessing. Is he not? This first shot from Levin. Woo.
This has been Profit dead. What? The start of the last 2
Left
rounds.
side transition.
Added smokes, not being able to have those paranoias, but good lord,
absolutely ridiculous. All right.
This nightfall.
Big ults here. Profit has his as well. Could be one of those ones where you try to use this nightfall to TP.
Looking for just a 3-2-1 here, but will be held at bay as the paranoia goes out. Durka looking for a target, turns back, finds Dostine in the corner. It's him with the rocket. Profit now trying to go for this TP, but ends up getting caught. Suketsu with that shutdown. Durka's looking to do more work, and he has. Yappy joining the fray, finds Levin, and now
1v3.
it's just Narrate left.
GG's.
Joining the squad now. Scenario to try to keep this map going. Finds the first. 47, the regen playing stacked together behind the boxes there at water, but Narrate none the wiser, has no idea where they could have fanned out to. It's going to be a 3-2-1 as Yuppie will collect it. 13-9 Vitality come out on top of the regional rivals in Carmine Corp.
Yes.
On the balance of probabilities for most teams, it's probably better in inclusion, and I think I like the fact that they're playing it here, particularly into the Vice Viper, where you're going to be kind of denied a lot of info, and you're going to have to be put through your paces, working the map a little bit more.
Let's kick this one off.
Lotus add
pressure over towards B as expected. It's NRG on the attacking side of things, something waiting on the other side.
Title name എല്ലാം correct ആയിരിക്കണം. Keyboard use
people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta straight into the side. What a disgusting right click. But Jing able to at least trade back the raise, so no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
That was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. Like I said in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But what do we want to get over here with something versus 2, Kiko? And also Brock taking, already had a little bit of damage taken from a little bit earlier on.
NRG going back for second helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack, as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the ghost. Starting to run out of ammo here and dealt with by Kiko, but can Envy be the savior of this round here for PRX?
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got one backstop kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on the smokes, but it's Brock and Scuba with the door open, able to get those trades. Just Divide left alone now in the 1v3 HP for Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Divide get a clutch on that previous round, a map of Fracture rather.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Divide. He's just going to be living rent-free in your head as NRG. 2 of these players are one tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down courtesy of Ethan, yet Arcrose is back up as Divide. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat. Does try to pepper down Divide, but he's been allowed to cross into the site completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around through Waterfall side is probably not something you'd be expecting. Arcros has been invested onto the site. Divide creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arcros already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem. Double peek will, in fact, come through. Ethan, flank kill. No clutch this time. Mata happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Divide absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has been earned well and truly by that 1v3 he put together in the second half. Pistol of Fracture. Explosive start. Forsaken. Still not going to be happy with that one. But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol. And start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there, as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and Envy probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill than just as sorely he found in Kiko. Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Mata once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Picking in
with the horde, similar to what you saw in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing his anti-Divide with the Sheriff in hand, rotating in through his to try to trim down the numbers.
Actually, like something.
Oh my god! I'll be doing that. Okay, that's a problem. Especially if he gets another one here. Disgusting shot so far, and something in there as well. Turn this one around.
That's ridiculous with the bandit.
Bandits
are committing daylight robbery right now to complete an in what was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
That was a 2-on-5, Kev.
I cannot believe that. Oh, the stars lined up. Couldn't have had a more perfect situation. Receives the last 2 players.
Actually, like
no idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get 1 freebie, and the second freebie was like, yeah, thank you, yes I will.
That is just brutal, man. I feel bad for because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they've got...
We're the only players they've got. I mean, I just lost myself with dividing those 2 shots in a row.
I almost fell to my knees, I'm not going to lie. Regardless though, Forceblight does come in here for NRG. Prowler going forward, and PaperX are very much fighting for this mount control.
2 casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these 2 teams have got themselves. A nice TP in. Oh, you should have hit that one. That was almost free. 5 versus 4. He'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees a spike on the floor, and Jing, okay, looking for number 3. Oh! PRX.
Kiko, who opened up this round so nicely with the little bit of a shrouded step. Crouch jiggle into V. Has got far too much work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat. Or anti-eco defeat, rather. There's anything that Kiko can really get done yet. PaperX with a gorgeous shutdown, and this is what we were talking about. We wanted to see a little bit more from Jing on the race compared to Fracture.
Sensible Jing. He's not just running knee-deep in to try and hit the ace. Respecting the fact that it's still early days here. I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle, and the hunt is on for what it's worth. So maybe Jing will in fact get the ace.
We'll see if he's able to do that. Making a lot of noise. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Kiko probably dies anyway, but...
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for PaperX. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG. I'm sure they would have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again. The opening 3 coming on through. Mata just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but also than that,
that was a gorgeous arc rose from Divide, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing.
Team play, perfect. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory here. Something judge in hand. Plenty of NRG players.
അല്ല ഇതിപ്പം ജഡ്ജ് ഫീൽഡ് ഇത് അപ്ഡേറ്റ് ആയ നർഫ്
This is where the cleanup happens.
എനിക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞൂടാ അത് ഇത് ബഫ് ചെയ്താണ്.
എല്ലാരും യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി.
എല്ലാം യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. എന്നോട് എയറിൽ നല്ല ഡാമേജ് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്.
Halted up in tree for the
പുതിയ
time
അപ്ഡേറ്റ്
being.
വന്നിട്ട് ഞാൻ കളിച്ചു തുടങ്ങി.
Once again, we'll slow this one down. Not much to work with.
പുതിയ മാപ്പ് കളിച്ചില്ല.
Classics and abandoned on Scuba.
Low HP on Marta as well. PRX.
റാഗിംഗ് സിസ്റ്റം മാറി.
Chill.
അതെ.
So energy are going to do
റാഗിംഗ്
share
സിസ്റ്റം
covering
മാറി.
over towards Mount. B is mostly open, but Devi will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
A deep sheer wall over towards C Mount, as well as a one-way. PRX, even if they don't have anyone invested over on that side of the map, are quite happy to just lean towards B and A until it at least gets tripped here. Walker's back up for NRG.
കഴിഞ്ഞ റൗണ്ട്
The wall is going to be Forsaken, spamming his way in. And whereas you find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics in the eco, they're just going to be waiting around the corner. Forsaken pulling them up. One away from the alternate.
TP സമയത്ത് അപ്പുറത്തൊന്ന് പീക്ക് വന്നു. അപ്പുറത്തൊന്ന് അടി വന്നപ്പോ ഓമൻ അവിടെ നിന്ന് പീക്ക് ചെയ്തു.
Economic damage on this defensive
കോർഡിനേഷൻ
side.
നോക്കണം.
Start running away with things. NRG once again going to have to take the hard road here.
ഉടനെ
And just gun round by gun round, work their way into this attacking half of Lotus. This is their map pick though.
And the real disappointing thing is, you know, you would have liked to have seen NRG get off to a bit of a rolling start, pistol, anti-eco. Maybe you lose the round 3. Maybe you don't. I know we've seen PRX on Fracture. Multiple rounds in a row to start things out with post-pistol and see what happens over the B side again for NRG.
Front B cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mount, but PRX are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the race is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not judged well enough by Forsaken. And something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own denied. And this is looking very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least one kill coming on through. A little something more for PRX to work with. NRG now.
Something in the operator shot
onto
കാണാൻ പറ്റുമോ?
site, still something to deal with here. Shells, we'll just push them off. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with the numbers in 2 versus 5, how badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
I think you just want to min-max the money. It's only early days, a lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down, Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if he could take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for PRX, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible. So the two teams will handshake.
Ninja diffuse ചെയ്തല്ലേ ഈ ഫസ്റ്റ് റൗണ്ടില്
really playing for exits here if you're
PBL
PRX. Just want
1v5 ഇങ്ങനെ ഈ പൊസിഷനിൽ പേര്
say that, but Devi and Brock
എല്ലാരും
That
ഒരാളെ കൊല്ലാൻ വേണ്ടി പോയി ഏസ് എടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഒരാൾ പോയി ഓപ്പറേറ്റർ മാത്രം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു നിയോൺ സീൽ അവിടെ ഒളിച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ് എല്ലാരും പോയപ്പോഴേക്കും അവൻ പോയി ഡിഫ്യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് 1v5
who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in PRX's economy, and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Marta, and not quite in the favor of Jing, as Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. Put the pain on to PRX. I mean, that's the 3 kills that puts PRX on just the 2 members, including Op, which something this time around
This is going to be fun.
is ready for NRG coming through pillars.
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the line here. Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by PRX, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on 8. Something on the line here. The Fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
Handing over towards the A side of things. Only Devi here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see what NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give PaperX a little bit of pause for thought where their setup is concerned? 45 seconds, and the attackers are really punching an inch, kicking off the beast split now. No scope misses from something. He's able to pick up Brook, hit by the paranoia and traded out by Kiko.
Would have been gross if you got Kiko, but Kiko's happy with that kill. 4 versus 4 now. B is going to be the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. And a big TP as well. Forsaken gonna have the off-angle potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. And it's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven side. Only marked by Ethan. Kiko continues to jiggle. Jing. Gonna find a pick onto Scuba. They're taking a long time to get back into the site, but PaperX have at least got some trades on in.
Well, Jingle, if we hear the sounds of victory, and we do for Mada.
Mada,
big shots in, Ray's going well. Celebratory paint shells, we lock in 3-3 now. Finding some real success on to B, where hey, PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value on this operator. And the no-scope just is unfortunately not. It still gets the kill, mind you.
Oh, it's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down, I think you're happy with the 1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Mata was perfection. PaperX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side. On
See
if this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet. But NRG not feeling too rough from that second round so far has been the one to talk about, with the eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table. NRG saying, it's fine, lose that one. On our way back on the future rounds and not going to let this one go as far into a deficit, or a deficit at all compared to where Fracture was.
I think they're doing quite well for themselves. Working their way through this attacking side despite a massive slip-up in round 2. Honestly, they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the eco being one that PaperX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
They can't afford an operator for something. That'll be one thing gone off the table. Brock Odin is back in play. A lot of util being exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away. Has to unfortunately reveal the fact that he shoots the haunt, but Jing's the one that actually gets the kill through the smoke. Mata down.
Great open up for PaperX, who dominate that mound control. PaperX going to be put through, oh sorry, NRG going to be put through their paces. They don't have any more prowlers to deal with any of these aggressive plays for PaperX. Box spam onto something, does at least equalize the numbers, and Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jingnet.
It's a crazy read, Ethan. Understanding that someone or somebody will be behind that box and rewarded. But now look at this. You nearly have the secondary. Ethan a little bit too sharp. For PaperX, Envy still in play though. 2 versus 2. Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through. No issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take him down by Divine. Envy doubling up here. PRX is 4th.
Yeah, good recovery from PaperX there. NRG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there. See Mount fight. Well navigated by PaperX. Had a lot of cheeky positions. You saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were ready for that mid-round aggression. Honestly, if Forsaken doubles up there, the round would have been done outright, but the rest of PaperX pick up the pieces. This is a very back and forth game of Lotus here.
Close margins as well. Obviously went down to a 2v2. Nightfall doing some work there, and Nightfall nearly ready to get something who doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Envy pushed off by the Viper wall. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Paint shells and the paranoia not really connecting too much, but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim the site.
Trying to do some damage on a Brock, even get a kill, but not quite there as Mata converts onto Forsaken. 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Devi and Jing gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Devi left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
Yeah. NRG being very disciplined here. Both teams a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Devi any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Devi even want to go for? That's my question, because it just doesn't have the money to play with.
Fall back into spawn side. hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving. It's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Early shut down against Something's Bladestorm. Everyone winning their ones.
4-4.
Well handled. 4 versus 2 there, making sure another clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4-4 on Lotus. By the only gun in the hand. See what the rest of the economy looks like for PRX after this.
Too much for Impy to do that. Especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
Oh, that is not the economy look you want to see for PRX.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something, obviously, and a TP that could have been a death and will end up still being a death for Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression
Okay.
play with the Hort to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a PaperX classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with PaperX and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Being desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken. And the hand-me-down will not be passed over.
This is going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get E-Code round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus, given how this started.
I mean, the same situation on Fracture would have led PRX to quite the lead, but here in NRG, they're about to find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill to Envy. Still 1 gun left in the hands of Devi, and at the end of this one, he has to start asking the question again. Does he just go for the second?
30 seconds left.
Potentially so. Not much for something to do there. NRG starting to really condition this A side. They've been kind of battering down the door in this part of the map a couple of rounds in a row here. Seen PaperX with a very, very quick opening towards A that has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's played Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe. Especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice over to play retake A. It's definitely a viable option. PaperX have had a fair bit of success kind of fighting in the middle of the map and dominating C Mound.
That'd be an okay time for a timeout for PRX as well, as they will recover some of their economy for that next round. And a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Both of Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found, Devi. Okay, he's happy with that one. How much of a chase do NRG want to go on?
They've got really great money, so honestly, they can throw as many guns at this as they want to. So, as it stands, don't want to go through all of the effort and the trouble of digging of a Devi out of a fully set up C site. And NRG claimed the lead here, 5-4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of money, they've got plenty of ults to play with. Really, the onus is back on PaperX to try to conjure a little bit more magic, because they've been falling flat in the last couple.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there. Something, like you said, not much to do, but maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed in a kill. So no timeout, but PRX still, again, really needs something out of this. Their economy is in the dumps and something back on the up. Half armors across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. There's something would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Forsaken peppering down at least one player. Outside of A there, Scuba a little worse for wear, but the regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more of a healthy status as NRG looking to pick up the pace towards C here with the Nightfall.
Haven't seen much of C for NRG so far, so this time they're going to really commit into it. Shit will slow things down. With the Nightfall in play, PRX fully respecting something is ready once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly, but just no one in the sidelines. He will reveal the operator once more.
Yeah, Steel Garden's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone Waterfall away and make things difficult for PaperX.
Here we go, Showstopper, Jing. That's the opening he was looking for, but doesn't see Marta. It's not flashed out. Marta gets the kill, Devi gets the trade, so there is still a 4 versus 4 against something. He wanted that operator kill for so long, gets on to Kiko. Opportunity now, Envy onto Brock. 2 left, Scuba and Ethan to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here. but something's got his number. We're back to evens, 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised
Hello?
PRX was able to put that retake together, given that the showstopper had
green
zero
tea.
impact on the retake there. The pit ends up kind of working against NRG. I understand they were really trying to dig their heels into Waterfall and give themselves an avenue to play towards long, but unfortunately, it just ends up being a big smoke to obscure the fact that PRX are on the spike.
Oh, the flash here is on, makes it easy for Divide to be able to get the trade.
Good stuff inside of the pit from something. It's not easy to retake into a pit with an operator, I'll tell you that.
Eh? 5-5.
PRX needed to make that one work. And okay, let's just get this one underway because Jing wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
That's a classic.
രണ്ടാമത്തെ ആളുടെ വേസ്റ്റ് ആയി
Going fishing for a pick outside of C, but
കറക്റ്റ്
unfortunately not
ആക്കുന്നില്ല.
able to get it. Scuba looking outside of A here. Has Defiant something to contend with. Not sure if something caught a whiff of it. Indeed, you see the ping come out, but with the wall going up for Scuba, he's going to be able to skulk away as NRG starts to work mount control.
Okay, here, clearing rather. Forsaken doesn't seem to be out of time. PRX dropping their members over towards C. Now their own rotate has to happen, Jing. Late to the party, unfortunately. Stuck on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. PRX are so far out of position here. Have to take back on into it. That is ridiculous from Jing. Waits till the last minute and Mata not respecting the boom bot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately he just dies to Jing's swing there, so lose-lose scenario and perfectly played by Jing. Makes the retake a little bit easier now, 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first. CT clear so far. Scuba, like you said, on for the long flank. Wait for that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something big shot to Ethan. Divide gets a kill on Hawk as well. Okay. 1 versus 1. Does he have the shot? Oh, Scuba's got to come in. Door's closing. Door is closing, brother. No, he's just got to give that one up, I'm afraid. He's gone. Can't even leave the site. That door timing's wild.
നോട്ട് ടൈമിങ്ങിന് വല്ല പ്ലാൻ ഡിഫ്യൂസ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. അല്ല ഡിഫ്യൂസ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി ഹാഫ് ആക്കാൻ.
But never quite gets the peak that he was looking for. An NRG, nice open plant for them. I think Scuba was so far away, I was getting a little bit concerned he wouldn't have a chance to get involved in the round. But plays 1v1. Forsaken, fortunately, out on an island there. I mean, yeah, that was fantastic from Jing. Honestly, PRX, it's crazy that they keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so far behind positionally after they lost Forsaken there. NRG was basically given a free C site.
There we go, once again, making some plays here, but this time it's Mata in on the 1 HP, he survives. Takes down Forsaken once again. Big trades happening still on Mount 3 versus 4. I don't know, he doesn't get as much as he would have liked, but Kika will find Divide regardless. Now something has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away. And 3 minutes from NRG is terminated from the handle.
Well traded by NRG. What a resurgence to get 7 rounds on the attacking side, given the fact that they get eco'd after the pistol. Really, really nicely worked. Can see why they picked Lotus into this series. And I'm feeling good for them, man. They're going on to defense now. They're playing Senti double controller. I'd imagine that they're going to be quite pleased with themselves.
Starting to really win things over towards that downside of things as well. These last 2 rounds, winning these controls. And something, he had a couple of the op kills, but not really dominating the map or controlling the spaces he would have wanted to. Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. And we already saw their ability to recover on Fracture. Unfortunately, the deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them, despite the fact that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here on Lotus. Finished that first half with the lead. Feeling a lot better about their chances. Feeling like we can definitely go to a map 3.
It's up to PRX here. Another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of Enit. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very, very popular choice of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps. Because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. Sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, PaperX do like to play, and I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the guiding light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to guiding light, satchel dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than the Fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyles.
Tighter. PRX in comeback again. PRX comeback again.
Actually, the attacking map
As you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into
ആദ്യത്തെ കളിയിലാണെങ്കിൽ ഇത് ഡിഫെൻഡിംഗ് മാപ്പ് ആയിരുന്നു.
You're fighting into a Vice that's going to give you some problems on the dive, less problems than if you were running something like a Neon. But even, you know, Viper Omen, going to be troublesome regardless, though. We're going to have fisticuffs here over A Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation.
Music
on scan already out onto Martis. That location has been revealed. Wall's going to slow things down somewhat, and Martis is taking util damage from all angles. So is Brock.
PaperX not liking the way that A is feeling. Taking a little bit of a chunk out of Brock and Marta, as mentioned, so I feel like they kind of win that exchange. Marta taking a little bit of a risk, looking for information, punished by something to give PaperX the opener.
PaperX slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered. NRG are interested once more again, so the wall to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here, though. PaperX ready for the swing with the Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for PaperX. Very much fighting for control of Rumble here. This will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2 into a 1v1. Clutch yet another pistol for PaperX. Swing in from Scuba and a 3K to give NRG yet another great start to a half.
A big celebration from NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map. Question now, can they actually convert that into a string of wins? That second round eco still in the back of everyone's mind here. Obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble. The re-entry from PRX as well. A 1v1. Scuba takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series. And Scuba showing I'm still good.
PaperX with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Divine can't do much against an outlaw.
ഇതൊരു വൺ കംബാക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും PRX NRGയുടെ മാപ്പ്.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away.
ഈ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ഭയങ്കര ടൈറ്റ് ഗ്രൂപ്പാണ്. വൈറ്റാലിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്.
That is going to be Paranoia. Dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play. Jing cleans up. Scuba gets Jing down, and now over towards the drop. Just back and forth, 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. The wall they lose the round. Now they probably will.
Yeah, flank from Brock and Scuba. It's coming in tandem.
Brock
made it into the site.
ഇതിൽ
teeth, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They're in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening pick over on outside, but PaperX do a good job keeping it interesting, put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. The rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from
മലയാളമായിട്ട് കുഴപ്പമില്ലല്ലേ കുറ്റം പറയണത്.
PRX is seen for a little bit.
Very close on the C's lead there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind the Viper wall, and now towards Mount for PaperX, but that's why I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break through that.
So Boombox Prowler clear coming through from NRG. Make sure no one will
1-0.
allow Tico to move over.
I saw they've got the Paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was talking about. The on top, not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but PaperX finally break through.
Okay, Ethan and Marta, okay, they're really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here. Which is a big flank. PRX weren't ready for it. Now something is just going to end up potentially saving this one. He's just...
third map
he's a 1 versus 2, but the HP situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank. Still got just barely enough time.
I mean, that could seriously work out. I don't know how tucked behind the box Marta is. Ethan's ready for it, though. Very much clued on. And that's a 10th round for NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with Lotus right now.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for NRG. As honestly, before the flank from Marta and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's where you look at NRG, not only the Vice Tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for Paper X to kind of isolate down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door open to be so impactful on the flank. If Paper X had made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
Well, PRX facing the pressure now, will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of the round deficit so far. And a 1v2, that's something really would have taken a lot for him to win that one. And heads up play by Ethan to consider the fact that he might be getting more flanked. And as these rounds go by, it's looking more and more comfortable for NRG, and the likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
Expect nothing less from this series. Paper X have very much dug themselves a hole here, though. Coming out of this timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side, where it feels like they're getting shot down more often than not by NRG, who are playing an excellent game here. Very well-rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like, no one is really lagging behind.
From both teams, really. No one's, as you
Come
say,
back at you.
really running
Come back at you.
Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Does that Prowl actually get a bit of a Forsaken line? Maybe.
Nah, Forsaken tried to dodge it.
Forsaken ആദ്യമേ ചാവും.
Inside of the dark cover. Unfortunate. Disgusting off angle here from Brock. This is what we know him for.
Brock ഓടി നിർത്തി പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ അപ്പഴേക്കും ഓടിനോ സാമ ഡിവൈഡ് ഇടയ്ക്കുള്ള ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ
out yet again, looking to farm himself up a showstopper. He's halfway to it. Little taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little earlier on. Something over on the other side of the map. Sees the sheer wall. Dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay, tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out. Slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through. End on C. Playing pretty far back is going to be Scuba and Rock.
Yeah, quite happy to let Paper X come to them. Only Sheriffs and Marshals in the mix here as the Paint Shells tries to clear out pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as Paper X?
They got to go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage! Rock finds his mark onto something. Inside the smoke, no problem. Scuba on the divide as well. Now Jing, yeah, just see if we can get a kill here or two. Help the economy.
Nice tap. Also building himself up a showstopper. One off now. Courtesy of those 2 Sheriff shots, but NRG will complete the retake nonetheless.
11-5. Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fraction the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX, after that tack timeout, we'll need to think about where this gun round's gonna go.
Going into the attack timeout, there definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they've prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering the orb control. You're now one off 2 pretty big ults here for Paper X. It's up to NRG to kind of deny those orbs.
Operator in hand, something. Really keen for it, and Kiko. Forsaken. Strix knows where he's going to end up being with that TP.
Devastating to lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the
smoke illa smoke ആദ്യമേ പോവാണ് പിന്നെ ഇവർക്ക് എങ്ങനെ കേറാൻ പറ്റും
and anything that you discuss on Paper X is
അതല്ല ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് PRX ന്റെ സ്മോക്കർ ആദ്യമേ പോവാ കഴിഞ്ഞ 5-6 റൗണ്ടിൽ ആദ്യമേ പോവാ
Oh, he's lucky to survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that kill.
I'm surprised he almost got out of there. Honestly, had no business doing anything at that point. 3-on-5 here for Paper X. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is
A dumpster
hate to
fire.
say it, but kind of in the bin at the moment. Stuber just dropped something from behind his neck. I mean, what you do here now? 2 versus 5. You don't feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. Not picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like I'm watching the Masters Grand Final all over again, like a stop map for PaperX. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze we're so back.
We just speed ran Fracture straight into Lotus.
Breeze
Really. We skip the other 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. PRX, it sucks to be in a position where you got to save on this round to give the 12 over to NRG.
Especially after the attack timeout. Brock entering with the Odin. A little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there. They're well aware where he is, and he won't make it away with the operator. So a little bit more empty-handed. And PaperX, they've got all of the ults, but none of the money. Up against map point here for NRG.
No recovery on the ult. Just like you said, you lose Forsaken like 5 seconds in. Smoke's gone. Something trying to make.
ഇനിയൊരു കംബാക്ക് കളിക്കൂ കംബാക്ക് അടിച്ചാൽ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ PRX ആയതുകൊണ്ട് കംബാക്ക് കളിക്കാം
basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does, though. I remember that America's like lower final, I think it was, against MIBR, where every round just feels hopeless. You get spammed.
Okay.
In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some hope. Jing really looking for it. Just going to throw that rocket out. Lots of ultras being played in, and something again just doesn't really add anything. As Ethan drops him almost immediately.
Okay, this is map 3.
Door, spamming on through Jing. Made his way onto side. He's just continually losing more. NRG are going to make this one look easy. 2 left. Down to 1. Forsaken versus the world. And despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run 13 and 5.
എല്ലാ കളിയിലും ആദ്യം പോയിട്ട് ലാസ്റ്റ് റൗണ്ട്
From NRG, I felt like they were definitely competitive in that first map. But rough starts to both of the halves. I think they very much showed their quality here on Lotus.
13-5 അല്ലേ
Both halves definitely look like the better team, and PaperX a little bit sheepish, unfortunately, showing some of that map-to-map inconsistency that we just saw over at Masters London.
Esports World Cup.
Second half, they were gone. I don't think they won a single round there, right? And multiple opportunities where they're trying to find anything to work with. Operator not getting anything done for something, sadly. That second to last round, like I said, was just heartbreaking watching them have to save.
Yeah.
Giving the 12 over. You hate to see that. Howdy doody.
Hi, Bucket. You want to use mine?
Hand signs. Sign language.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying this, honestly.
Hey, game worker, bro.
There we go, hey, bro.
My producer's like, you're live, just talk. I was trying. We're going to go to some highlights. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this game, shall we, gentlemen? Because you told me you cannot blow out PaperX on Lotus.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I just witnessed a blowout.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a fraud.
Yeah, let's take a look at why my guys were able to step up for the great news today. Pistols galore. The raises out of the gates. You'll love to see the satchel fights. The team shots were able to go in NRG's direction. This was a crazy round.
This was like the best round, but after this, it just gets bad for PRX. You start out so strong, insane divide plus something moments into this Jing 4K that
This is where PaperX highlights it.
That's what I'm saying.
ശരിയാ 7-5
It's all NRG highlights.
7-5
We got judges coming out, headshots galore. Who had the biggest impact as this game swung back in favor of NRG?
Literally everyone. Like they might have had like 1 or 2 kills between them. It was a very well-rounded performance for NRG. Honestly, I felt like everyone had their moments. Everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this well drilled, on their defense in particular, they make your life a nightmare. We saw it in that second to last round for PaperX, where you're just losing 1 or 2 players before you've even kind of made it through the opening parts of the map.
I was quite impressed with Ethan, honestly. I mean, we saw some really smart plays there, able to just sniff out members, not losing to random flanks. 2 versus 1 against something, just understanding, okay, big flank is going to be there, finding him behind the box as well. Ethan just had eyes all over the map.
Is Fate a happy way to play if you're an NRG?
എല്ലാരും വെള്ളം കുടിക്കൂ. ഞാനും വെള്ളം എടുത്തിട്ട്
A
വരാം.
happy way to play, yeah.
You bring her out every map.
Yeah, well, not every map. You know, she's
Stay
good on some
hydrated,
maps. You'll play other
ഞാൻ
things
മ്യൂട്ട്
on
ചെയ്യാം,
other
മ്യൂട്ട്
maps,
ചെയ്ത്
but Fate, I
മ്യൂട്ട്
mean,
ചെയ്ത്
they're pretty good
സംസാരിക്കില്ലേ.
on the Fate. Ethan's
ഞാൻ
a very
ഇല്ലാത്തപ്പോൾ
flexible
സംസാരിച്ചാൽ
player. He
അതും
can kind of
പ്രശ്നമാണ്.
play any initiator that you really need to be playing. And I think,
Yeah,
honestly, I was surprised that Fate came out for PRX, and it doesn't seem to have gone particularly well for them, particularly on that attacking side. Like, I understand why they went for that, especially against double controller Vice. Like, they really want to work the map a little bit more. They want to have more kind of answers to just simplify the map control. But I felt like they probably just needed to burst more, and I would have probably liked to see a Sky.
Which, you know, like I said, maybe a stylistic difference there and a mismatch in terms of what they would normally do. Double dueler Sky, a bit more bursting, explosivity with the flashes and your two duelists getting into the mix.
Especially playing into a Viper. Like, just
Sure.
flash to the Viper wall, bro. Yeah.
The Viper causing problems. We'll see if the controllers continue to crush. 13-5 is a nice score. Can we do it again, or are we going to go to ultra overtime? We're already overtime here on the set, but I'm happy to stay here all day with you two gentlemen. I don't think we're going to breaks. We're just hanging out for a minute. Avril, how are you feeling?
I mean, we're going to full 3 maps of the BO3 between PRX and NRG. This is what we wanted. We might be staying extra. The fans might be watching a little bit extra here, but this is the game that people were waiting for, and it's delivering. We're going to all 3.
Absolutely, and I didn't even write down our third map because you were so confident in PRX. So talk to me about how this map was decided through the bans and protects, the veto process, and who should have the edge statistically coming in.
I feel like it's an up and down map for PRX, but if they're kind of clicking today, then they should be reasonably confident on it. Like I said, both of these teams can kind of play all 3 maps in the veto, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just hoping for a third map Gigabanger.
Yeah, I'd like to see, you know, obviously I think the Jet's definitely coming back for something, back on the operator. Found like kind of mid-success on Lotus, so getting the opportunity for him to take over the map would be pretty big for PRX.
Solid stuff all around. Both teams taking one map. We've got a third map potentially loading up. And as you can see, the players are not on the stage. So we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the players will be in their seats and we'll be jumping right into the action. Stay tuned. It's EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello, I'm back. Go.
Hello, good to hear now.
PC എന്ന് സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം?
PC ഉടനെ സെറ്റ് ആകും. അനിയത്തിക്ക് കുറച്ച് ആവശ്യമുള്ള ഫണ്ടായിരുന്നു കൊടുത്തു. അവള് കോളേജിൽ കയറണം. ഫൈനൽ അഡ്മിഷൻ കിട്ടി ബാംഗ്ലൂർ. കുറച്ച് ഫണ്ട് ഷോർട്ടാണ്, ഉടനെ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യും. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞില്ലേ?
കിടിലം ഇതിന്റെ റൗണ്ട് EWC എല്ലാ കളിയും ടൈറ്റ് മാച്ചസ്.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
ഈ മൊബൈലിൽ നിന്നല്ലേ എങ്ങനെയാണ് PC-യിലേക്ക് സ്ട്രീം ചെയ്യുന്നത്?
അത് സ്ട്രീം ക്യാപ്ചർ കാർഡ് വേണം.
മൊബൈലില്ല.
മൊബൈലിൽ ക്യാപ്ചർ കാർഡ് ഉണ്ട്.
We really appreciate about this event because it's very huge event and we can compete with really like great opponent in the world. We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure we can be really good. We will do our best.
EDG 的 main player
不是很坏吧，但还没有达到我们理想的成绩。圣地亚哥的话，其实就是输掉了嘛。然后伦敦的话，其实我们本来有非常大的信心去拿下冠军的，那最后可惜就是自己没有把握住嘛，没有达到最好吧，但也还可以接受。我觉得当时是奥特曼来到之后，在磨合，我们在适应教练的风格吧。教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队那边都比较混乱，感觉最后还是差一点吧。尤其是打 Leviathan， 就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's PRX who were top 2 in Masters and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams. But if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament. He's got a teammate. It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions. And
പരസ്യം സമയത്ത് നമ്മുടെ ക്യാമറയോ ഒന്നും അവരുടെ സ്പോൺസറിനൊന്നും
my heartbeat is like 180 and I cannot do anything about it. He won it and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream. I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd. So they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in EWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get overconfident, and then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for EWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he worked into this. He tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
Casey.
ഞാൻ വാട്സാപ്പിൽ അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഏത് ഗെയിം സ്ട്രീം ചെയ്യാൻ?
പോക്കിമോൺ ചാമ്പ്യൻസ്.
NHB 60 FPS, 2K 30 FPS.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's Chris Puckett here on your screen, and we are about to jump into the final fight of the night. PRX taking on NRG, and as these two predicted, we're going to a game 3. Last map, though, much more of a convincing win than expected at 100 Thieves. I want to start with you, Avril. What do you see from the boys from Americas?
Yeah, NRG, the recovery after that brutal second round as well, losing the anti-eco. And we saw what happened on Fracture, where you just get this PRX string of a massive amount of rounds, 11-5, they had the lead. Opposite thing happens on Lotus. It's 11-5 the other way around at NRG. Massive punishes on the PRX side. And unfortunately for a player like Forsaken on PRX as well, he went like 0-9 in terms of first kills, first death. He died first like 9 times.
EWC,
Some of the TVs
EWC Paris, EWC 2026. They get keyboard use
the kind of resilience to be able to come back from losing that opening map. They got ecoed in the second round, as I kind of mentioned, but they also blew out PRX on a map that they know their way around very well.
Yeah.
I saw a request in the chat to see your back. Would you mind showcasing the dog?
Oh, EWC.
It's got flowers. Flowers too.
Screenshot
something if he plays like he does in game number 1. On the other side, I'm eyeing Kiko. Let's go back to when you were popping off.
Screenshot. I guess status and I did.
Well, everyone loves a Brit. Have you met Big Time yet? This kid's amazing.
I've seen way too much of Big Time.
I would hang out with him every day, bunk beds and everything.
No, that's what I literally do. I live
with him.
Bunk beds. Hey,
interesting.
Yeah, you got to grind.
I'm going to screen block it.
Hustle.
Big Time's one of the only people I know that can fit the bunk bed, so
that's true.
As a grown adult.
Was he on the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Yeah,
you feel safe with him on top.
We
take a look here at that man, though. I would not feel comfortable with Mata above me. If you're looking at the agents, what are we locking in? Gentlemen, I am going to exit. Take it away. This is the decider.
Watchparty,
Malayalam to the top of the group, NRG.
I'll tell you what, Pilsky.
Oh, PRX. Okay, something and 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Duelist. Okay. Jing. എനിക്ക് ബ്രീസിൽ എപ്പോഴും കോമൺ ആണ്. ഓക്കെ, നല്ല പിക്കാണ്. ഡബിൾ ഡ്യൂലിസ്റ്റ്. അപ്പുറത്ത് സിംഗിൾ ഡ്യൂലിസ്റ്റ്. ഇപ്പൊ മാഡ ഡ്യൂലിസ്റ്റ് അല്ല. 2 കൺട്രോളാണ് അവർ കളിക്കുന്നത്.
PRX are very familiar with. I know it says RRQ down there, but this is the third map between PRX and NRG, and stylistically this is going to be double Enit versus double Duelist. The Something Jet and Forsaken Neon that they have been running a lot on this map. It's a map they've been very up and down of, but their last streak of maps, you look at them cutting their teeth on the very best teams in the world, and you can feel some degree of confidence here for PRX that they can close out this series. On the other side of things, NRG playing a lot of very strong teams over in Americas, but they haven't had as many international reps in the last 3 months on Breeze specifically.
Yeah, but overall, still looking at the things here, Breeze has been a reasonable good map for both these teams. Breeze was, unfortunately, one of the maps that NRG dropped aloud in the qualifier coming into this one. As we also remember the PRX side of things, Breeze was a map that they did beat Liv on in the grand final for London. However, bit of rough waters on that actually. Not a very clear-cut victory for them. We'll see if they can make this one a lot more clear-cut now. Again, don't mind the fact that it says RRQ on the top. That is in fact PRX defensive side first, NRG attacking. Kick it off over towards shops.
Is it the third and decider map here, opening up the group? Winner will go on to take Vitality,
last map,
I believe, in a qualification game for the playoffs. Loser will play Carmine Core in the elimination. NRG creeping their way in towards A main. Viper wall goes up, dash on in, and they've been given an open A side here. Dubai trying to spam one down before the plane goes down, but NRG with the forward high tide will take full control here, including Yellow.
Massive coverage. Dubai hiding behind the high tide and seeing a couple of shots come through on the opposite end as well. The rest of NRG.
Kiko close and personal here, not too much utility left. Start to make their moves.
Envy took a little bit of damage early on. Hiding away is going to be Kiko, and he's completely shuts down 2 members of PRX. As soon as they spot in, 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back, Forsaken doesn't even get to move, and Jing, nothing in response either. Falling apart as PRX, NRG, another pistol, 3 pistols in a row going their way.
Yeah, really nicely worked there from NRG, just keeping things simple. creep up in towards A main, throw up the Viper wall, Sova Dart, and the dash on in. And when they recognize that it's a retake setup for PaperX, they choose to even take a step forward. That is a big strength of the Harbor in combination with the Viper. Originally, we used to see this over on Icebox, where you're kind of segmenting the walls. But the Harbor gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you actually want to control in terms of the site. So being able to kind of further extend that control gave PaperX a few more troubles on the retake going forward.
Nightfall probably going to go 2 players.
Oh, agent selected.
Something is potentially got the sniper out, actually.
Yeah, 2 marshals. I mean, this is pretty common on Breeze, but PaperX in particular here. Interesting.
Okay, Kiko there as well. Moving up through mid, walking into something. He's been waiting for this opportunity. Lining up as well.
Two controller, two duelist to seed out.
Was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things? Very strong. The trappers, well on the door side of things. Jing and dodging out.
First map, first round avare
Should be very interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there. Get somebody on the PaperX side of things.
The marshals here to buy on the rotation over, something not really able to do too much as the Viper wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here as the wall gets dropped on PaperX. And Dubai not even able to take one more with him. Only harder to go down here for NRG. Pretty nice anti-eco.
But PaperX would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. And the mid doors. Only delivering the 1 kill. That's after the fact that they dodged out from their molly as well. Once more, Ethan, the rest of NRG, defusing that situation. The device body shot Kiko not landing at a kill either.
Fair bit invested in that round for PaperX.
PRX and lower back in
Couple of sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact. Going away of either one of these teams. Forsaken well aware that there's a couple of players over towards B-Main. That's the second time that Kiko has picked Forsaken on the jump spot. And this is a landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first deaths just keep going up, unfortunately. The light armor gets a little bit lighter now, not in a good way for PaperX. 5 versus 2. You know, a map and a half ago, I would have said maybe still winnable for PaperX. Devi can certainly do it, but now, the way this is going, looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. Just keeping things pretty simple here, using the double E-Nit just to be able to take control of the mains and springboard into these quicker executes. PaperX having a really tough time dealing with it.
So it's first deaths, man. No trades either. Heavy investment on that second round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member in the team to have a full buy on this round 3 rifle. Now you have to walk out. Tail tucked between even hold on to a couple of rifles here.
It's the best possible start for NRG, honestly. Like, the cash is already like 2+ tail on all of these players. They're about to win the bonus round up 3-0 on the attacking side of Breeze. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to navigate for PaperX.
Similar to what we saw in Fraction. We just saw the fact that he was 5 in a row. Bonus converted as well after PaperX wins the pistol. They got both the pistols on Fraction now. 3 pistols in a row. Haven't seen anything come through from PRX's. Timeout coming through super early.
See what they want to kind of construct around these 2 rifles that have been kept through from the opening round. Might be some marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to PaperX to kind of pick themselves up. This has been a false start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping PaperX on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speed running the London finals in a way where get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely throughout the rest of the series, and this time just in a BO3, losing momentum from PRX. Confidence seems down as well. Some of those magic moments you get out of Fracture, you're just not getting anymore.
Let's see what they come up with here. I think the objective starts to move, especially when you have this good of a start on the attacking side from, you know, being able to string rounds together, being able to break the money to how many can we kind of chip in early on here. Got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here. Down to 400 bucks. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like Paper X have a good chance to win it.
2 players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm. And PRX are nice and active early on.
PRX comeback
Players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid.
PRX made
NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX doing something here.
Something very much saving for an operator heading in towards the next round.
There's something something operator
mid push, and he it's courtesy really of this deep wall from Paper X. Makes NRG a little bit nervous that they will be taking some space over there, and sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains. In this case, NRG really doing their due diligence, working their way through the map up. Elbow drone goes into middle.
Drone sees nothing. Smoke ends up being pretty useful there. PRX just to hide inside the cove. I don't see anything on the opposite end either. Time is running out. It's confusing Paper X a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though. Just dropping off Scooper in middle for the late lurk. He's able to play in front of this Viper wall, so it's not really troubling NRG too much as they group back up towards this A site. Similar to the pistol, it's just going to be Devi retake. The rest of Paper X have cleared wall of B, but the execute's going to get in a little bit faster.
Full flash, and Devi isn't able to get anything from Second once again. First death, very unfortunate. Brock will convert onto that lone player, Devi, who can't respond at all. Devi had one of the only rifles.
Yeah, something with naught but a classic. Oh, there you go. He's picked up the Vandal. To try to make this one a little bit more interesting. 2 players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
3 players off-site here as well. They do get smoked off. Gives a little bit of opportunity for PRX, who with their guns available too, one being picked up by something. It's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to save. You really got to max your money when NRG has this much cash. Like, you've got to be able to guarantee yourself as many gun rounds as you can get access to, because there's no breaking the attacking side economy anymore. Forsaken looking for some damage here at the end. Oh, sorry, Jing. For some damage here at the end of the round. Stand out by the KO knife. I do imagine he's probably just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't feel the need to force the issues. Trying to keep NRG interested so that maybe one of them died to the spike. But as it stands, NRG really just passing the test with flying colors. 5 alive heading into round 5. They're going to have like 7k on each of these players, something like that. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cash for the attackers.
And they played that round so slowly as well that PRX, like I sort of mentioned, they got really confused towards the end. Didn't really know where to go. Leaving Devi just to anchor A alone. We'll see what happens with that. Just couldn't even trade 1-for-1 there.
Today, day 1 now.
I believe, on 5 HP.
I think this changes plans for Paper X as well. I was pretty sure that something was saving for an operator, but as he picks up a Vandal to save into the next round, instead it's going to be rifle-centric gameplay for Paper X.
Okay, hang on.
Opener with the utility here. Keiko gets sent in, then wrapped back into middle here for NRG. Not going particularly well so far. They've really tried to cause a little bit of reaction and a rotation in the early round for Paper X, but they still end up a man down.
Haven't seen PRX get in the first spot in some time now over the course of these rounds. Keiko trying to dive on A and being punished for it. The Brock as well. Okay, numbers starting to look really comfortable for Paper X. Will still be a plant coming on through, but 2 versus 4 now. No ultimates in play. Plenty of money though, so NRG happy to get it done.
Scuba on the front foot. Nice placement of the Viper Orb here. Ethan could set him up with a nicely timed flash to try to start to even up the numbers. Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan. Trying to do some damage to the economy.
Ethan, I don't want to help come back.
Keep something at arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the site, and Forsaken just something rather just pushing straight into the fragment. Paper X.
1-4.
One of many that will be needed.
Ethan wasn't ready for that. Something pushing into the fragment. Leaves with 6 HP. A few times now that we're really starting to see Paper X getting that first blood, converting onto secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor. Starting to bite their way back into this map a little bit.
Be a long road back in, but that round was fantastic, really. NRG trying to go for one of these set plays where they set up the jet for success in the early round with a little bit of the double unit utility and have a wrap into middle in the mid round to catch some of those rotations.
Well, you want to see the op come through for something. That will now be the case. Back over towards mid. Has to be a little bit concerned about the dart.
Same for Keiko, though, and he's holding this line nicely. Paper X punished in the opening kills department yet again, and NRG with a man advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately, for PRX. Jing now playing off of Forsaken together. A main's good. No command is going to cause a little bit of issues here. Jing really would like a kill. He's got one, but instantly Kiko responds with more flashes. Decent, but Kiko doesn't care. That's going to be A taken care of. 4 versus 2 again. Once again, you have to look at the money side. Divine.
PRX ആയതുകൊണ്ട് ഒന്നും പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല.
Locked out of it, really. The high tide only just went down.
PRX ലോവർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റിൽ പോയി കളിച്ച്
Just sitting in nest. I don't think he's interested in this 2-4 at all.
Just got around for Paper X. It's already gone the wrong way now. Not a bad shot from MV.
Really just going for damage though. I don't think he's particularly interested. Dart on in to keep NRG.
Actually, not bad.
That's what he was going for the whole time. Really, really well worked. Heads up play from Envy. He'll be able to hand that to something in the next round. And with 2 guns saved over, Paper X will be able to put together another buy here.
Play by Kiko at the start of that one. Now dealing something a little bit later on as well.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NRG go for this quick mid to A yet again here. They do have some good ults to be doing. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so, but he can rip the blade storm here, pick up the pace, he can get the Hunter's Fury on through with the data. Something that could go quite well for NRG. Just condition the mid to A though. With
ഇത് സെറ്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പോ പുതിയ അപ്ഡേറ്റ് വന്നപ്പോഴേ സ്ട്രീം ലാബ്സിന്റെയും ഓബീസിന്റെ അപ്ഡേറ്റ് വന്നപ്പോ റീഡ് ആയിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ പിന്നെ ഊരി കുത്തിയപ്പോ എങ്ങനെയാ ബാക്കി വന്നു ഭാഗ്യത്തിനോ ഞാൻ ഡീആക്ടിവേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ആക്ടിവേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് നോക്കി.
Full retake on B, I'm afraid, for Paper X. Something might catch a little bit of a whiff of a player. Doesn't quite land the shot though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. Kiko on the other side would just completely rip away Envy's 5v4.
Yeah, awkward exchange. Tried to go for the drone. Envy under a little bit too much pressure there. Does spot out that the flank will be coming through from Paper X as he meets up with the rest of the team on site. And NRG have flipped the map. They are in defense spawn. It's going to be a very difficult retake for Paper X.
Paper X now going to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Rock has a decent line and a decent shot onto Divine. Numbers are now looking sad. Something is just going to peel off in a 1v1. Marta, nice, okay. Makes things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to hold on to these 3 rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. Jing covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG. A brutal start to this map for the Pacific fans.
NRG can just close out the 1 more round. They get the 7, and I think for PRX, recovering up to 4 would be pretty good for them at this stage. Because this kind of deficit is rough to make a comeback from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through, but I hear you, man. At some stage, you gotta stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might just be that one. Another team
attack ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ഇവര് കൂടുതൽ ഭയങ്കര പാസീവ് ആയിരിക്കും. സേവ് മാത്രമാണല്ലോ ഇത്. സത്യം
second time out for them.
I think PRS
just as many rounds here on Breeze have not had an answer for what NRG's been throwing at them so far. It's been a very well constructed attacking side of Breeze. The double unit harbor is something that can be really difficult to play around, especially when the other team is so well organized. The attacking side has been having some pretty serious impact. Like Keiko has been finding opening picks like it's nothing on the jet, causing a big problem for Paper X thus far. Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around here. He hasn't had any impact on the Neon. It's usually a pretty good agent, pretty good map for him.
It's been a rough couple of maps. Like I said, that first death stat line is a bit haunting. When you look at a guy like Forsaken, you certainly expect more.
Come back with you, guys.
On NRG.
Come back with you. PRX spams.
Feels like such a long
NRG.
NRG winning.
Come back and chance on
this the way they are. Shocking for Paper X and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for Paper X. One way thrown into A main, very much trying to play disruptive. And there you go, wall dropped on Kiko and something gets the opener. Marta replying with the operator picked up from the jet though. He is pretty good at wielding this gun himself.
Yep, I've seen him on the jet before. Familiar territory, the op for Marta.
Smoke away.
Reckoning available here as NRG will play this one quietly. How much does PRX want to move up?
Yeah, NV knows he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot. Not too hot, not too cold. He's just sitting tight. Ready to disrupt this pivot to B if necessary. Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. And Ethan got to spot that out. Well aware that the Jet is sitting right there. Drone goes into middle here for NRG. Courtesy of that wall being put up by Devi, it's throwing out a lot of utility, but NRG just kind of simplifying things back towards A main.
Well, they got info that something is there based on the knife coming through from Ethan. How do they want to defuse the scenario? They have still util to play through.
Flash.
Got recon in there as well. Okay, there it is. Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our Jet from the line, but Devi will still clean something wanted more of that Blade Storm. Smarter and Brock. The operator changes hands once again. High Tide coming on in. 3 versus 2. 17 seconds left to play through 2v1. Envy. He's not been spotted just yet. Might have brilliant timing here, but he's going to get through undetected. And he can't do so. NRG again. Big celebration from their side of the stage. Collecting that 2v1 victory, extending the lead even further.
Yeah, nicely worked there for NRG.
Paris.
Finally, when PaperX are able to find an opener, immediate reply from Marta. And NRG just able to simplify a lot of these rounds and use the double E to the best of its abilities. The KO knife spotting out where the operator is, and then they're just placing the utility right where it's needed. They got to put themselves into a winnable post plant.
7-1, massive difference in rounds. And PRX have already burned through the timeouts as well.
The price pool is $2 million. Price pool.
Figure this one out. Back over towards mid.
$20 lakh dollar.
That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him. Device got it. Secondary as well. Onto Scuba, not too bad. And the sphere was used in that exchange as well. Kiko onto Devi. Exchange 3 versus 4 now. His rifle will be recovered by Kiko.
Yeah, drone out onto the middle line. Hunter's Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out nicely there by NRG. The rest of PaperX all swinging into middle. Kiko and Brock. Spike in hand. Let's try to cove towards B.
$20 lakh
away from PaperX. Jin cutting the map in half.
അതാണ് വാലറന്റിന്റെ മാത്രമുള്ള പ്രൈസ് പൂൾ മൊത്തം പ്രൈസ് പൂള് വാലറന്റ് മാത്രം ഇതല്ലേ ഞാൻ EWC കാരണം ടീം നമ്മൾ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തോണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്
doesn't get the opportunity to make the shot happen, and this is unbelievable. Marta is still
He's in the matrix. He just pre-fired that so perfectly onto the
മൊത്തം EWC ടെ പ്രൈസ് പൂൾ 750 കോടിയാണ്.
Perfect high tide. I mean, if he had a little bit more HP, I thought he would have put together
24 ഗെയിം ഉണ്ട്.
Starting to look dangerous, that's for sure. I mean, he had low HP, but just
24 ഗെയിമില്
I mean, we're past dangerous.
750 കോടി.
Considering that was a 4v1, that's still rough for PaperX, dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Makes their money quite breakable here. Lots to work with though. Overdrive and the pit ready to go here for PaperX.
Tax ചെസ് ഉണ്ട്.
Kiko on the line.
പക്ഷെ എനിക്ക് റൈറ്റ്സ് കിട്ടിയില്ല ചെസ് സ്ട്രീം ചെയ്യാൻ.
Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck
himself
in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, another first death for Forsaken doesn't help PaperX yet.
Something's pretty deep in middle.
ചില ഗെയിമിനൊക്കെ കൂടുതൽ പ്രൈസ് പൂളാണ്. അതാണ് മൊത്തം 750 കോടി.
I mean, you just continue using the
PUBG PC PUBG മൊബൈലും ഇല്ലേ?
എനിക്ക് PUBG മൊബൈലേ കിട്ടിയുള്ളൂ, PC കിട്ടിയില്ല.
Might have pulled that through a little early. Didn't see the drone yet, just kind of preempted the drone.
കാരണം PUBG PC യും Valorant ഒരേ സമയത്ത്. അപ്പം അടുത്ത ആഴ്ച തുടങ്ങും PUBG PC. അങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്. കാരണം രണ്ടും ഒരേ സമയത്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല.
ഇതെല്ലാം പാരീസിൽ വെച്ചാണോ നടക്കണേ?
എല്ലാം പാരീസ്. എന്താണ് മിഡിൽ ഈസ്റ്റില് യുദ്ധം നടക്കണോണ്ടാണ് പാരീസിലേക്ക് മാറി. യൂഷ്വലി സൗദിയിലാണ്.
It's a Sova by himself against an entirety of a B execute, and they're really kind of narrowing down the options. They know he's front side, flash flying on the
line of fire.
the back side of the site. Paranoia from Jing, but they're more than ready for it.
I saw the lineup there for Envy, but unfortunately just couldn't land the second kill. Would have been pretty insane.
4
versus 2 pit down. PaperX's chances dwindling here as something sees just a little bit of a shoulder of a player, and that shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Divine will be good for 1, but not
9-3 kills are 9-3.
anything else.
Which game has the highest ചോദിച്ചാൽ എനിക്ക് കാണാൻ അറിയില്ല, നോക്കണം.
Fantastic attacking side here for NRG, really putting PaperX on the ball. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both of the next 2 rounds, let's be honest.
Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, Honor of Kings, PUBG Mobile. അതിനെല്ലാം $3 million. $30 ലക്ഷം. പിന്നെ കൗണ്ടർ സ്ട്രൈക്ക്, ഡോട്ട 2, ലീഗ് ഓഫ് ലെജൻസ് അതെല്ലാം. പിന്നെ ഇൻഡിവിജ്വൽ ഇവന്റ്സ് എല്ലാം 2 മില്യൺ. വാലറന്റ് 2 മില്യൺ.
28
തോക്കെടുത്തിട്ട് ബാക്കിൽ പോയാൽ പോരാ. കില്ല് കിട്ടിയതല്ല.
On the line here, if the wall gets dropped, something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle, drone through towards elbow.
3v2, പക്ഷെ തോക്കില്ല.
Still kind of hanging around in spawn side. PRX definitely want
to
be
giving
away this man advantage with a minute on the clock though. NRG need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
ഒരു വന്ന് പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്തിട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും പോകാൻ പറ്റാത്ത അവസ്ഥ.
Something sliding out onto the line. One share of shots, all that's needed to catch him on the cross. Down goes the spike. Ethan now trying to pick up the pieces.
Drifty. Nice. Operator
from them. Elbow play with the paranoia. Overdrive ripped. It's a recipe for success when you have nobody to work with. Now if they could just pick up this gun round towards the end of the half, it's at least doable.
Try hard
in charge of this town. Forsaken overdrive through, delivering a couple of nice early kills, starting to give some weapons over, putting Brock on 10 HP and that is a well-put round for PRX to start this campaign of a potential comeback back in again, but really shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
Drone at least spotting out where the op is playing.
Alt അടിക്കും.
It goes the harbor roll, as well as the null command, but something still picks one on the cross. Straight through the blind wall. That is illegal. Divide out, waiting for further aggression, and he's going to
let's
nice
go.
multi-frag on in. Ethan trading one back. The high tide zoning PRX.
2v4 window.
Ethan looking for more pistol command, but will actually find this kill. There's not a lot of members left to play.
Let's go. Nice one. Just one more. Come on, PRX.
Ethan ഇത് ചെയ്യും. Let's see.
Let's go.
4-8 guys, 4-8.
Now suddenly 2 rounds in a row. PRX.
9-3 ആണെങ്കിൽ കേസ് ആണെങ്കിലും പറയാം. Hydration break. ഞാൻ lemon tea കുടിക്കാം. Lemon tea അല്ല, sorry, green tea.
That's the SEA power right there.
Boiled water.
Into half time, he's
Okay,
going to need
boiled water
all the energy possible. No pun intended. That's a really nice hold from PRX though. Something despite 2 ults being thrown at him, and a Viper Wall still finds a pick, and Divide, who has only had a couple of little moments so far in this game of Breeze. That's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, PRX needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
Yep.
And now it's at least doable, but I think NRG is still going to be feeling confident here.
PRX still in it to win it. Need to see those magical moments. Saw the kind of
EWC from 2 org മാത്രം ഇന്ത്യ org മാത്രമേ ക്ലബ് പാർട്ണർഷിപ്പ് എസ്റ്റേറ്റ് യുഎല്ലും ഗോട്ട് ലൈക്ക് ഒരിക്കൽ കയറണം എന്നാണ് എന്റെ ആഗ്രഹം, എന്റെ ഓർഗിന്റെ ആഗ്രഹം. ഒരിക്കൽ കയറും വിശ്വാസം.
സമയം എടുത്തായാലും കയറും.
Next year, not സമയം. ഞാൻ ടൈംലൈൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ, 1 year. Next year.
എന്റെ ഭാഗത്തുനിന്നുള്ള എല്ലാ സപ്പോർട്ടും ഹാർഡ് വർക്ക്.
അടുത്ത വർഷം ചിലപ്പോൾ പുതിയ ഗെയിം വരുമായിരിക്കും, പോക്കിമോൺ ചാമ്പ്യൻസ്.
Kicking things off on the attacking side.
ഞാൻ ഇത് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ.
Particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze.
എനിക്ക് ഓഗസ്റ്റിലെ മത്സരം ക്രിക്കറ്റിന്റെ മത്സരം മുംബൈ.
അത് ഗോയല്ലേ?
അല്ലല്ല, ക്രിക്കറ്റ്.
You know, one ways, things like that. The storm surge.
അതെ, yes. They are. ISTL തന്നെ. ഫൈനൽ ഓഗസ്റ്റില്, ഓഗസ്റ്റ് ഫസ്റ്റ് വീക്ക് മുംബൈ. Only 2 Indian orgs right now have EWC partnership.
Man, the screen there, leading the charge for NRG.
അല്ല, ഇമോർട്ടല്ലേ നിങ്ങളുടെ GOCയുടെ ഏതോ ടീം ഇപ്പം അറോറ ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ ആയില്ലേ?
Did say though for PRX they would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that, and now I think pistol basically required here.
Congrats.
Yeah, here on the B stream, we've already had one victory for Americas over Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to PRX to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots down range in middle, and I'm surprised no one walks away dead from that.
ഗോഡ്ലൈക്കിനും ഇതിനും ഉണ്ടോ ടീം മാച്ചസ് ഉണ്ടോ
വാലോ ഇല്ല, വേറെ ടീം, വേറെ ഗെയിമുകൾ. എല്ലാ ഗെയിമിലും ടീം വേണമെന്നില്ല, എല്ലാ ഗെയിമിലും ടീമിലുള്ള ആരും ഇല്ല. ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഗെയിമില് ടീം ഉള്ളത് ടീം ഫാൽക്കൺസ്. അവരാണ് എപ്പോഴും ചാമ്പ്യന്മാരാണ്. അതായത് ഫസ്റ്റ് ആയ 1000 പോയിന്റ് വരും, സെക്കൻഡിന് 700, അങ്ങനെ ഓരോ പോയിന്റ് ഉണ്ട്. എല്ലാത്തിലും ഉണ്ട് അവര്. മിക്ക മോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദ ഗെയിംസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അവരാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 വർഷത്തെ ചാമ്പ്യന്മാർ.
A little bit late to the party here. Never even got a chance to get involved. A flawless pistol from PRX. Full momentum coming in from the end of that last half, and they are very much in this game of breeze now.
SATUL, Pokemon Unite.
Get that anti go in there. It's another round.
Street Fighter ഒക്കെ
6 and 8 now starts to feel another round. A lot more doable. We're seeing the danger they can have on the bonus as well based on what fraction.
അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ചെസ് കളിച്ച് പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്ത് പോയാൽ
വേൾഡ് ചാമ്പ്യൻ അല്ല നിങ്ങൾക്ക് റാങ്കിങ് ഉള്ളതല്ലേ സൗത്ത് ഏഷ്യ?
പ്രാക്ടീസ് ഇല്ല.
ഫിഫ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ.
Something is potentially also making that save towards the op as well. Let's see what that looks like.
അതിന് മാത്രം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കണം.
Most of NRG have taken that A main space courtesy of the KO knife from earlier. Kiko jiggling around. Scooper maybe found the side of Forsaken for a moment, but it's all down to Marta to see if he can fashion even one kill. Nicely timed Storm Surge, but that's where it ends. Another flawless PRX as they win their 4th round in a row.
Showing off his dance moves there as PRX walks in. Double flawless as mentioned, plenty of money in the bank. They could afford to really buy up here, given the amount of players on PRX that still had pistols for that round. Could be a very dangerous looking bonus coming.
ചാടി നോക്കിയപ്പോഴേക്കും അടിച്ച്.
See what NRG come up with. Gap has closed quite substantially. Cannot afford to let a team of PRX's caliber back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the pick here early on in combination with
the flash throw.
PRX just pinging out the map. Triple swing to try to
നമ്മളത് ത്രോ ചെയ്ത് അത് തിരിച്ച് തട്ടി നമ്മൾ
they want to group up back towards A. They're in two minds about what they want to be doing this round. I guess it's back to B here.
It's double rifle plus
PRX. Let's go.
Competitive buy in terms of this bonus.
For sure.
A little bit of exploration coming through, mid under control for NRG. As NRG start to sniff the fact that it could be a B. That's Scuba. He's paranoid out, but hiding behind a box. There's no contact just yet to be found. This is a scary. Yet to arrive. Starting to come through for spawn now. As Mardigan kills him. Delivering now. PRX not getting as much out of this push as they would have liked. But Divine into 1v1 versus Viper. It's Phantom versus Outlaw, but Scuba's already tagged down. Divine can find that shot.
Divide ഈ ഷോട്ട് കിടിലാണ്.
Spike in hand here.
ഒരു ഷോട്ട് മതി. അവന് 150 ഉണ്ട്.
Well aware that he was anchoring the side initially. He was spotted out early on. Ball going up for Scuba here. Dubai. Sheriff in hand creeping. Doesn't have a primary weapon to be using. 15 seconds on the clock and
ഞാനും മട്ടൂർക്കാവ്. ഞാനും മട്ടൂർക്കാവാണ്.
Managed to get back in there time.
Extremely well as mentioned.
For a second there.
Bro, പേരെന്താ?
Turned away at the wrong time, but Divine that round. But like I said, a dangerous bonus coming through that could be very competitive. Ends up at a 1 versus 1. So despite winning that one, very curious about the money situation for NRG.
Yeah, definitely a lot of guns taken away from them.
നല്ല ബോണസ് 4 പേര് കൊണ്ടല്ലോ.
Able to at least deny that bonus. You have a judge on in here for Kiko. So just trying to scrap together a buy. Both teams started to run out of money early on. Once again, you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock dart into a lot of damage there to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map, and it is slow.
Shot. Scuba down. That is B. Almost open. Still player there in Brock. just putting the pressure on numbers-wise to keep things interesting here as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
Envy taking space on B, causing a lot of problems. The judge is still here towards mid doors. That should be an easy opener for Kiko, who's under a little bit of pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia.
Push ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട്
And now Brock as well. Envy, you talked about him exploring over towards B. That might be the opening now.
3v3.
And NRG know it as well. Trying to cut
Jets
off
മാറി.
here and not going to get the time to get that cut off actually.
backstab നോക്കൂ.
Through elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for Paper X. Envy is on the push all the way through spawn. Something planting in a safe location here as Marta creeps up on him, pulled by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide. Great read on this round from NRG. Envy last player surviving, and they know that he was deep on B. Cove onto the spike. Marta taps it. They're giving him nothing. Nice opener here. 20 HP. Half has to come through. It's going to get a little bit of chip damage onto Marta, but it takes way too long to go through that cove here. Marta's off the spike. Going to start defusing it. Swing on through from Keiko. Gets it done for NRG. Double digits.
2 players there from Paper X. Really far away from helping something. Unfortunately, is Envy that is deep all the way in enemy spawn, but doesn't quite have the
നമുക്ക്
XP
meet ചെയ്യാം
to
bro.
do much more. And it starts out okay. We talk about
Game
one
കളിക്കൂ.
kill from
ഏതൊക്കെ
something
കളിക്കും?
onto Scuba, but beyond
ഞാനും കൂടി
that mid
ഏത്
door is
game?
causing issues for Paper X as they couldn't make their way through that at all.
എനിക്കിപ്പോ കളിക്കാൻ PC ഉണ്ട്.
NRG very much on top of the rotations here.
ഗെയിമില്ല കാണാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ
അങ്ങനെ നമ്മളെല്ലാരും
Paper X with a little bit of a mixed bag by here. Divide feeling like a hero with the hero Vandal. Very close towards a pit. If he ends up in a post plant, this could be problems for NRG, whose money is still very much shaky at this point.
Which means that maybe the low buy of Paper X can still find some value here. Forsaken on the shotgun Neon. He's on the wrong patch of that, but he's doing what he can.
Shotgun. ഡാംബിയുടെ കളി കാണുന്നുണ്ട്.
For NRG to be dealing
നാളെ
with here.
ഡാംബിയുടെ കളിയുണ്ട്. നാളെ
Paper X with a lot of weapons that can do some serious damage. This outlaw is the main crux of the issue, though. This is a fantastic
global switch
angle for
qualify.
Keiko.
ഇത് EWC ന്റെ.
See if Paper X are ready for that one.
Ooh.
Quite, oh my god. Doubling up.
Position
Exactly what you want to see
പോകാം.
on the outlaw player, and now Paper X left hurting. Didn't even fast lane, didn't even really do too much in terms of utility, or otherwise I guess Kiko just sees over the top of everything either way.
11-6 ആയി guys.
I mean, it's just a dirty off angle over the
Check
top of
a
the
million
line wall.
FTC.
Not much really to be done. These are great positions for NRG. Like, they're really just out positioning Paper X, preempting any kind of aggression. Spike dropped out in the open. Outlaw is still online if it's even needed. And something on double doors, cleaned up by Marta. A flawless round for NRG.
Comeback അടിക്കൂ.
And it's looking like
Comeback അടിക്കൂല എന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയും. Comeback അടിച്ചാൽ
Looking at an okay early half
മീശ അടിക്കും
for Paper X. Double
എനിക്കൊരു മീശ മുന്നിൽ അടിക്കാൻ
really closing the gap
ഇല്ല
slightly, but
അത് ആകെ ഉള്ള മുടിയാണ് മുടി പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മുടി വളരുമോന്നും
third
വലിയ
round
സംശയം
bonus of the half. Things start to go back the way of NRG massively.
അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അന്നത്തെ കണക്ക് ചെലഞ്ഞ് നാരങ്ങ കഴിക്കണം പച്ച നാരങ്ങ
Forsaken towards the
എന്റെ
end.
നാരങ്ങയില്ല
Finally get to see
NRG
5
bro.
rifles on Paper X.
See what they come up with here. Very much starting to run out of time. 2 players on light armor. It's a glass cannon Vandal here for Divide. Quick moves into middle for Paper X. Backed up by a little bit of elbow control.
comeback അടിക്കും എന്ന് തോന്നി ബട്ട് ഇവരെപ്പോഴും ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് PRX ലോവർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റിൽ പോകുന്നു പിന്നെ KCനെ പുറത്താക്കുന്നു
Trying to get flashed out,
പിന്നെ
and
അടുത്ത
something
കളിച്ചില്ല
just takes him off the table. As we
up.
set the table now for A as well, it's going to be Scuba up first. Double poison all.
ഇവരായിട്ട് തന്നെ വീണ്ടും കളി വരുന്നുണ്ട് വൈറ്റാലിറ്റി നല്ല ഫോമിലാണ് വൈറ്റാലിറ്റി
He snuck away.
ഇവരെ
Finds
തോപ്പിക്കും
an opportunity to just shut Kiko down. 5 versus 3 now. Seems like NRG are not quite ready for this one. Scuba has to drop off.
Individual brilliance from something. Finds a really nice timing for those 2 openers. Open plant for Paper X, who are playing this from yellow side, and I think NRG are just forced to save.
എല്ലോടെ അവിടെ നിന്നുള്ള
അവർ സേവ് ചെയ്യൂ
I mean, they have the money for it, but the numbers don't look good.
സേവ് ചെയ്യണം
Mata's already on the inside of the map. Paper X clinging on. Now this map in the series so far, 7-11. NRG still, though, in control. 2 more rounds required. Still got 3 guns. Everyone's still got plenty of money. Plenty of ultimates coming online.
Down into spawn side. I cannot believe Paper X are exiting here. They do not have much money. It's a big lineup for Ethan that takes 2 guns away from them. Scuba on the off angle now. Tested by Envy.
എല്ലാം തോക്കുന്നു.
They cannot afford this at this point in the game here, Kev.
Yeah, it's NRG that have plenty of money. Even if NRG die here, look at their bank. It's good. PRX are like throwing their lives and their guns away for not a lot of gain.
I don't know why they exited spawn side there, I gotta be honest. Maybe they were concerned about the flank towards A main, but the dart confirmed that NRG was playing on spawn there. Especially when you're trying to come back from such a deficit here on the attacking side. These are weapons that you very much need.
Ethan happy with that, doubles up with the Bulldog, and doesn't even care if he dies because 4 ultimates online. Money's still amazing. Got a Blaze Storm up though from the side of NRG. And something good, so magic to play with a what? Yes sir, he does. Brock to respond, don't even know if he gets a tag there. Doesn't look like it's so far, just completely whiffs on the Hunter's Fury and on side with he's alone at the moment, playing on the other side of the wall. Does he have the opportunity to burst through? Jing just finds it for the barrel or something, and something has a freebie onto Brock. Goodbye, good night. 5v2, give him 8 PRX.
That's 2 rounds in a row where something just multi-frags for PaperX and puts a round together. Kiko coming on the lurk, but that is a gorgeous little high-low for PaperX. We're very much on the warpath here.
Again? Probably not. Something wants it.
The money's
Something's keen.
Messi fan ആണ് പക്ഷെ അന്നെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് only CR fan.
They got 4 ultimates now as well. Forsaken one away. They're about to have the full stack. The Christmas tree online. Early Christmas with something in PRX on that round.
8, 11, 3 more rounds. Let's go.
Looks like a timeout here. I'd imagine that's from NRG. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort.
NRG.
See what they can come up with. Still with plenty of cash in the back pocket to be able to put a buy together. They've got a null command, I believe, for one of these retakes. Could definitely help them out quite a bit. But their biggest issue right now is this man. Something has been phenomenal at just self-sufficiently finding these openers for PaperX, and this is exactly the player that you need to start to get warmed up here. Gonna make a comeback on attack.
The confidence, well, he doesn't care. He's just gonna run after Ethan. He needs the money as well in terms of not dying, but whatever. Run after him. Drop that rifle away from Ethan. He's beaten the timing for some of the U-tools as well, and we saw that 2 rounds ago.
PUBG mobile game ഒക്കെ World Cup ആവുമ്പോൾ കിടിലായിരിക്കും അല്ലേ? നമ്മുടെ 2 ടീമുണ്ട്, ഇന്ത്യൻ ടീമുണ്ട് രണ്ടാം. ഓറാങ്കുട്ടാനും ഉണ്ട്.
To the PRX we're seeing on the rest of this map for the majority.
Very much working their way back into
things now. BGM മാത്രമല്ല ഗ്ലോബൽ ഉണ്ടോ? PUBG മൊബൈൽ ഗ്ലോബൽ എന്ന് പറയും, BGM ഇന്ത്യൻ എന്ന് പറയും.
അത് രണ്ടും ഒരുമിച്ച് അതിൽ ജയിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ ഗ്ലോബലാണ് കളിക്കുന്നത്. PMWC PUBG Mobile World Cup ആണ്.
World Cup. BGM ക്വാളിഫൈ ചെയ്ത് അങ്ങ് പോകും.
PaperX a lot of problems here, but the pick could be fantastic to set up one of these post plants. Device been holding on to it.
അത് ഞാൻ ആലോചിച്ചായിരുന്നു.
Big shot, Kiko makes his mark found. Shut down the big carrier PRX. That'll cause some problems.
Something.
Absolutely. Scuba on the line that he's played in multiple situations here. Going to drop himself the snake bite. Both teams just trading out a little bit of utility, a bit of pressure on this B side. Destroy out a big rotation here for NRG, and Ethan playing very safely, not a toe out of line. Even if PaperX make their way into A, exactly where they're headed. And big ults here for NRG. Excellent opening pick onto something.
It's going to be playing for a full retake now because you don't really see the rotation just through yet. Jing's going to rip his ultimate out just to reposition on site itself.
Should be the pit going down here.
11-8 situation.
It's a pit for Brickside though, not actually on site. They very much understand that the reckoning is going to be a problem here.
Plan ചെയ്തു.
അല്ല അൾട്ടടിച്ച് എവിടെ അൾട്ടടിച്ചത്? പ്ലാനിലല്ലോ.
Envy shoving away NRG ever so slightly, and I don't think he actually got a tag there, unfortunately. Here comes our reckoning push in. The entire squad right behind it. Jing goes down for second trays on the Brock, and Envy as well on the Scooper. It's looking fine for PaperX so far, but Ethan has something to say about it. 2 versus 2 now. Ethan low HP, Kiko on operator on this retake, doubling up as PRX together. Time is done to run out now. Envy with 4 this round will deliver the ninth for PaperX.
Yeah, it's very clever pit placement there from Dubai.
PRXന്റെ comeback ആണ് guys.
Both of the ults burned through for NRG there post timeout, still not able to walk away with the gun round. Even after something gets picked early on, been a big difference maker in a couple of these gun rounds, they're still able to navigate their way into a 4-on-5.
PRX fans ജയിച്ചാൽ PRX സൂപ്പർ NRG fans
IV4 as mentioned, but they get on sight. Full retake. You'll say they've got ultimates for the retake, but they ended up not really getting rid of the pit at all. And Hunter's Fury from Envy as well to slow down that retake. And at the end of the day, 2v2 goes the way of PaperX and NRG. Starting to feel the pressure of PaperX nipping at their heels now.
Yeah, this is another timeout here for NRG. 2 rounds in a row.
അടുത്ത ടൈം ഔട്ട് സെക്കൻഡ് ടൈം ഔട്ട് എനർജി
Last whatever was said in the initial timeout hasn't
ടോട്ടൽ
really come
3 ടൈം ഔട്ട് അല്ലേ
trying to hammer home the point. They need to close this game here. I mean, honestly, you're going into the upper bracket qualification match at the end of this group against Vitality, so your hard days are not behind you. At the end of the day, you definitely want to make your life easier by not going into the lowers here against KC on home turf.
Lack of an armor buy for NRG as their money situation has finally dwindled down. They still can't afford weapons. Notably, you do have that off on the Kiko and on the line early, but look at his HP. Really destroyed.
Yeah, great shock there. Things off. Scuba very much set up heavily inside of middle. I have to wait for the mid to late round to try to go for a flood here. How much work can Scuba get done? Pick and cleanly is able to get away here. He can potentially drop a pit and buy some time. So PaperX diving into the side.
Yeah, high tie coming in. Good timing coming through Ramada as well.
വൈപ്പർ മോഡി ഉണ്ടോ നമുക്ക് ബാക്ക് സൈഡ് ഇട്ട് കൊടുത്ത്
Kiko to follow. Slow going. PaperX is trying to make the way through the back left side. Still haven't found Scooby yet, by the way. Forsaken though gets Marta out of the way.
നല്ല ഫ്ലാഷ് ആയിരുന്നു
Bring this one down to a 4 versus 3. Still no plant to be heard of at the moment. 50 seconds later, through in PRX. Are they committed to this?
Yeah, for sure they are. This is a localized 3-on-3. Ethan's inside a middle. EB gives them the advantage of the B-side for the time being. Kiko.
3v3 ആ ബോൾ കൂടെ വെടിച്ച് ചാവോ
Ethan inside a middle. Kiko
nice shot.
Scuba hiding inside of his poison orb here. He's trying to be a little bit cheeky.
30 seconds left.
And Kiko sliding through that cover. PaperX with 2 rounds in quick succession to get to those double digits. How many rounds in a row is this, Kev?
We're about to find on out.
എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നില്ല
For PaperX before, but in the last 5 or so rounds, they have been waking up. Opportunities here are bound as they just get both the last 2 plays and the 2v2s. I mean, this is like the match.
സൂപ്പർ സ്ട്രൈക്ക് കേട്ടാ
2v2.
അതാണ് പുതിയത് PRX ഉണർന്നത് പുതിയത് ഏതാണ് അത് എത്ര രൂപയാണ്
But then when we head into these awkward situations, PaperX are just making the right moves in the middle to be able to kind of outmaneuver NRG, who are now out of cash.
That's it. This is like the first time NRG are really out of cash for this side as well. They're making some moves.
മാഗ്നറ്റിക് കീബോർഡ്സ് ഇല്ലേ ജസ്റ്റ് ടച്ച് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഇത് ആവൂലേ അതേപോലെ മൗസിൽ
All they're really ready for is a free sight on a Scuba. I have to play a retake here, buddy.
Yeah, not much to be done. They've been kind of hammering his sights more often than not. I think he's probably getting pretty sick of it at this point. Phantom in hand. As the drone goes forward for PRX, he's going to tuck himself into the side.
There's
really not much left in this buy here for NRG.
It's about as well as you can do. Getting the double up there is pretty nice. And overdrive for Forsaken now to clean things up. Something on Kiko. 3 versus 3, but again, the money and also the guns all the way in PRX. That's not a bad shot from Ethan, though. You respect it. Now you're on for the retake for real. 3 versus 2. And he still has an ultimate to play through, but not at the moment. Despite the lack of guns here, NRG moving together as a team, and Envy doesn't quite land the shot. But of a whiff here, Envy another opportunity, and Brock finds it. Gets a double, and NRG, despite having no money at all, they make it 12.
Yeah, both of the rounds you expect them to be putting together.
But
They're
it
not
is-
quite able to do it, but apparently they don't need coach intervention. Retake complete that series point here for NRG. Paper X very much under the pump now. Need 2 in a row to push us through into OT, and that's where the comeback is just going to need to continue chugging along. Much better looking buy here for NRG getting into the last. The pit wasn't even needed. Good double up from Scuba. Just sliding into the pocket with the Phantom.
I mean, it really does a lot. I mean, that shot was great.
Absolutely.
That one is probably the round winner, but I think that wouldn't have mattered as much if Scuba didn't get that first 2. So the combination of their efforts.
Bro, the presence of mind to know that he's on the off angle up on top of Bricks. Quick one to start here for Paper X. Shut down by Ethan's KO knife, but Paper X
Yep. Flashing on through. What can we find here? Mata on the chip, but not really seeing much else from Ethan's POV. Doesn't matter though, because it's still a 5v3. Mata is making good work of this defensive so far. My God, Mata. Taking down as well. This might be the end. Paper X have got 1 left. 1 versus 5 to fight with all of the work to do. The NRG will not be undone here. You feel like the 13 is there. He's revealed. Divide with the secondary. And a 1v3 here, this has to be an ace clutch, buddy. It's not going to be anything less than that. NRG can taste the victory, but can they get this one? Without Defy walking out.
Trying to slip away. Putting the wall up and down to keep them interested. Been able to pinch the spike, but Scuba trying to stay 1 step ahead of the back over to the B site. Tucks himself safely into elbow with 40 seconds on the clock.
There's a Viper. Might have just made a little bit of noise there. Scuba calls the troops into action. Here's the footsteps for sure by now. Planner's got to come on through, and the timing should be good. What a key! Goes down to 0 and NRG clean things up. Pucker saw it coming here.
Nice try, PRX.
And that is indeed the victor today. Paper X falling, Pacific falling in general, and NRG move through.
Yeah, it's a sad day on the B stream for the Pacific teams.
Paper X നല്ല comeback ആയിരുന്നു.
And Paper X going down to NRG and 100 Thieves
NRG യുടെ full form എന്തുവാ?
there's something in the water here.
അങ്ങനെ ചോദിച്ചാൽ എനിക്കറിയില്ല.
The teams from the Americas, they're doing pretty damn well.
എന്തോ ഗെയിമിംഗ് ആയിരിക്കും.
Something in the water, maybe the bad side as well, unfortunately for both Paper X and NRIQ. Paper X, fantastic start on the fracture. Pretty okay to start things out with on Lotus as well, but lost momentum towards the end. Didn't have much momentum to start with on this final map of Breeze, and despite the small comeback towards the end, just couldn't close it.
Okay, അപ്പോൾ
check.
ആദ്യത്തെ ദിവസം
Let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed, because you promised me 3 games. I was celebrating way early. I was making little flags out here, handing them to Avril. Instead,
നിങ്ങളുടെ വോട്ടിംഗ് എല്ലാം തെറ്റാണ്
doesn't
guys.
go down without a fight. But how do you give up the 1 round?
Screen കണ്ടോ അന്ന് പാവങ്ങള് കുറ്റം പറയണ.
How did NRG get that jump? I mean, it's just courtesy of a blunder of a shot from Ethan. That was 3 rounds in a row where they had man advantage coming in on some of those retakes. The Harbor Comp very good in those retake scenarios.
നമുക്ക് ഷെഡ്യൂൾ നോക്കാം.
Team that knows how to play under pressure, very familiar with Paper X. You can't just out-macro them all day long, Kev. You do actually have to make some big plays against a team that's very good at just the same.
I feel like it's the exact opposite of what we saw in terms of Paper X.
ഷെഡ്യൂൾ ഇതാണ് ഷെഡ്യൂൾ. 100 Thieves കയറി അടുത്ത റൗണ്ട്. ഈ RRQവും EDGയും ലോവർ ബാക്ക് അത് തോക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ പുറത്താണ്. എനർജി ആക്ച്വലി എനർജി എന്നാണ്. എനർജി. അപ്പോൾ RRQയും എഡ്വേർഡ് ഗെയിമിങ്ങും കളിക്കും. അത് തോക്കുന്ന ആൾ പുറത്ത്. രണ്ടും ഒരേ സമയം അപ്പർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റ് ലോവർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റ് ഒരേ സമയത്ത് കളിക്കാം. അതെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു ശരിയും അന്ന് തന്നെ രാത്രി ലോവർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല അപ്പർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റ് വരെ. എന്തായാലും ഇപ്പോൾ വൈറ്റാലിറ്റിയും NRGയും കളിക്കും. ജയിക്കുന്ന ആൾ ക്വാളിഫൈ ആവും. തോക്കുന്ന ആൾക്ക് വീണ്ടും ഒരു ചാൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇനി കാർമൻ കോർപ്പും പേപ്പർ എക്സും ലോവർ ബ്രാക്കറ്റ് ഒബ്വിയസ്ലി PRX തന്നെ ജയിക്കും. പിന്നെ PRX ക്വാളിഫൈ ആവും. നാളെ ഇത് രാത്രി ഗ്രൂപ്പ് D ഗ്ലോബൽ Esports
അത് ഓഫ് കോഴ്സ് കാണണം.
യെസ്, കാരണം
ടീം ഹെർട്ടിക്സ് ഉണ്ട് കേട്ടോ.
ടീം ഹെർട്ടിക്സ് ആണ് ഡിഫെൻഡിങ് ചാമ്പ്യൻസ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അവർ ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി ക്വാളിഫൈ ആയതാണ്. ക്വാളിഫയറിന് കളിക്കേണ്ട ആവശ്യമൊന്നുമില്ല. പിന്നെ ഇത് ഓൾ ഗെയിമേഴ്സ് ചൈന ടീം എങ്ങനെ കളിക്കുന്ന അറിയില്ല. ഗ്ലോബൽ ഈസ്പോർട്സിന്റെ കളി മിസ്സാകരുത്. ഇതായിരിക്കും കൂടുതൽ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
MIBR അല്ലേ? MIBRന്റെ നമ്മളെ
ആസ്പാസ്
സെക്കൻഡും ആസ്പാസും ഇപ്പം.
അതെ
അതെ അതെ അതെ.
കിരണം കളിയായിരിക്കും. ഗ്രൂപ്പ് സി പിന്നെ രാത്രി ജംഗിൾ മേറ്റ്സും എക്സൽ ചെയ്യും. പിന്നെ ഇത് എനിക്ക് കാണാം, നോങ്ഷും റെഡ് ഫോഴ്സും G2. G2 എപ്പോഴും മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സിൽ നോങ്ഷിനെ പുറത്താക്കിയ നോങ്ഷിന്റെ ഡാംബി നിയോൺ കാണും. ഓക്കെ ഗൈസ്, അപ്പോൾ താങ്ക് യു ഓൾ ഫോർ ജോയിനിങ്. എക്സിറ്റ് ഇല്ല. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു, ബൈ ബൈ, ഗുഡ് നൈറ്റ്.
എൻഡ് സ്ട്രീം.